is the independent variable, the thing that you think caused the phenomenon. And then the researcher goes about manipulating that independent variable in order to see if by that experiment he can cause the dependent variable, also known as the
phenomenon,
the observed phenomenon. So your description isn't exactly what the textbooks would say the scientific method is, but
I'm not here to talk about just the textbooks because I'm not a scientist. I don't have a PhD. I'm telling you what I think the process of truth is, especially when it relates to discovering what the shape of this planet is and what the nature of reality is, right?
Okay,
so
but you said you were into science.
Every time you investigate, okay, think of it as a crime scene. You're trying to solve a murder, right? You're going to observe the murder as the phenomena, then you're going to make a hypothesis about how you think the murder happened, and that's that whole process of gathering data. And then it's about eliminating what's not true in order to come to the only possibility left, which is the truth.
Okay, that's not science. So, that's not science. You don't know what science is. So I mean,
okay, that's
the bottom line.
Well, we're going to be very strict.
Okay, hold on. You asked me what I'm here to do, what I'm here to argue, and what I think the scientific method is, right?
Yeah, and you don't know what it is.
It's repeatable experiments observing a phenomena, right? So you have to have first a hypothesis, a theory. Like, I'm trying to study how plants grow.
It's wrong,
right? You have to weigh evidence against that to see if your theory is correct. And if you bring the proper data forward,
keep saying it. It's the third time you've said it.
You'll be able to. Are you going to keep interrupting me?
Because you keep saying it. You've said it. I've heard it 3 times, and you're wrong. I've heard it 3 times. You're saying that you're testing a theory. That's wrong. So I can hear it 4 times.
We're not going to test the theory.
It's wrong. It's incorrect.
Hey, Josh, we're already off.
What's up, man? I just heard about what is the theory. So let me ask the. I'm sorry. What was his name?
Nathan.
Nathan. How you doing, Nathan? I'm Josh. How we doing?
Nice to meet you, Josh. Good to be here.
Nice to meet you too.
He was asking me what the scientific method was, and he didn't like my answer.
It's just wrong.
What is the scientific method?
Scientific method is the establishment of cause and effect reasoning based on a naturally observed phenomena that you want to know what caused it. That's done through the establishment of a hypothesis, which is a supposition of the cause of an effect you're studying in nature. Now, hypothesis.
So how did I not say that?
My bad.
Right.
A hypothesis has got 2 sides. One is the alternative, which is if A, then B. So if you vary A, you will cause B. B being the thing you're studying, the thing in nature you want to know the cause of. Now, it's also got something called
let me ask you this: How
it's
do you
also
test
got a
the
null.
hypothesis?
It's also got a null, which is
how do you test the hypothesis?
That's what I was
if I could tell you what it was, maybe we could get to how I'm going to test it. But I haven't told you what it is yet. I'm in the middle of telling you.
You're here to test. You guys are here, and we're here to test each other's hypothesis.
You don't know what a hypothesis is? Okay, you tell me what a hypothesis is. I was halfway through telling you, and you asked me how we test it. You tell me what it is, given that I've just got halfway through telling you what it is.
No, I agree with you. I'm just.
I didn't finish telling you.
Okay, I guess you didn't.
I didn't finish. I didn't. I was asked how we test it before I explained what it was.
Okay, guys, let me say something. If we're gonna, how are we gonna do this? Do we want this to be something that's gonna benefit
a shit
the audience?
show, or do we want it to
be because here's the question: is the Earth the shape of a sphere, or is it a flat plane? Right? Like, what's the shape of the planet? So now we're both going to present evidence to back up what we think the answer is.
Okay, flat's not a shape.
That's what we're here to do. We're not here to jump on every single word and try to dissect it and all that shit. Okay.
So this is what I really, really hope for this debate, Nathan, and I hope that you'll join me in that. Even when they say stuff that's wrong, that we regard as wrong, I'd like to let everybody finish. So we're gonna have opening statements, this, that, and the other. We're gonna err on the side of letting people finish sentences. And gentlemen, I really hope that goes for you as well.
100%.
I even noticed you guys kind of talking over each other. For the purposes of this, I would appreciate it if we could all just really work hard not to interrupt each other's sentences. And that really, really helps, because a lot of times the answer to your question is going to be at the end of what somebody is saying. So when Nathan was in the middle of explaining what a hypothesis is, he hadn't gotten to the end of what a hypothesis is before you asked him how you test a hypothesis. And the fact that you did that indicates to me that maybe you weren't really listening to what he said. So we're going to work real hard today to listen to each other and just really internalize what each other is saying. And we are all guilty of not doing that sometimes, myself included. But for the purposes of this, I really want us all, every last one of us, to not interrupt, if at all possible, all four of us. And that's it.
I agree,
Well,
Patrick.
so-
And
so
let me
for the
just add
sake
one
of
thing, if I
time-
could.
Go ahead, David.
Sorry, just one more thing. As another part of that, that means we can't go on long monologues where nobody gets to say anything, right? So to not, right? Does that make sense?
I mean,
Absolutely.
hypothesis.
So,
a
ideally-
proposed explanation of phenomena.
Gotcha. Ideally, repeating the same incorrect
Smart,
assertion about what
short,
science is 3 times through the top of me, that's not ideal.
Well, what science is? It's the explanation, right? It's how we try to rationalize and explain nature, natural phenomena.
Okay,
Right?
guys,
I mean,
we're going to start the
that's
show
at least
now.
my-
We got to start the show. Nathan,
Let's start
maybe
the show. There's a few minute little intro. So here's how it's going to go. I'm going to just open it up, say welcome everybody. And then we're going to, Josh, I just let everybody know I'm going to go to
Is he coming?
Patrick.
Are we bringing Nathan in?
Nathan,
He'll
put
be in.
your-
He's just off cam right now.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
I'm going to go Patrick, opening statement, introduction. Then I'm going to go Nathan. Then I'm going to go you. And then we're going to have a free flow and God help us all. Sound good? Okay, here we go.
Help us all.
All right, here we are. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Earth Chronicles. This is episode 6, and we are doing it. We're going there, guys. We are going to have a debate about flat Earth, the shape of the planet, and all that good stuff. It is by popular demand, and this is why we're doing it. And we're hoping to have a very interesting, fun, and polite discussion about this subject. And I would like to really thank everybody for being here. Thanks for sharing this out. And I just want to say real quick, first of all, my name is David. If you haven't seen my work, you can find all my work at dwtruthwarrior.com. And we are going to be talking about a subject that I've been curious about since around 2014. I've been following this for many years now, collecting arguments, listening to debates, doing my own observations, and just thinking about it. And I'd like to see what the other opinions are about this. And so I'm really happy to be here. And I think what we're going to do for this is we're going to go around and do a little introduction, sort of an opening statement, stating our positions. And then we're going to have a free flow, and we're going to do our very best to bring concise arguments to you, the audience, so that you can make up your own mind. I'm not a person that likes to say we have to make declarative statements on any of this stuff. I have my opinion. My guests here have their opinions, and you watching have your opinions. And we're all trying to learn together. And the hope here is that when we compare notes, we can keep a good, peaceful dialogue about these subjects so that we can get to the truth, because that's really all that matters in the end. That's the goal. And so I'm really excited for this. This is going to be great. So I'd like to open up first by passing this over to Patrick. I'm honored to have him here. He's a real staple on this network. I'd like to thank Badlands Media, of course, for hosting this and bringing us all here. And Patrick, I've been following you for a while, doing some great work with John. Great work on your own podcast. And so welcome to Earth Chronicles, man. Open it up.
Thank you so much, David. Josh, nice to meet you as well. Nathan, nice to have you in the corner there, and been watching your work forever now. And so it's nice to finally be broadcasting right alongside you. Those of you who don't know me, my name's Patrick Gunnels, and I'm a warrior in the truth war. And I started pretty much right after the election of Donald J. Trump, when I discovered that things didn't quite make sense in how our institutions were behaving. And eventually, after uncovering enough lies from my own institutions, whether they be the educational system, whether they're the media, and a million different other things, I made a commitment to myself that I was only going to accept things that I could verify for myself. And that took me on quite a journey. And then it took me to the heliocentric model. And I learned that the heliocentric model is essentially the most successful religion in world history. And it started whenever it started, but when it was started, it was based on a few cosmological precepts. One, that we live on a sphere of roughly 3,959 statute miles, that sphere is rotating at the equator at approximately a speed of 1,037 miles per hour. And third, that the sky above us is a vacuum. And those three precepts are something that I was never, under any circumstances, no matter how hard I tried, able to find any verifiable evidence that I myself could determine. Not one single thing. We weren't able to find any curvature. We weren't able to find any evidence for axial rotation. We weren't able to find any evidence that you could have this air that we breathe immediately adjacent to a vacuum. None of those things are possible. The third thing is something that we can simply disprove by taking a big, deep breath. Because if the sky were immediately adjacent to a vacuum, the air that we breathe would fill that limitless volume of space that we're told is up there. And we would all be dead or never have existed in the first place. There would be things that we would be able to see in our own world if we were rotating at a speed of 1,037 miles per hour at the equator. And finally, every distance to horizon on a sphere of radius 3,959 miles, by simple trigonometric math that you can do yourself on a piece of paper, you would find that any distance to horizon on a sphere of that size could be no more than 1.225 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. And I thought maybe they were faking this. So I did the math myself. It is 100% unverifiable. And every single time that a black swan type photo that showed massive distance over water that could not possibly have any convexity, the answer was always, well, the curvature is not shown here because it's hidden by refraction or this reason or that reason. It's like the child with an imaginary friend who says, I know that my imaginary friend is there. And when you say, well, I don't see him, you say, well, he hid in the corner, or, oh, he ran away. And that is the way that the globe defenders appear to behave when asked, why do we find no curvature? And then after that, as you go through the increasing absurdity of the heliocentric religion, you realize this is just another massive, massive lie that we're all guilty of. And it makes us doubt our senses. It separates us from God. It is the alpha hoax. It's the hoax that made all the other hoaxes possible. And I want to get into the details of why we think these things and how we can possibly extricate ourselves from the grip of this delusion. Thank you.
It was a really well done opening statement. Right before we go to you, Nathan, we got a super chat from Patel Patriot. And that's why I was laughing. By the way, I wasn't laughing at Patrick. I just thought it was funny what John's saying here. He goes, okay, new Badlands project. We're buying a spaceship to figure out for ourselves once and for all. Also, peaceful debates aren't as entertaining. Take the gloves off, boys. $50.
John,
Thanks, John.
You're asking for. Thanks, John.
All right. Well, let's go over to Nathan. Go ahead with your intro, Nathan.
I haven't prepared an intro, so I'm Nathan Oakley. I run a show called Flat Earth Debate on YouTube, which runs daily, and you can join at 2 p.m. UK time to debate the nature of Earth. And I've spent the last 4 or 5 years running that show, debating with people who have a misapprehension about what science is and a general misapprehension that they have scientific evidence to prove that they're on a sphere-shaped model, which is definitely not the case. So yeah, that's my bag in a nutshell. I've not got a great deal to say for an intro, other than subscribe to me at Nathan Oakley 1980, and you can see the Flat Earth Debate, or even join if you felt so passionate as the super chatter just did, suggest that rockets can traverse gas pressure, go into an area of volume to take a picture of an Earth as a sphere, and yet the gas which expands in all directions to fill the volume it has available to it isn't expanding into the area that the rocket's going into to take a picture. Those are the sort of things you can hear on Flat Earth Debate on a daily basis. So we run a live public debate on Nathan Oakley 1980. So pleasure to be here. Thank you very much for having me.
Very cool.
All right. Well done. Well, there's only one way to find out. Josh, go ahead, bro.
Josh Reed with redpills.tv, and I'm here just for the tea. So no, I am. I believe that the Earth is an oblate spheroid. I've had discussions with Flat Earth Dave before. I've had discussions with many different flat earthers before. And, what we're here to do is find out the truth. And I think that there's certain mechanisms within our society that allow us to observe nature and the phenomena that occur. And we can take those and make hypotheses. We can generate theories from those hypotheses. And through observable phenomena and through repeating this process over and over and over and coming up with the same results, we can determine what is real or consistent in our universe and our reality and what is not. And I think that if we weigh those, we can come to the determination that the Earth is not flat and that the Earth is round, or an oblate spheroid. But I guess we're up for a discussion and interpretation. And so let's start it. Let's begin. This will be fun.
Very good, very good. Well, and my intro real quick, well, I kind of did one, but I just wanted to say a thank you to Flat Earth because my idea is that there's only the best way to learn about something is to learn about its opposite, to have ideas that challenge your worldview, that make you question what you think you know, and that it's helped me learn more about astronomy, about the nature of the planet, and has actually inspired me to learn more about it. So that's my little olive branch over to the Flat Earth community. I also want to say that I appreciate you guys because of the fact that you're challenging a very powerful paradigm in the world where the scientific institutions, as we've just experienced in the last 3 years, need to be questioned, need to be had their feet held to the fire. And we don't have to have all these PhDs and all these degrees and be part of these major institutions in order to be able to do our own investigation, do our own science. I think it's straight in many ways from the original scientific method at the institutional level. But that being said, I still hold the view that we live on a spherical planet and that we are not in, or that we actually, there is such thing as space, and we live in an infinite universe, or somewhat infinite. We don't really know, but I think there's more to everything than meets the eye. So relying only on your singular senses without any kind of equipment or any kind of research, it can be limiting. That's just where I'm at. But let's see if these guys can convince me otherwise. So let's just go for it, guys. Maybe Patrick, over to you. What point? Well, we did discuss, actually. Let me know if you're okay with this. In our chat, I had asked it would be a good place to start with motive, because we want to try to establish the motive behind, or at least speculate on the motive as to why this conspiracy would be in play.
No.
You're shaking your head, so you disagree?
No,
Go ahead.
absolutely not. We have scientific evidence to examine here. Why liars lie is real. I mean, I'm an educated man, but why the people who control this world have decided to deceive us is something that we could speculate on all day. Nathan and I may talk about that once in a while, but we're just spitballing. What we do know is that there is no evidence of curvature. We do know that there is no evidence of axial rotation. And we do know that the second law of thermodynamics makes it impossible for the sky to be a vacuum. So I'll ask you a question just to see if we can get this started. Do you have any evidence that the horizon is actually the curve of a presupposed spherical Earth?
You asking David or me?
I'm asking
Let's
David.
put it out there. Let's put it out there. Josh, how about you go first? I've got something here I'll pull up, but have you done your own observations? Maybe you should tell them your background in the Navy.
Yeah, I was in the U.S. Navy for 10 years. I've sailed the Pacific, the Atlantic Ocean to South Pacific, been all around this world on the oceans. Got a few of my old shipmates actually watching right now. The horizon that you see on the ocean is going to be a little bit, I guess, further away than the horizon you're. No, you're not looking at the curvature. And the reason you're not looking at the curvature is because the Earth is really big. And I hate to go to like that Professor Dave dude's kind of way he says that the Earth is really big. Is typically you have every 75 miles is you're going to have 1 degree of curvature, right? Can we agree on that? Every 75 miles on a curved Earth, every 75 miles you're going to have 1 degree of curvature.
No, that's incorrect.
It's not correct.
Okay, well, how about this? Then how do you measure curvature?
That's your claim.
No. How does flat earthers say that there's no curvature through this measurement?
But your claim that, okay, you have a claim that there's curvature, and Patrick's asked, where's your proof that the horizon's curvature? And you've said it isn't, and then you've given up this measurement.
No. What I was trying to say is that when you're looking out there, the curvature is so...
My bad. So you've said that there's curvature at a certain distance, and you've given us some mathematics for that curvature.
He asked me the
my
question.
bad, still in the middle of the same sentence. My bad, still in the middle of the same sentence. My bad.
All right, finish the sentence, Nathan, but keep it short.
I would if I was allowed to. I'm just not allowed to.
Oh, go ahead. You're fine. We're not in an aggressive platform here. We're very.
You've just spoken through me 3 times. Three times you've spoken through me. Don't tell me you're not aggressive when you've just spoken through me 3 times. I'll try and finish the same sentence. Still trying to finish the same sentence. That's 4 times. Not an aggressive platform, but you've consistently talking through me. Consistently. That's 4 times. 4 times.
Go ahead.
Don't need to be told to go ahead. Just need to be let to go ahead without you talking through me a 5th time. So you've rattled off some numbers.
No, here. Go ahead.
Doesn't seem like I'm getting an opportunity to talk.
And go.
I don't need permission. I just need the people who are interrupting me to not do that. 6th attempt. You've rattled off some numbers for where Earth curve is. Now, given that you're the one in the affirmative position for Earth curve, I'd expect you to know the mathematics for Earth curve. I know them, and Patrick knows them. He even stated them about 3 minutes ago. 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So it's not a set distance, as you stated. Seems you don't know your own mathematics. So that's not a good start, given it's your affirmative position. I'm not going to be telling you, on your demand, how flat earthers say it doesn't work when you don't know the positive claim for it. You should know. It's your claim.
Okay, so 1.22 times the observer's height. Where does this formula
No,
come
that's
from?
wrong.
Okay, well, what you just said there. So, Patrick, what was the formula that you had said?
I just gave it you.
1.225
1.22 times the square root of the observer's height and feet.
Let Patrick talk. Let Patrick talk. You're interrupting him.
Why? I was giving you
Patrick,
the
go ahead.
answer and you didn't repeat it back. Is it
But I
that you
asked
don't want to
Patrick,
communicate with
not
me?
you.
I've given it you.
Dude,
You haven't repeated it back
This is
and
not
you've
going
thrown
to
it to
work if we
Patrick.
keep on with this.
I don't
You
get
told me
this.
Patrick said it, so I went back to Patrick to get what he was saying. Okay, Patrick, can you please tell me the formula that you guys use and in that where this came from?
On a sphere
Mhm.
of radius 3,959 miles,
Mhm.
any distance to horizon can be no more than 1.225 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That is not 1 degree for every 75 miles.
So, but where did that come from? I'm just curious where that formulation
All right.
came from.
Didn't you
Okay,
know?
I will explain.
Thank you.
I will explain. Okay. You take a cross section, the largest cross section of that sphere,
Mhm.
and then you draw a radius going all the way to the surface. Then you draw a right triangle out. And then all you have to do is use 3959 as the radius, and then the height of the pointy end of that right triangle then has the height over the surface of the earth. What that height is determines how tall the object must be for you to be able to see it from the distance of that first leg of that triangle. And I even have a chart that's like made by Globe Math.
Cool. Yeah, pull it up. I'd like to see it.
All right, one moment.
Why? Why are we doing this? This is your claim. Aren't we here to defend flat Earth? Why are we having to make your claim for you?
Well, because
That is a good point.
because what I'm trying to say is that I haven't heard that formula before. The formula that I have for the measuring the curvature of the Earth is completely different. I remember when I was on a different show with another flat earther, and they told me that I think it's what, for 1 mile, you have 8 inches of drop that you should have, or 8 inches of drop, something of that nature. And
It's important. It would be important to know. So it is
Absolutely.
one. Yeah. So
Go ahead.
so let me give you the.
Mhm.
If you were to reverse the algebra, then you could make it that the curvature over any given distance d in miles is 2/3 of a foot or 8 inches times the miles times the miles. So over 1 mile, the curvature would be 1 times 1, which is 1, times 8 inches. 8 inches of curvature over 1 mile.
Mhm.
Over 2 miles, 2 times 2 is 4, 4 times 8 inches, 32 inches. And that math gets worse and worse as the number of miles increases.
right.
There is a website called the Distance to Horizon Calculator. So it does all the math for you, and it does the math correctly. You know, Nathan refers to it as the. Well, what do you call the?
I call it the begging the
Horizon
question.
calculator?
Begging the question, proof of nothing, perspective hijacking Earth curve calculator. This is the 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. This is your
Mhm.
claim of Earth curve at the horizon.
No,
Yeah.
that's not, that formula is not my claim of the
Yeah, it is.
curvature.
Yeah, it is. That's the claim of Earth curvature.
It's the claim.
No, that's not my claim.
Sorry, are we debating you?
Listen, Nathan, you're putting words into my mouth.
That's the
okay?
claim of Earth
Stop
curve.
trying to straw man this
My
argument
bad.
here.
It's like telling a
Okay.
Christian that they don't believe in Jesus. That's Earth curve. That's your maths for Earth curve. You don't have to like it. It's yours.
No, because what we're actually talking about when you're talking about the curvature of the Earth is what I'm seeing here is that you guys are looking at a horizontal plane and expecting this horizontal plane to have a certain curvature at the end. But what we're really talking about is an arc over this distance over time. Yes, that's what we're talking about in the sense of Earth. And if you measure this correctly, you should see about 1 degree for the 3,900 mile radius of the Earth, about 1 degree of curvature every 75 miles. The Earth is very, very large. And so when we're looking at something going over the horizon and it begins to disappear, the reason we're seeing this is because it's not going over it's not going over 1% of the Earth's curve right there. It's going over a very small, minute portion of that. This is why we can see longer distances in some things, because we have atmospheric conditions that present themselves.
So that made no sense whatsoever. Meanwhile, you
To
have
you,
a laid
and I can
down
understand
in.
that.
My bad. I was only replying for 10 seconds. What you said made absolutely no sense. It's not my claim, but I understand the, not yours, the globe claim, and that is not it. So you don't
What is the
understand.
globe claim?
I
What
don't
is
know
the
why I'm
formula?
here. You don't know.
What's the
You're here to
formula
My bad.
for
My bad.
What is the formula?
My bad.
No, Nathan,
My
Nathan,
bad.
dude,
I'm in the
chill
middle
out.
of a sentence.
And you've already interrupted me 3 times.
Have I?
okay?
I waited
What
for
is
a
the
gap.
formula for
You're in the middle of
calculating
talking through me, and
curvature
you're
of Earth
accusing
that
me
is
of talking through
utilized
you.
by
I'm still in the middle of my sentence.
Do you know
So
it?
far, every single
you
time
know
I've
it?
spoken on this show, you have spoken through me. So, given that our opponent, Patrick, doesn't know their own claim and has just laid down the most nonsensical, incorrect nonsense about how Earth curve maths works, I don't really know what I'm doing here. He doesn't know his own claim, and he's claiming that I'm talking through him while I'm refuting the total nonsense he just spewed about Earth curve maths, which
Let
is
me then.
incorrect. Not right.
Can I share
Wrong.
this?
About it too,
Can I
which
share
is
this
really
screen?
interesting.
All right. So let me see if I can I share this one.
Just telling
This thing
someone
I
they're
shared.
incorrect doesn't mean
David?
they're incorrect.
Meanwhile,
because
all
it
we've
doesn't
done
make
so
sense to
far
you.
is debate their inability to understand their own bloody claim. We've not got to any flat Earth yet. We're having to babysit them through baby steps of their own bloody claim they don't know.
Oh, come on. Come on.
You don't know your own claim.
I'm telling you that the way that you're saying that curvature exists is not.
I'm
the way
not.
that I
That's
would
your
calculate.
claim. Stop telling me that's how I'm saying curvature exists. It's your claim.
This is what you are literally saying. Globe Earthers calculate curvature this way. I'm
That's correct.
saying, no, globe
Yes.
Earthers calculate it a different way.
Do they? Show
And
us.
it's looking
Citation,
at
please.
The arc
Citation,
change over
please.
time.
Citation.
There you go. Look, dude, you're doing the same thing that
You're
accusing
saying
me
it. I heard the first time. I heard the maths the first time that was wrong. Now you're saying that's how Globe Earth maths does it. Citation, please. Show me it.
David, what do we got here?
Show me it.
I
Citation,
just
please.
pulled up what Patrick put on the screen. This is
Okay,
from Patrick.
It's
So
Globe Earth
Patrick,
maths.
can you
I
take
know
us
the
through
Globe
this?
Earth maths. I
And
want him to
Nathan,
cite
can
the
you
nonsense
please-
he's
I
just
don't
told
think
me
you
I'm
do.
wrong
I
to
don't think you
incorrectly,
understand very
according
much
to
right now
him.
at this
Correct
point.
him
I
on.
wanna yell at people.
I want to hear the argument. So Patrick, take it away.
All right. Josh, claiming that only 1 degree of curvature takes place every 75 miles is simply mathematically incorrect.
Okay.
The curvature of the Earth increases exponentially as the distance gets further. And by the way, this is a globe claim, okay? The statute mile distance around the equator is 24,901, which would
Mhm.
give you a radius of the Earth of 3,959 miles.
Right.
This is geometry, okay? This is not something that's disputable. It means, and I actually did the Taylor series at the end of this myself on paper. All you have to do is take the distance that the object is from you, square that distance in miles, and multiply it by 2/3. And that's the number of feet of curvature that should be blocking your view to that object. So after 10 miles, you take 100, because that's 10 times 10. You take 2/3 of that, and that's 66, and that's how many feet that would be blocking something that was 100 miles
Okay.
distant. All right?
I understand what you're saying, Patrick. Go ahead.
All right. Now, we do not observe that on the water at all.
You're right, and we don't observe that on a curved Earth either. The reason we don't observe that on a curved Earth is because what you're looking at there, that O, that horizontal line using trigonometry, is a horizontal plane. We're actually measuring the arc of Earth, not the horizontal plane of Earth. Does that make sense? Is that when we're looking straight out, there's slight variations of curve over time, but then you also have aspects of altitude, change in topography, and everything else that comes about in this. But if you
I'm
wanted to
gonna-
take the whole Earth in perspective, what we're talking about is a measurement of arc, because that's how you're going to get to a sphere.
I'm literally measuring arc. The actual arc is generated by the angle theta created with the original radius to the center of the Earth.
May I,
And
Patrick?
then you take that. What's that?
May I? You don't know your own
please,
claim.
Nathan, I'm going to grab a glass of water.
Yeah, you don't know your own claim, guys. So how are we going to take apart your claim if you don't know it and you're denying it? We've just spent the last 10 minutes going through your globe claim that you don't know. Now, if I may, can I prove to you Earth's flat? Given that we've just spent the last 10 minutes going through your
Actually,
own bloody
yes,
claim
we
of a
would love
globe
to
Earth
see
you
it.
don't know.
Please prove it.
Please, thank
Let's
you.
see the proof.
I can spend 10 minutes uninterrupted not proving your own claim you don't know to you and actually proving how Earth's flat
Sure.
to you. Excellent. You said you're in the Navy. Know any navigators in the audience?
Say that again.
Navigators from the Navy days?
Probably one or two. Yeah.
Excellent. Do they know what an elevation angle measurement is? How about you? Do you know what an elevation angle is?
Well, I would assume that it's an angle at elevation.
No, it's an angle measurement from a baseline to a star to acquire its GP for
Oh,
navigation.
okay. Right. Gotcha. Go
So
ahead.
you know about celestial navigation then, being in the Navy?
A little bit. I didn't do today. We don't use much of celestial navigation to navigate through the waters of the ocean, if you can imagine.
You don't think people go out on the water with sextants and they don't have them as a backup on aeroplanes? You don't think that's the case?
Oh no, they absolutely do.
Yes, that's right, they do. So we're aware of celestial navigation then. Angle measurements
Well,
can only take place on a flat Earth. Further to this, all of the models and maps, including the globe, are derived from flat Earth elevation angle measurements to Polaris. Your latitude lines on the maps are lines drawn out based on areas of equal elevation. That's a flat Earth angle measurement to Polaris. And all celestial navigation is done with angles. You can't acquire an elevation angle from a curved surface. You take an elevation angle measurement from the plane of the Earth, and you take it with reference to the horizon or a spirit level in a sextant. That's because all lines along the ground are referenced to zero, sea level. And that's because elevation angle measurements can only be done on a flat plane. I thank you.
Okay. And so, but we're talking about to our horizon, which the amount of curvature from one point to the horizon is insignificant.
No, it's 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
No, that was you. According to you, that was globe.
That's according
Earth's
to
claim.
Globe. Not according to me, according to
Right.
you. That's your claim. You don't know. You keep telling me it's my claim. It
Hold
isn't.
on. Did I say that was my claim? Anybody here? Did I say that was
It
my
is
claim?
the Globe claim you don't know. So you're saying it's not yours because you don't know it.
Now
Your
you told me
ignorance
I
does
don't
not.
know it.
Your ignorance doesn't
Make up
alter
your mind,
what the
man.
Globe
Do I know
claims.
it or do I not?
My bad. I know it's. I know it must be painful. Me pointing out your ignorance.
Okay, relax. Josh,
No. it's
can you
not.
talk
It's
about,
fun.
I'm going to let
Go ahead.
you describe what you mean when you're talking about how to measure the curvature of the Earth. So give
What,
your
your claim?
we're not here, Nathan. No, Nathan, you're here to debate me and Josh, not other people, not some, I want to hear what Josh would say to this. Let's just let him respond.
Okay. To measure the curvature of the Earth, we're talking about how the Earth is curving over distance over time. Now, as Patrick pointed out, the Earth is incredibly large. You did. You said it was what, 24,000 miles in circumference. We're talking about 3,900 miles in radius. It's incredibly large.
No, it's not. I don't think that's very large, but I said it was 24,901 statute miles around the equator. I didn't characterize that in any other way than quantitatively.
Okay. Well, quantitatively, I look at that as fairly large.
That's wonderful. Please continue.
Okay. I look at that as incredibly large, especially when we're an insignificant little speck on this planet.
Begging the question fallacy.
Okay. So when you guys are explaining what globe earthers pertain to as the formula used, and I know Patrick just said that, yes, but he's talking about the curvature is computed there through theta. I understand that. That's what you said, Patrick, right?
Yeah.
Okay. There's other aspects, more accurate aspects of which they use to do that. There is R over RE over K, which takes the hidden height, measures that through the radius of the curved light over the cosine of S over R. I got the formula right here. Okay. It's a complex formula to measure the curvature of the Earth. And we can get into the mathematics, we can get into the science aspects of this as well, right?
Please.
I don't think we need to. Here's the thing.
Why not? You're disputing my claim.
I'm saying that the claim that you're using as the formula is not what I would use to calculate the curvature of the Earth.
Then what formula would you use?
What I would use is this one right here that I have. But this is what I'm trying to say. Through observational phenomena, I can understand your perspective, right? But let me ask you this. If I got onto the ocean, I left San Diego, and I went due west, Okay. When can I expect to see Earth's curvature? If it was curved, right? I'm saying that happens 1 degree of curvature every 75 miles, but it's
Not correct.
negligent in the sense that that's your opinion. Okay. What I'm saying is that you
Mathematical
should,
reality.
okay, sure. What I'm trying to say though is that if I'm traveling along that 75-mile long line, 1 degree of curvature on a Earth that I look at as incredibly large, 24,000 miles in circumference, is negligible.
Are you
That
saying
curve-
you'll never see the curvature?
Through an observation of moving west from a point on the ocean, no.
So what
You have
evidence?
observable phenomena from that.
All right. Fair enough. Then let's go back to my original question.
Mhm.
What evidence do you have that the horizon is caused by the curvature of a presupposed spherical Earth?
It's kind of nothing against you, Patrick, but the question kind of doesn't really draw context. I mean, I'm trying to make sense of it, but what evidence do I have that the curvature is caused by the horizon of the planet? Let me ask you this, I guess. Let me ask a question.
Okay.
How do you perceive the Earth to be flat through the observation of the horizon?
So what you're saying is you'd like me to prove that the Earth is flat rather than me
No,
asking
I don't want you to prove.
the
I
Earth is a
want
globe?
to know your thoughts and opinions. If the sun is coming over the horizon, okay,
Over the horizon.
through this observation of that phenomena, because I mean, we were talking about this before the show.
Can I
We're
answer
talking
him?
about observational data, right? So empirical data, empirical evidence, things that happen within the phenomena of nature. We observe them. We take notes. We record them. We draw hypotheses. We test those hypotheses. We develop theories. Theories are built upon repeatable experimental phenomena over and over again, right? And we try to draw conclusions from that.
Can I answer him, Patrick?
So from observing the sun rising every day, setting every day, what can we determine from that brings about the idea that the Earth is flat, non-rotating?
Nathan, why don't you take this?
Perfect. Okay, so we're moving past the assertion that Earth has a physical geometric limitation blocking boats and buildings with a measurable value in the Earth curve maths to it being our burden to prove what the horizon is and how it proves Earth flat. No problem. If you're on a boat at sea, you have a tool called sextant. It's a tool for measuring angles. What you will do with this tool is point it at the horizon to establish a horizontal plane of reference. That's a flat Earth. Now that line that you establish as horizontal with this tool that measures angles called a sextant, you will establish that horizontal baseline with the horizon, horizontal, as the name suggests, out beyond the horizon to the GP, that's ground position of a star that you're measuring the angle to. Now the GP is the position directly below the star, which would be to say that if you were at that position on Earth, the star would be at your zenith, directly above your head. That means that when you measured, using the horizon, the angle to the star, you established Earth as a horizontal plane of reference, because it can only be a horizontal plane of reference to get an angle from it. That's what an angle is, 2 straight lines, not one curved line and one straight line. So in order to perform celestial navigation on a boat, you need the horizon to establish the ground as flat to measure an angle. Hope that answers your question.
It's important to note that we did just reverse the burden of proof. I still am asking for any evidence that the horizon is created by the curvature of a presupposed spherical Earth.
Right. And then I try to explain this, and he was obviously trying to straw arm me. I was trying to say is that when we look at the horizon, we're not going to see curvature because at those distances, it's negligible. Because you need longer, greater distances to begin to see even 1% of the curve of the Earth. That's what I said. And you guys he kept on going back to that same argument.
Okay.
Mathematically false.
Just a quick question.
Okay,
for
real
you.
quick. I got a super
just quick
chat I
question.
just want to read out real quick. It's actually related to this. It comes from SEV Gibson, $10. Thanks, man. He says, Nathan and Patrick are not listening. Josh is talking about an arc distance of 75 miles, not a plane distance. You need to back up and listen to Josh's actual claim instead of framing his belief.
I know what
No
he's
worries.
talking about. He's
No
talking about an
worries.
arc distance. That's the measurement of an angle. An arc? The arc through the
Yes, the
sextant?
measurement of a curved Earth, an angle.
No, I hadn't finished my
Because we're
sentence.
talking
I'm
about
being
an
told I'm not
angle.
listening, and then I get about 30 seconds through a
No, you're
sentence, and
obviously
someone
not
else starts
listening,
talking
but
straight
hold
through
on.
me.
Let me show a video real
An
quick
arc,
because this
an
video,
arc
this
distance.
video will explain what we're talking about here. Okay.
My bad.
Is that okay, David? Can we show a video?
Not okay to address anything you've said? No, clearly not.
Okay, how about address it while I'm loading it up? Josh, go ahead and share the screen.
How do
when it works now.
I disable?
So just go
camera?
share screen, and
I
then
don't have a
if it-
share screen.
But Josh,
Okay,
while
I've
you're
got
loading that up,
presentations,
you said
local
you don't
video.
appreciate that the horizon's supposed to be Earth curve. So have you never heard that boats go over the Earth curve, or that Chicago's blocked by Earth curve at the horizon? You've never heard those statements?
Have you ever seen the blink test videos where they show it actually does lose the bottom of
There
the
it is.
buildings?
Sure.
At the
We've done this in
horizon.
Lake Ontario
So,
as
so
well.
you're affirming that Josh does know that the horizon's claimed to be Earth curve now because he's
I'm
spent
not talking about
20
Josh.
minutes
I'm just
denying
asking you. Like, have you seen those blink tests? You know what I'm
So,
talking
we have
about?
this
Yes.
right here. I want to just play this video if we can. And
Sure.
I hope
Go
you
ahead and
guys can
share
still
that,
hear me.
Josh, and here we go. All right.
Okay. So why does the Earth look flat from the surface? And if you pull that up yet, Dave, I can't. I'm frozen on this end.
Yeah, for some
Just let
reason
me know
your
when I need to
connection
play.
just dropped low, Josh. Can you still hear me?
I can still hear you. Yes. Can you
Okay.
hear me?
Yeah. Oh, you're good. I can see it on the screen. So yeah, you go ahead and push play.
Okay. I'm gonna hit play.
Is this a cartoon? It's a cartoon.
It's a model.
We don't live on a
Exactly.
model.
You're showing me a cartoon, dude. I'm gonna get some water.
Hey, do you want to tell us what the point of this is?
Okay. Thank you, David. So what that's showing you is the aspect ratio of how we are on Earth and things are getting larger and bigger, mountains, buildings, these types of things. And that at 100 kilometers, the curve of the Earth is negligible because it's a little over 1% of the actual curve of 360 degrees of angle. And I think that Nathan even said it there, but you're measuring an angle. Yes, we're measuring the curve of the Earth. That's the point. And that's what my whole argument was in the beginning, is that when we're looking at the reason a sextant works, is he's saying that we're utilizing a sextant to measure on a horizontal plane. Absolutely, because at those short distances, 8, 10, 16 nautical miles, when we're talking about the horizon, the curvature of the Earth is negligible. It's not observed. This is what I was trying to say. So
sorry, Josh, just pause for a sec. Are these guys even listening to you right now?
Yeah,
I
sure.
don't
I'm
know.
listening.
Are they? I thought they were.
Yeah,
still
I'm
here.
listening. I'm listening,
Okay.
but every
Okay,
time I try and
but
talk,
that's
I
what I
get
was
told
trying
that
to
I'm
say,
talking
Nathan,
through
okay?
you. That's what happens kind of like now. So, I mean, I'll try and respond to some of the
Nathan,
stuff,
we
the
can
many
keep
things that
fighting
you've said,
about the
but
way
there's a
we're
good
fighting
chance
or
that
address
even
the
though I've
argument.
only
That's
just
it.
literally
Listen to the
started
argument.
speaking,
Listen to the
I can hear
argument.
someone else's voice talking straight
address
through the
the
top of me.
argument.
It
Listen
seems
to
that
the
every
argument.
single time I talk,
And
I'm going to
address
get someone else talking straight through the top of me no matter what I say.
Unreal.
So why shouldn't I check out, turn the camera off, and just do my own thing? Because every single time I've talked so far, someone started talking in the middle of my sentence. Literally every
You've
time.
interrupted a few people too, and you got a bit of I don't know, you got some kind of big chip on your shoulder. I don't know what's going on.
An ad hominem
Why don't
attack.
you just listen to the argument
I
and
did.
counter it and
I did.
just be a
Okay,
civil,
okay, I
normal
counter
human
it.
being instead of
Okay.
being a complete dick.
That's another ad hominem attack.
It is an ad hominem and it's directed directly at you, buddy.
So you can't address my argument about
You're being a
elevation
dick.
angle measurements being taken
Just
from a
listen to
flat
the argument.
surface, and instead you'll talk
just
through me and
did.
use personal attacks.
Multiple
Excellent
times.
debating
But
tactics.
Personal attacks. Are you gonna be okay? You gonna survive?
I would
this?
like to actually make a statement without you ad homing me in the middle of the statement and
Okay,
accusing
go
me
make
of
the
talking through you.
statement,
So am I checking out of the conversation, or
I don't
am I
know, are you?
interrupting you? Which is
Running
it?
so early. We're only 43 minutes in.
Right. So maybe address my statement about measuring elevation angle measurements from a flat baseline.
Josh,
What was that? What was the statement? I'm sorry.
I don't
You
know.
have
It was a
to
big
acquire an
bunch of
elevation
garbled-
angle measurement from a flat baseline if you're navigating, getting your nautical miles. How'd you get a nautical mile?
What are we arguing here?
You
So-
said nautical miles. I'm asking if you know what you're talking about.
Right. Miles over ocean, miles over water, right? Miles
What
over
is it?
curvature.
What is it?
What is
What's
a
a
nautical
nautical
mile?
mile? What's a
I
nautical
think
mile?
a nautical mile is 1.073 miles.
What? No.
Am I correct
How's
on
it
that? Let me
acquired?
check the measurement.
How's it acquired? Let's see.
Why don't you tell me?
You're the one who claimed it, so you don't know what you're talking about. But it's necessary to call me a dick and the audience to think I'm not listening
No,
to
no,
you.
not
I've
because
listened
of
to
your
you.
argument. Not because
Okay.
of your argument.
Again,
because of the
I'm in
way
the
you're
middle of
behaving in this
talking
discussion,
and
that's
someone
why
is
you're-
immediately talking
you can
through
be a
me.
dick. I don't
Why?
mind
Because
you
I'm a
being a dick.
dick? Is this me being a
doesn't
dick
bother
being
you.
talked through? I'm still talking. I listened to you now trying to respond to all the stuff you've said. You've talked non-stop
ahead.
for 45 minutes. I've had about 3. So, you've mentioned repeatedly this is about science. So what science have you got for a globe Earth?
Okay, let's backtrack because you just asked me what a nautical mile was. I said it's a mile as determined over the ocean, or we can say air or whatever. It's 1,852 meters, just a little bit bigger than a regular mile. Okay, so anyways, what I'm trying to say here is that the curvature of the Earth, and I think we need to move on from the curvature of the Earth part. Well, no, because
Well, no, I
Nathan,
got
everything
more
that
on
you've
this. I'm just
said has
waiting for this
basically
to settle, and then I'll show you some stuff.
yeah. Okay.
Go
Well,
ahead,
how about
finish
this?
that.
Let's just move on from this argument. We can just talk to this as a no point. And Patrick, no, seriously, jump in if you want to. If you want to explain.
I would like to. I would like to jump
Yeah,
in.
go
I'd
ahead.
like to say first of all, I don't know how long you guys have been looking into this. Okay, but this is a question of geometry. This is not a question of anything other than can you draw a circle on a piece of paper, stick a triangle on it, figure out the trig, and you'll know after you work a Taylor series at the end, just to expand the trigonometric function, you'll know that the curvature of the Earth over distance x is 8 inches times x squared, period. It is
Okay,
not
can I?
1 degree
sorry,
for every
finish that.
75 miles. And
Okay.
so I really want to, I mean, this is settled upon. The globe people agree with this. They just say refraction is what hides the curve.
Good, David.
All right. What about, so earlier, Patrick, you had some issues with Josh showing you what you call the cartoon, which was just a model to try to give some perspective on what's being said, right? Yet now we're talking about drawing circles on a piece of paper, right? And so what I'm asking is what kind of observable experiments that you can point to in reality? Like, let's get off YouTube and off the papers and all that for a minute and just talk about observing reality. Because I'm not sure if you've become aware of this. I'm sure you guys are aware of this. It's a place called Lake Pontchartrain. It's the transmission lines in Louisiana, United States. Anybody can go here and do this. Now, this is not my picture, but I've had friends of mine actually go and repeat this experiment. There's actually a few places that you can do this. And a real quick explanation is it's essentially a causeway. This image was done originally by a YouTuber named Soundly. So anybody that's interested in following up on all of this, if you go on YouTube, you look up Soundly. There's tons of videos talking about all of this. And this image was virtually modeled on a spherical Earth with a circumference of 40,000 kilometers. The model made a prediction that if zoomed in at the specific height, what we should see. This image is what the model showed. And when this shot was done in reality, that's exactly what you see. So what they did was they created a model, they made predictions, and when they went with a Nikon P1000 camera, which is one of the favorite cameras that flat earthers like to say is the best for zoom capabilities, they went and they actually saw the effects of their model and their prediction in actual reality. So the bridge, it shows right here. You got 24.27 kilometers, which is 15 miles across. At least that's what you can see. And if the Earth was flat, the vanishing point should intersect the horizon line. But in reality, the vanishing point is above the horizon line.
Nathan,
So
let me take a crack at this first before you jump in. I'm sorry, David. Did I interrupt you?
no, you didn't.
You
man.
got an echo though.
Okay, I'm getting a bad echo.
Oh, maybe if you're not talking, everybody mute. That'll fix that.
Okay. It's really bad. The question is it my fault? All right. Anyway,
I'm not
it
hearing
seems
any on my end.
away a little bit. So there's a fallacy called the affirming the consequent fallacy. So we're gonna start. I'm not going to address this picture that you're showing me just yet. But when I talk about the rule of geometry, and by the way, I did the geometry because we're told that the Earth is a ball of radius 3959 miles. Okay, and so just doing trig, you'll know that the distance to horizon can be no more than 1.225 times the square root of 1.225 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Okay. Now, all horizons can be no bigger than that on a sphere of those dimensions. This is mathematically verifiable. So it's all of them. So if you have one instance where it matches up with where the globe would expect that horizon to be, that's one instance. That's it's a claim. All swans are white. How many black swans do you need to falsify the claim that all swans are white? Just one black swan. It's a Popper's razor. And so the Lake Pontchartrain, whatever it happens to show, I can show 100 different cases where the horizon is incredibly is way more distant than a sphere of those dimensions would allow. You have to get through that. That's a huge problem for the globe. And I'd
Okay,
like it to
which
be
ones can you show? Just show.
Okay.
And
Go ahead.
and I just need to know the conditions of the environment during that day. What was the cloud conditions, all of that. And we would need to know what kind of camera was used. And we need to know, was it zoomed in? How, like, there's certain things we'd need to know if those experiments are accurate.
No
Well,
worries.
we'd also need to.
Would it be safe to say that clouds and atmospheric haze would make it harder to see a great distance rather than easier?
Like you were talking like cloudy day, it's obscuring the horizon. Of course.
A cloudy day would make it harder to see. You would see less far on a cloudy day, and you would see further on a clear day.
And you can see even better on some other days where the atmospheric conditions allow for that.
Atmo, what now?
Okay. And really quickly, just before you go there, this experiment was
be
done
heard.
over a 10-day period
I've now removed
where
completely
it
from the
changed
conversation, it
dramatically
seems.
the weather throughout
Host
that
has muted
time.
me and I can't
And
be
many
there
people
talking.
have gone since, soundly released this, and have confirmed this as well and posted their results. So the question would be, maybe we can ask John if we can, instead of calling Tesla and chartering a rocket out of the planet, we could just go to Louisiana and we can go into the Marriott Hotel right across from the causeway. And we can all get our cameras the way we think they should be set up and whatever camera we want. And we do a repeatable experiment over a 10-day period to bring that into account for changes in the atmosphere, the cloud, the fog, and how perspective can be affected by that, and see if we still get the same results. Go ahead,
Hello?
Nathan.
Hi.
Oh, wait, hold on. There you go.
So just wanted to double check something with Josh. So given that your co-host is now asking us to explain away the horizon in the Lake Pontchartrain image based on the maths that we laid down at the beginning of the show that you denied, and you said that we wouldn't be able to see Earth curve at the horizon, Josh. So are we now arguing for the horizon in the Lake Pontchartrain image at 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet as per the model and the maths that you denied? Or is that horizon not Earth curve? Because you seem confused about it, Josh. I just want to confirm that is the horizon at 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet that you said we weren't talking about. Because I'm very confused based on what you've said, Josh.
Well, I apologize that you're confused. No, what I'm saying is I was trying to explain something in terms of how I understood it. I was not familiar with that formulation that Patrick and you had brought about, hence why I was saying that I do not recognize that, and I explained my position on what I was talking about.
Gotcha.
If that
Do you
makes
understand
sense.
it now your co-host has put it in the same way we put it?
Well, that's great. And so let's answer his question then.
Okay. So I'd like to address Josh first, if that's all right, David.
Yeah.
Josh, it is true that you have said on more than one occasion during this discussion that the Earth is just so incredibly big that we won't expect to be able to detect any curvature. You did say that. You said that 3 times, if I'm not mistaken. And now we have this Lake Pontchartrain photo, which has what appears to be extremely exaggerated curvature. So I need to know, can we now dispense with the notion that that in the globe model, the horizon is not Earth curve? Because I really, really want to kind of nail you guys down on this, that we should expect the horizon to be of a specific distance based upon the geometry of a spherical Earth. Can I get you guys to concede that point?
They have. He just put it to us with his model. It just contradicted the host.
I'd like it to be acknowledged.
Well, no. So hold on, Nathan. Let me explain. Let me talk for a second, if that's okay. So the horizon, as we discussed right a second ago with David, does change. You even said that, Patrick, that on cloudy, different atmospheric days, the horizon is going to appear to be shorter in distance.
Sorry,
on
Atmo
some
what
other
now?
days, it's going to be.
Atmo
Nathan,
what now?
Excuse me, Nathan. I'm talking.
Just didn't hear the word.
And
What was
then-
the word? Atmo what now?
Let's not do that.
It's a begging the question
we'll-
fallacy. Do we not
Yeah,
address
but we're not
fallacies
gonna
here?
interrupt. When they make fallacies, we're not going to interrupt.
Oh,
All
my
right?
bad.
We'll let them be
This is
fallacious.
hilarious.
All right. Please continue, Josh.
Okay. So the atmosphere or to the horizon, this can change. Atmospheric conditions, barometric pressures, amount of cloud cover, right? The amount of moisture content, carbon dioxide, all these other gases that are in the air. All these things can change and can give you different perspectives on the horizon. I said typically in the Navy, when we're looking at the ocean, I believe it was somewhere between 8 to 16 nautical miles, depending on the various different atmospheric conditions. Okay. So what I was trying to say, and this is what I thought I did iterate, is that from a eye-open position, just looking and perceiving to see if there's curve, it's not going to be seen because it's negligible at that distance. Now, looking at an object like David's showing, right, we have this curvature that's going over the horizon. Why is that happening?
It's not. It's the horizon. The horizon's not Earth curve. If the horizon was Earth curve, then every distance to horizon measurement could be no more than 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. And in the black swan imagery, we can show that the distance to horizon is beyond 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, as it must be on a sphere Earth radius 3959.
Now,
And
I
actually, it was. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I want to point out, Josh, you bring up these atmospheric disturbances or
Mhm.
Atmospheric conditions, water vapor,
Correct.
carbon dioxide, whatever, clouds. Those things make visibility less, not more. So
Well, it
I really
depends.
think that no, it doesn't. Those things really do make visibility less, period. I mean, I would just appeal to the common sense of the audience in this case. Clouds make it harder to see stuff. They don't make things appear that wouldn't normally appear.
Well, clouds and various different gases existing in the atmosphere are different things. Clouds are a concentration of water vapors, where
They
in
make
the sense of
visibility less, not more.
clouds do.
Join discord.gg/flatearth and enter a check-in room. Someone will come along and verify you to get involved in the conversation about our Earth.
You
I've
guys,
seen a lot of those.
I would bet.
You guys had Soy Boy on the mic today.
Oh, what's up, Toy Boy? Go ahead if you want to chime in with a question or something.
Well, Soy Boy wants to say that in the Cavendish experiment, space is bent, and that's the cause of the observed phenomenon.
Well, from my understanding, it's not really an experiment, is it? Because first of all, you don't even have a naturally occurring phenomenon.
He's saying something that wasn't even conceptualized at the time of Cavendish, though. That's kind of weird, Soy Boy. So, can you provide a citation from that paper that says anything about space bending?
I just cited a Wikipedia article.
That's not a citation, though.
Why not?
Well, it's just a link to Wikipedia. I mean, the citation would be the thing specifically what you would like to bring out of the source, which is what you posted.
But it's just kind of all there, though.
You're going to point to it with a citation. You're going to point to a specific part of the paper, right? And you're going to show that to us.
All right, then.
Yeah, if you're going to cite Wikipedia, or Google, why do you even bother? We could just do it ourselves and bypass you. Hey, at 6:15, I just posted something. My friend Alan, who's been in here, and he did How Math Became Reality. He dumped a bunch of stuff on me today, put it in my little debate area, and one of them is this map right here, which is basically what they try to cover when it comes to cell phone coverage and things like that. So when that 14-year-old came in yesterday and said, I can go out into the Pacific and I can get coverage because of satellites above, he was assuming that he could get coverage out in the Pacific Ocean, and he's telling us, ha, 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 I can get coverage. He can't even prove that he gets coverage because, this map right here is an example of what they do for us as far as giving us coverage. They don't cover the ocean. I mean, it's a waste of time.
Yeah, totally. But what I would like covered is where this bendy space-time citation is within the Cavendish paper.
It's in their imagination, heretic.
You're right. That is where it is.
Oh my goodness.
That's why you can't link it in live stream voice text, because it's just in his head.
Well, I was trying to find the original paper, but there's a Harvard article about it, and I'm trying to find the original paper, but
It's just a
it's
leading
not gonna-
question anyway. Do you really think that you're going to look in the Cavendish paper and find a citation of something that wasn't even conceptualized when that paper was written?
It's not about like the conceptualize. It's a demonstration of a phenomenon.
Okay, a phenomenon being what? The bending of space-time?
The acceleration between two masses.
Oh, okay, but you said the bending of space-time, though.
It's inadvertently
Changing your claim. Changing
it's
your claim.
inadvertently the bending of space-time.
Well, how do you know that?
Where's it at?
Because the attraction of mass is understood as the bending of space-time.
Really? And that's based on the Cavendish, what you just said.
Two masses. Well, gravity is the attraction of two masses, or the acceleration of two masses toward each other.
So what happens during Cavendish is due to the bending and warping of space-time?
Yeah.
Okay.
Whoa.
Can you cite that from Cavendish then?
I can cite a paper, but Cavendish at the time, that's not what he was trying to prove. It was only proved later.
Who proved it?
I don't know.
Oh, okay. So why do you think?
I don't know. It was proven, but just by imaginary guy.
Well,
Yeah.
saying I don't know doesn't mean it wasn't proven by an
Yeah,
imaginary
but
guy.
it doesn't mean that it was proven either, because
Oh
you
my
can't
God.
cite
You
it.
don't
You have no clue. You're just
If you don't have
making
a
a claim.
citation,
Well, there are citations by Harvard and
Then bring
Yeah,
it to
okay.
Connecticut.
Okay, so, well, a minute ago you had no clue. Now you say that you do have a clue. It's Harvard.
no,
so
that's not a
cite it
person.
then.
Harvard is not
Well,
a person.
Okay, yeah, that's irrelevant. So just give us the source, right, that actually demonstrates that anything that happens in the Cavendish is due to the bending and warping of space-time. I want to see a demonstration, please. With citation.
I have a citation of Harvard, but I'm trying to find their sources, and I'm unable to find their link. It was probably not on the internet.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like it's what I'm asking for.
Is Harvard made up of people, or is Harvard just Harvard? Does Harvard?
Harvard's a college.
Is Harvard made up of people? Is a college made up of people?
Yeah.
Okay, so Harvard. You said Harvard's Harvard. No, it is somebody at Harvard who did it, because Harvard consists of people, correct?
Yeah, but it's probably a group of people. It's not just one person.
Are we at probably now? I like probably.
So why is it so hard for you to provide a citation to back what you say? Is it because what you say is horseshit?
No. I have a citation from Harvard, but it's just going over the experiment. It doesn't.
Well, if you want to post it, we can take a look.
Yeah,
If you
we'll
haven't
take a
posted
look.
already, we'd love to. We can all kind of go through it if you want to. It's no problem.
I mean, I'm a flurf, and I passed sixth grade, flunked seventh, but I can still read a little bit. Go ahead.
And we appreciate you. We appreciate you. Hopping on the mic, Soy Boy, as well. So I know the grills are hot, but
The grills are hot.
it is appreciated. So
That's good. That's a good. The grills are hot.
It just goes over the math and just what the experiment is, the setup and all that.
That would be a conceptualization of what's going on, then, not a physical demonstration. Math on
But it
paper
does
alone is just a
demonstrate.
conceptualization. No, it doesn't. Demonstration
does.
would be physical, right? That would be in the physical world. So you physically manipulate the space-time that you're saying was bent, right? And then you would do that to demonstrate that it was the cause of the observed effect.
I mean, well, you don't really need all fancy math to see that it is moving two objects. So there's two objects moving.
Yeah, there's that part, but we want to know that the cause of it is the bending of space-time, like you said.
Yeah, well, it is the bending of
Okay,
space-time, because how
validate
else
that.
would these two masses be attracted to each other?
that's not
Yeah, you
that's
said-
not
you
how
said
you
it
present
is.
evidence, though. I'm sorry, but you can't just say like, well, it is. Just how else? Why? How isn't it? Like that's not really a good way to make a case.
Yeah, how is
That's
that
from a
validated?
third-party position.
You say
This-
what we're observing there is due to the bending of space-time. How is that validated?
What else would it be? It's like that's not really an argument. Sorry. if
Well,
that's-
in this experiment, we can see that there's two objects accelerating toward each other.
Yeah, we see that part, but what we don't see is the bending of space-time part, which you claim was responsible for that effect.
We can see these two objects are attracted to each other, and
Yeah, I know.
there's no other force exerted on them.
Listen, you are talking about an effect, an observed phenomenon. You're making a claim about the cause. It's that cause part that we're asking you to demonstrate. Then you just keep repeating what we saw. We know what we saw. We want you to demonstrate the cause, to validate the cause claim that you have for what we saw. Do you get it?
But is it not apparent?
No.
Here he goes again. He's just going to talk about the effect. Again, it's your cause claim that you're trying to demonstrate.
Well, it demonstrates that there's an attraction between forces, which is gravity.
Okay, and you got
You don't
a
know it's
cause claim about that. You say gravity is the bending of space-time, right? So how are you going to validate that's the bending of space-time that causes any acceleration?
Well, gravity is also the acceleration of two masses toward each other.
Okay, so now you just changed the definition of gravity.
No, they're the same
Yeah,
thing.
no, because I asked you what gravity is. You said bending of space-time, and I say it's two masses accelerating towards each other. Those are different things.
The bending of space-time is directly related to the
Okay,
attraction between
and
masses.
how are you going to validate that?
It just is. That's a common
From
consensus.
my research,
That's
that sounds
pseudoscience.
Well, I don't have all my sources directly on me. I can Google them for you if you want.
Well, it's okay. You can take your time, but it's from my research that they're different theories. They're not additions to each other. They're not on the backs of each other.
How are
They're-
they additions?
They're not additions, is what I'm saying.
Can you prove that?
Because Newton's was superseded and replaced with space-time. It wasn't like a backpack theory. They're adding
Well,
on top.
Einstein's extended onto Newton's theory, though.
What I'm saying is, it's not that. From my research.
Oh,
it's
you
not.
can believe that.
They're mutually exclusive.
Well, we can get into it. It's not like this isn't a belief thing, so we can go through it if you want to. But from what I've learned, Newton's gravity is like a 3 space, and space-time is a 4 space. So it's not the same thing. They're different from what I've learned. So you're like intertwining them. You're like, well, Cavendish is space-time and mass attracting mass. From what I
How
learned,
is the bending and
Cavendish is-
warping of space-time an addition to mass attracting mass? It's a totally different concept.
If it's an addition, then you still have a fundamental flaw with your claim, right? You know that Newton was superseded because it didn't match certain expectations, like the presumed orbit of Mercury around the sun, different things like that. There's a 3-body problem. You're going to have all of those if you're just elaborating on this fundamentally flawed claim of Newtonian gravity.
Boy, do you know what the bending and warping of space-time curvature is?
I have an idea of it.
Can you enlighten us, please?
Well, why would I need to enlighten you? It's just
you have an idea.
it's not. You can't see it. It's an invisible thing. It's just physics. Just physics.
If it's invisible and you can't see it, how do you know it exists?
Did you just say it's just physics?
There's like
I can make any numbers equal anything I want if I really tried hard enough or made any number of formulas. That's the issue with math. Math doesn't prove
It's a
our reality.
concept.
There are proofs of this. I'm not a physicist, and I don't know the proofs right now, but there are proofs of it.
So you believe something before you've seen the proof of it?
I've seen the proof of it. I just don't have the proof on me.
Okay, if you've seen it, then why don't you know what it is?
Because I saw the proof of it, and I'm like, that's the proof of it.
Which was?
That space and space-time, like the curvature of space-time, is directly related to gravity.
Okay, that's the claim. Where's the proof?
I'm saying I don't have the proof on me. I can look for it right now, but I do not have it on me.
Okay, so you don't have the proof, but you already believe it. You already believe the claim, but you don't have the proof for it.
It's not my weed, officer. It's like, well, we found it on you, so.
I'm sorry.
Already believe.
This doesn't make sense. This is ridiculous.
It is ridiculous.
But can we just acknowledge that the attraction of that experiment is the attraction of two masses? Like, we can see that there is.
Sounds like a parlor.
What do you mean no?
Because you're making another cause claim. I don't know that those masses are attracting. There's just something happening, right? And you're making a cause claim as to why that's happening. What we keep asking you for is validation of that cause claim, and then you just loop yourself around and around and just keep repeating your cause claim.
It's also a man-made contraption. It's not a natural phenomenon occurring in nature.
The contraption is not what we're looking at. We're looking at the phenomenon that it is of those two objects being attracted.
Yeah, it's your cause claim we want validation for. We see the phenomenon. Now you tell us why it's happening, and we're asking you to prove that part, the cause claim.
Yeah, so can you at least admit that there are two objects being attracted towards each other?
They move towards each other and then away from each other, and then towards each other and away from each other.
So can we assume that it's mass accelerating towards mass?
No, we're not going to assume anything.
Yeah.
You're invoking Newtonian. So you're invoking Newtonian.
We're not seeing the claim. You're seeing what you see. You're not seeing what you're claiming.
And the phenomena is two masses being attracted to each other.
How do you know that they're being attracted to each other? It's not just something else going on.
Because they're free hanging. They're hanging in space, and when these masses are near each other, they are attracted towards each other.
But when you say attracted towards one another, are you talking about a Newtonian attraction, mass attracting mass?
Yeah.
So that precludes the bending of space-time then. That's a different claim, different geometry.
Einstein was just an extension of the Newtonian.
Show that then. Give us a citation that shows that Newton's formulas collapse into Einstein's and vice versa.
Yeah, just so everyone's aware, that is in contention at the moment. So.
Soy boy, is it possible, just possible, I want you to look inside, that you're just making this stuff up?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
How would I make up the Cavendish? It's cited. It's a thing. I'm not making that up.
You know what's interesting about Cavendish? Cavendish set out to prove density of the Earth. He didn't go out to prove mass attracts mass and two balls going toward each other. He didn't even go there. So you people, the globe side has one thing in the last 200 years, over 200 years, that proves your mass attracts mass. They have nothing else, so they go back to 1810 or whenever Cavendish happened to get your little mass attracts mass. Now, why is that, Soy Boy?
I just cited one thing. That was just one experiment. It's not the only thing.
Okay, what's the other thing?
I'm sure there's numerous other things. I just cited one, and for you to say that's the only thing is kind of ludicrous. I mean, that's just assuming.
We just rebutted how it's not an experiment. So
you haven't provided anything. You haven't provided one thing. You haven't provided anything.
I read a citation for the Cavendish experiment.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did. The Harvard.
That wasn't a citation. Oh, well. Did you actually post that?
Yeah, I did. I'll post it again if you want.
You posted a link. That's not a citation. I already told you what a citation is.
Yeah.
I need a quote from the link that you're posting, right? Specifically about the thing that you're claiming.
So so a citation can't be a paper about the Cavendish experiment.
No,
So the citation.
Yeah, go ahead. See,
No, I'm sorry. I'm kind of stepping on you. Go ahead.
I think you're going to say the same thing anyway.
Yeah,
It's all
yeah.
good.
The citation is what's in the paper that's backing up what you're saying here. The source to the Harvard. That would be your source, right? And there would be other sources inside of that reference. Actually, that's your
okay, I
reference.
see.
There's sources inside of that. So the citation's inside of there.
I'm going to have to get this man a citation for what citation means.
It's all good though. I mean, it's been a good conversation so far.
I mean, but the underlying part of the experiment, though, is the attraction of these two masses. Like,
Not an
isn't that
experiment.
indicative of gravity?
Yeah, I would say that is in contention as well. Is that's we're challenging that it's not an experiment because there's a couple issues with it.
But saying it's not an experiment doesn't. I mean, that oversees or goes over the whole phenomenon that we see.
But
I mean,
we
that's
don't
just
see a
glossing over
natural
the whole phenomenon.
It's a man-made contraption. So,
But I mean, it doesn't matter if it's man-made. We're observing something that's a phenomenon. How does it being man-made affect the results?
well, because it's supposed to be a naturally occurring phenomenon. As far as I'm aware, if you want to be claiming that you're doing an experiment, first you need a naturally occurring phenomenon. You have to set up a valid hypothesis. Which
So if I
variable which you can manipulate. This seems to be a mechanical contraption, which is sold as it's a parlor trick. It's sold as an experiment. This is kind of what I'm getting at from what I've learned. So it's selling you an idea, masked behind the idea that it's an experiment, but it's just a parlor trick. And
If
it
you
doesn't
don't
actually adhere to the scientific method. So it's not my idea, or I don't like it. It just doesn't seem to adhere to the scientific method, making it not an experiment.
If you don't like the word experiment, what would you like to call it? Because I'll refer to that because you don't really like the word experiment.
Well, again, I just explained it's not about my preferences. It's about the adhesion to the scientific method. So if it's not adhering to the scientific method and it's claimed to be an experiment, then it's pseudoscience based, just period. So
okay. I'll just call it the Cavendish phenomenon because we don't really need a scientific method to see how there's attraction between masses. I mean, it's apparent that these masses are attracted to each other.
Soy boy, do you see? Here's a good one for you. Do you see mass attracts mass as Cavendish supposedly gives us in your fairy tale? Did you see mass attracts mass anywhere in the everyday world?
Yeah.
Where?
The Earth holding us to the ground. The Earth holding in the atmosphere.
Prove gravity. What is one instrument that proves gravity?
The Cavendish. Whole Cavendish thing.
What in Cavendish fell down?
There's nothing falling. It doesn't have to be falling.
It doesn't have to be fall. You said Cavendish proved gravity, things falling to the ground, and then you said it didn't. So which is it?
I said that Cavendish proves gravity. I did not add the falling down part. That was you.
Oh no! You said things fall down. You didn't say things fall over. Where is Cavendish? Where is mass attracting mass? Things going left to right, attracting one another, seen in everyday life. Where is it?
It doesn't have to be in everyday life. I already said the atmosphere and the.
Why not?
Because the Earth is a representation of gravity.
Okay.
I'm so sorry.
Can I
when you
ask
say
something?
that it doesn't have to have a representation of real life, you do know that we're talking about science, the physical and natural world. So we are most definitely talking about reality, mate. It has to be real.
It is, I mean, in everyday life, the forces are so small that you can't really see. I mean, the orbits, I guess you could see as an example, orbits, or the ISS orbiting around the Earth, that's an example of gravity.
Okay, but which is that an example of? Because it's not the mass attracting mass that you're supposing Cavendish. That's not mass attracting mass, the reason why things orbit. That's Einstein, general warping of space-time. Wrong gravity.
But you need gravity for there to be an orbit.
Yeah, but you're talking about Cavendish mass attracting mass. That's not the gravity that is, sky gravity. Sky gravity, balls in space, bending and warping the fabric of space-time. That's not mass attracting mass, sunshine, is it? You're talking about Cavendish.
Mass attracting mass is also the warp of space-time, but
no.
It's not. We covered that.
Mass attracting mass is a mass. Hold on. A mass attracting another mass, right? Because of the size of that mass. Einstein, general relativity, the mass is in the fabric of space-time and bending and warping it. You can't choose one gravity, mass attracting mass, and then point to the sky when the heliocentric model turn around to you and say, no, that's Einstein gravity. You also have to understand that Cavendish wasn't a scientific experiment. I've already moved on to the second one. They moved on to something else because this one that you're touting, they couldn't scientifically prove this magic at a distance that Newton didn't want to be associated with. That's why it was superseded over 108 years ago. So don't die on this hill. This isn't the gravity you're talking about or we're looking for.
Well, why would it not be? I mean, it demonstrates mass attracting mass.
Hold on. It doesn't. Scientifically, according to the scientific method, it falls apart on all four things. One, it doesn't have an actual
scientific experiment.
It is claimed to be.
This clown is fence hopping though, because initially his claim was gravity is the. Sorry, Jedi. Sorry, my bad.
No, you're fine. Finish your point, buddy.
Yeah, his claim initially was that gravity is the bending and warping of space-time, and he just keeps flip-flopping from that back to it's mass attracting mass. He doesn't understand the mutual exclusivity between these claims, and he doesn't even know what he's claiming.
I'm claiming mass attracts mass. I know my claim.
That's not what you said.
I have said that before, so...
You said the bending and warping of space-time, that's what you said.
Either way, sorry, dude. Either way, can you give me the independent variable that Jim was asking you for the Cavendish experiment, please? What is it?
Independent variable is the mass.
No, independent variable. Some. Oh God. Okay,
you can change the mass. The masses change, and then it affects the acceleration.
Can I ask a question?
Dependent variable.
Sure.
What's the dependent
Hold on,
variable?
let Jedi cook.
Hold on, yeah, let Jedi go.
Can I ask a question? I haven't been in here in a while.
Hold on, let Jedi cook for a second. Hold on.
All right, let's
What's
go.
the dependent variable?
The dependent variable?
Yeah.
It's one of those two masses, so one of the masses.
Okay. So what's the hypothesis? Now you've given me independent and dependent variable, both which consist of mass. What's your hypothesis?
That mass attracts mass?
Yes, that's a problem. You can't have your cause and your effect as exactly the same thing. This is why Cavendish falls apart within the scientific method. The independent variable is mass. The cause of it is mass. If mass, then mass attracts mass. That's not a hypothesis, mate. You can't have your cause and
What you're
effect as the
doing
same
is
thing.
what you're doing is you're putting this in a scientific experiment when I've never claimed it
claimed to be
a scientific experiment. I've asked you if you'd like to call it something else, and you guys refuse. So I'm demonstrating the.
We'll call it a parlor trick, and it is proof of nothing. How about that?
So
it's not
the
scientific proof. Hold on. It's not scientific proof of anything now, is it? We can throw that away. So not scientific proof. It's just within your parlor trick, you assert something is happening and only can be caused on what you suppose it is. You've got no verification for this. You haven't varied and manipulated your presumed cause, which is gravity, by the way. This is why Cavendish experiment, you don't want to call it an experiment. It's not a fucking experiment and not proof of anything, Sunshine. Most definitely not scientific proof. So that's why they went on to the bending and warping of space-time. Have you got the independent variable for that?
Can you agree that experiment and a scientific experiment are different? Like an experiment they can be different. I can have an experiment. I can do something without a hypothesis, just see what happens. But a scientific experiment has to follow the guidelines of the scientific method. I'm just calling this an experiment. I'm not trying to say this is a scientific experiment. I'm just saying this is an experiment.
Go get a site for that, please.
And we can assume.
Please go cite that, please.
Scientific experiment what kind of an experiment is it?
A scientific experiment follows the scientific method.
That's what an experiment is.
You're talking about observational issues then.
It's redundant.
So you'll
it's like saying
understand.
flashing lightning.
Yeah.
It is the same thing.
So you're saying you cannot have an experiment that does not. So you cannot call something an experiment if it's not following the scientific
Words
method.
mean things. Words have
So,
meaning.
I've got a word for that. I've got a word for that. Yeah, that'll be pseudoscience. If it is said to be science but doesn't follow the scientific method, my friend, that's pseudoscience, fake science, not real, isn't it?
I've never
If it
said that
doesn't
it
follow-
was
It is
science.
claimed to be
No,
science.
Hold on. Yeah, if it is claimed to be science and does not follow the scientific method, that's pseudoscience then, isn't it? By definition, correct?
In that definition, it would be.
We're not waiting around for you to say it. It's already claimed to be science.
Yeah, I never claimed it would. I
know,
said,
but we're not waiting for you to do that. It's already claimed to be science.
all I'm saying is this experiment shows.
No. Why
do you
should
mean
we
no?
accept your pseudoscience? Why should we accept your pseudoscience? It's not science,
I'm
right?
not claiming it's a scientific.
You don't have to. It already is claimed to be science.
Where? Where is it claimed as a science?
Cavendish experiment. Dude.
Yeah.
All I'm saying.
If it was an experiment, they would not label it as an experiment. By doing such, they are negating everything they have done. But you yourself changing the name of it to something else doesn't change what they still call it. By them calling it the Cavendish experiment, they are presenting that that is science, which it is not.
Okay, but this is going way over the underlying fact of these are masses attracting masses.
No, it's a
These have nothing to do with the scientific
No,
method.
none of that information even matters then. If you've proven the fact that it is not an experiment, none of the information in that is relevant or even matters because none of it can be held to truth.
So this phenomenon has no value whatsoever.
You have, because you have no science to back your
Yes, for
claim.
the simple fact of prove it.
Why should to? Why should to?
Huh?
Why should to?
Well, I'm sorry, I don't understand.
If it's not scientific experiment, why should to be something to get look into?
Because it's a phenomenon. If I see this phenomenon,
It's not phenomenon. It's not scientific proven. What are you saying?
how is it not phenomenon? It's a naturally occurring
Holy shit.
phenomenon.
No, it's not. It's not occurring in
It
nature.
is.
This is a man-made
No, it's not.
contraption.
Wait,
It's a
stop.
torsion bar.
This doesn't. It doesn't matter if
It does. It's explicit to the whole argument.
Can I explain?
Listen. No. See, this is the problem with the Cavendish experiment. Your phenomena appears only in the experiment. It doesn't happen in the physical and natural world, my friend.
It does.
I'll ask you this: where?
Why would you not just test
Everywhere.
it in nature then?
In name of
No.
sport,
What
please.
do you mean
It exists.
everywhere?
It exists everywhere, but we can only see it with the help of a man-made apparatus.
That's crazy, bro.
This is a problem, right? What are your control variables in the Cavendish experiment?
Kind of like
The masses.
No, that's your
You said that was
independent
your
and
independent
dependent
variable.
variable. Hold on.
Yep.
Yeah, that's your independent and dependent variable. All of a sudden, when you fucked up the hypothesis, you can't have your cause and effect as the same thing. But my question's about your control variables, the things you keep the same. What are they?
Why do you keep jumping down to the scientific method? I'm not talking about the scientific method. I'm talking about the phenomenon.
Yeah, phenomena. Something happening within the experiment. You declare that it's happening elsewhere. Where?
If you walk on Earth, how do you stay upright?
Right, not working on his presupposition because that's not in the Cavendish experiment.
Wait. You're just completely jumping the gun. You're not even talking about it. I gave you an example, and then you're saying, no.
Yeah, because
you're
that's not in the
doing what
Cavendish experiment, is it? So
But
this is the
it's the
thing.
same
This is
thing.
why this is why the Cavendish is not an experiment following the scientific method and is pseudoscience, not real science. Why are you believing in not real science? You naturally observe phenomena. Dude, why are you interrupting? I'm trying to help you.
Oh,
Your
sorry, I didn't hear you.
independent variable. That's fine. Your dependent variable, your presumed cause, is something that must be happening in the physical and natural world, because you want to answer the question: what causes that phenomena in the physical and natural world. So when I ask you what is happening in the world, your naturally observed phenomena, you ask me why you're not flying off the floor. I'm asking you for the phenomena. What is it?
Mass attracting mass.
No. What's the phenomena in the physical and natural world? Don't make me ask you to define mass.
I just gave you. It's the mass attracting mass. The acceleration of mass toward each other.
Where?
Everywhere. We just can't. It's so imperceivable. It's so small that we can't perceive it.
No problem. I've got gas that disperses in all directions and isn't attracting. That's mass that isn't attracting and is dispersing away. So where is your mass attracting mass? If gas is gas, if gas is mass, the Earth. Right. What's the phenomena on the Earth? Why are you not following this? It's becoming frustrating. What's the phenomena thing happening on the Earth? Where's the phenomena thing happening on the Earth?
When you have a mass attracting mass, you have to have the masses. If you have a great mass, and the smaller mass will be attracted more to it. And our masses of our scale is so small that the forces is imperceivable. And with the help of the apparatus in the Cavendish experiment, we can see it. If there was some other very, very big mass, like let's say planets orbiting each other, we'd be able to see it much clearer. But because of the masses on Earth are so small, the forces are very, very small. So we need the apparatus to see it.
So you should have just said something. You should have just said something falling. I pick something up and it falls down. Right.
I said that. I said, how are we standing upright? That's what I said.
Yeah.
I would challenge that.
You didn't say what I said. Yeah. But when you pick something up and you drop it down, right, that would be the question that you're trying to answer, wouldn't it? But we don't have this vertical movement in the Cavendish experiment. It's horizontal. And horizontal attraction isn't something that we see in the physical and natural world. And this is why I asked you about your control variables, because you have to keep everything.
The reason why it's horizontal movement in the Cavendish experiment is because it's trying to negate the gravity of the Earth. Because if it were vertical movement, then it would be affected by the gravity of the Earth. So when it's on the string, still in space, it does that so that the effect of gravity of the Earth is not affecting it. So by it moving left to right, that's the only way we can see the forces, because it would be diminished if it was vertical forces. So the forces of gravity go each which way. It doesn't have a direct up-down. And when you say up-down...
Putting it on a string doesn't negate gravity. All you're doing is giving a limitation to what it can move. So that alone also does not help in the Cavendish quantum code experiment at all. That's hypercritical to its own point.
It does, because if there was a force going down and we were measuring vertical force, if it was flipped, then it would be interfered by gravities, or the Earth's gravity, I should say.
That's awesome. Is gas mass?
What? I didn't hear that first part.
Is gas mass?
Oh, yes. Yeah, gas is mass. Every atom has mass.
Awesome stuff. So you'll understand the behavior of gas, right? Gas disperses freely and randomly in all directions and doesn't coalesce because there's lots of it. So there's a mass that isn't attracting itself. You've got a huge problem with mass attracting mass, because if mass is gas, then gas should attract gas, which it doesn't.
It does,
this is the thing, but it doesn't, because you have to understand that gravity in your idea is just a vector downwards, even though you're going to post this horizontal fucking attraction that doesn't appear in the physical and natural world. Your gravitational attraction is just downwards. But you've got a problem when you come to gas. Why are you interrupting? You've got a problem when you come to gas, which is mass, because that's omnidirectional movement, which kind of fucks up your whole gravitational idea of mass attracting mass.
So why do you care if the Cavendish experiment has horizontal movement?
Because it's not, one, a naturally observed phenomena. Two, you can't have mass as both your independent and dependent variable. How you don't get this, I don't know.
Why does it matter if it's... Why does this naturally occurring phenomenon in the Cavendish, why are you saying it's not observed in the natural world, so therefore it can't exist?
Because there is no horizontal.
What?
The
So you're
Cavendish
saying,
experiment is horizontal attraction of mass. Show that in nature.
but it's attraction of mass. It doesn't have to be horizontal.
The whole point of the experiment was it was on a horizontal plane. So show us a horizontal. Show it.
The whole experiment shows it.
You're just declaring
But it's not an experiment because there's no.
Hold on.
Oh, wait, there's too many people
Sorry.
talking.
You're just declaring. You are just declaring that the source of any movement is what you suppose it is, which is gravity, right? If it moves at all. Now, for example, if I've got 5 Cavendish experiments that are set up in exactly the same way, you would expect, if this experiment was to be true, that every single experiment would act in exactly the same way. This is a problem with Cavendish experiment, it's falsifiability, because I can have 5 Cavendish experiments and they'll all do something different. Some might not even move.
Can you
Now,
prove
that's
this?
a problem, isn't it? Yeah. Go to any
No. I asked
who's
you to
done a
prove
Cavendish
it.
experiment and you will find, yeah, I am, by the source material of Cavendish experiments where every single result is wrong or different from each other, if anything happens at all. And then you're just going to assert that because something may or may not happen, the happening is only attributed to what you presume it to be, which is gravity.
If you're gonna,
This is why I asked you what your controlled variable.
if you're gonna claim that Cavendish experiment doesn't work or doesn't have what?
If you are not taking care of your experiment properly, you are.
Sorry, I didn't hear that last part. But if you're gonna say that Cavendish experiment works or doesn't work in different parts of the world, then can you provide some citation? Because you're making a claim. I mean, you might need a source for that.
You'll need a citation showing it's even an experiment. You haven't given us a viable
It's in
ID.
different parts of the world.
Huh? I don't know if it's my internet or what.
Yeah, Jedi is on a little bit of a lag, I think. Slightly Jedi. Maybe drop at, come back in. But we're hearing you just fine. It's just a little delay.
Yeah, you don't have an experiment, so what are you talking about?
It's a phenomenon.
Okay, it's a phenomenon. That's not a fucking experiment. A phenomenon is not an experiment. An experiment is a test as to the cause of an observed phenomenon.
Yeah, I mean, it's not scientific, but it is an experiment nonetheless.
Then it's not an experiment if it's not
not.
scientific.
If
Great.
it's not an experiment, none of the results or none of the information you gain from doing said whatever you want to effing call it is valid or can be used because you're not doing and using the scientific method.
Hence why it's a
Well,
power
can,
trick.
okay, can I say, so I think that mass attracts mass, so I'm going to set up the apparatus. So my hypothesis is that mass attracts mass. Then my variables
That's not a valid
are...
hypothesis.
Why not?
That's why it's not science. You just said it's not science. Now you're trying to set it up as science. So which is it, bro? You got to make up your
Because
mind.
you're saying it's not.
Yeah, it's not, and that's not a valid hypothesis whatsoever.
Why is that not a valid hypothesis?
Because you need an independent variable. You need a dependent variable. You need a control variable. So you don't have any of that. You just stated the claim as the hypothesis. That's not
the
a valid
control.
hypothesis.
The controls would be the length of the string, the torsion bar length, the mass of the torsion bar, and the dependent variable would be the masses on the torsion bar, and then the independent variable would be the masses near the torsion bar. Is that good enough?
Not sure.
Because I'll tell you why. Because your independent and dependent variable must be the same, must be different. They can't be the same. Because you are trying to prove the cause of a phenomena. A phenomena is something happening, and you want to prove the cause of it. Within your hypothesis, you've got both cause and effect as the same thing. You can't
They're
say
mass,
your
but
hypothesis.
on different. It's mass, but the masses are in different locations. One on the torsion bar, and then the other is.
That's not a valid independent or dependent variable. It
I
can't
think
be.
you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. I'm saying
he heard you very clearly. That's why he rebutted you with the way he did. And I agree with Jedi here. It's not a misunderstanding. That's
okay.
why
Then
it's not a
explain to
valid
me how to understand it.
But well, the independent variable is supposed to be your cause. The dependent variable is supposed to be the effect. They can't both be the same thing. Mass.
They Can be, but they're in different areas. It's not it's not the same place. I'm not saying that the independent and dependent are the same thing. They're both mass, but they're in different locations doing different
Holy
things.
shit! Listen to the doublespeak. I'm not saying they're the same thing. They're both mass.
Are you even listening to what I'm saying? They are both the same thing. They're both the same mass.
You're not.
One is on the torsion bar, moving towards the other, and one is stationary.
You can't use the mass though. What they're saying is as your variable, because you have to change mass to something else in a different one of those variables for.
Yeah, and the mass would change. That's one of the independent variables.
But you're still using mass. You have to use something else as your variable. You cannot keep reusing the same thing. Size of that mass is irrelevant. You cannot use mass itself as your
It is quite relevant.
Well, also the independent variable is something you need to be varying and manipulating. So
yeah, the mass of it. The mass. If there's no mass there, then it would move.
I've got to ask you, what is mass?
It's the atomic weight.
Now, what is it?
Finally.
Atomic weight. Are you sure?
Yeah. Do you know
just the bending of space-time, the weight of something, how much mass it has?
What about the resistance to inertia? Is it also that too?
Resistance of inertia, that's what inertia is. Inertia is the resistance of momentum.
So is that also how mass is defined? It's resistance to movement, for example?
No, that's inertia. Inertia is a resistance to movement. So what are you trying to get at?
Okay, cool. So mass is atomic weight. So I'm trying to ask you
how many atoms? That's a very simple, like, you guys can wrap your head around it. There's more atoms there, weighs more, right?
Think of density.
Weighs more.
Yeah.
Sorry. Weighs.
Exactly.
Or more massive. Weight and mass are the same thing.
No, it's not. This is
no.
Why not?
Do you know the difference between the atomic weight and the density of the element?
Yeah.
Okay, explain, please.
The atomic weight is how massive an atom is.
Sounds like a mole to me.
Not weight. Okay, you keep going.
Me? I just said it.
You explained one side, but the density is something totally different.
But the density, like, it doesn't matter if you can have like a soda can that's one mass, and then plastic, it's another mass. They can be the same mass, but how does the density tie into this? I'm talking about mass. I'm not talking about density. Hello?
No, it's fine. I just don't understand why we're talking about this pseudoscience experiment. Still, pseudoscience, and you're just going to keep
because it shows. It shows gravity.
Yeah, of course you can.
It doesn't.
I think
it does. How does it not?
Jenna, go ahead, Jenna, real quick. Just want to get your question. I know you've been waiting, so why don't you just go ahead.
Real quick, okay, so like in the heliocentric model, the moon is a skyrock. Skyrock is mass. Earth is mass. Mass attracts mass. Moon has not crashed into Earth yet at all this time later. And that's all I was going to say.
It's in orbit. Why would it crash into Earth?
Mass attracts mass.
Because it's mass.
Okay. Do you guys understand how an orbit works?
Mass, okay? If mass attracts mass in your heliocentric pseudoscience model, and the moon is a frickin' skyrock, then it should have frickin' crashed into Earth, like, upon its dawning, right? Upon its creation, whatever, mass attracts mass. It's ludicrous. It's ridiculous. It's idiocracy.
Yeah, that is got my mind stumped, because that is the most idiotic thing I've heard all day.
I don't know.
Well, that's interesting.
If you replay, that'll probably be the dumbest thing.
Seems pretty logical to me.
So
as soon as Jenna mentioned the moon, we swapped gravities. That's Einstein now.
So
right,
you were saying, Jenny.
Sorry. Correct. Now that we've gone to the moon, that's the bending and warping of space-time for its orbits. Right?
Well, we haven't
That's
switched
the
gravity.
heat.
Gravity is the one coherent.
Yeah, we did as soon as we went to the vacuum of space, mate. As soon as we started talking about orbits and stuff, that's Einstein general relativity. You know, the ball Earth bending and warping the fabric of space-time, and the rock ball moon spinning around it. That's general relativity, that is. That's not mass attracting mass. You don't even know your own model.
So, are you saying that an orbit is not mass attracting mass?
Yeah, well done. Einstein, general relativity over 108 years ago. You know, 1919, the observation of a solar eclipse. Do you remember this part of your religion? Do you know this?
His objective was not to prove mass attracting mass because it's already been proven. He was just trying to demonstrate why.
Dude, let Jedi go. You have no idea what you're talking
No, not scientific. Sorry, guys. Sorry. Not scientifically proven, right? Remember, we've gone through this. Cavendish was pseudoscience. That came out of your mouth. So it's not scientifically proven, then, is it? This is why it was superseded 108 years ago, because they couldn't scientifically prove it. And that's why they went on to Einstein's general relativity. So when you point at the moon, that's not mass attracting mass now, is it?
They needed the extension of Einstein to prove the experiment. They needed the extension.
Not an extension. It's
It is
new
an extension.
Claim. No, it's a new claim that superseded the previous claim.
Oh
It's
my
not
God!
an
How did it
extension
supersede?
of the previous claim? I'll get you a citation for that right now, and then you can counter that with one that shows that they're one and the same. 1 second.
They act in two completely different geometric spaces. One happens in 3D Euclidean geometry. The other one happens in 4D pseudo-Riemannian properties. So they're in different geometries, mate.
So can I ask you something? Do you guys know how an orbit works?
What?
Yeah, of course.
Because you guys obviously don't understand how an orbit works. Jenny,
You
Jenna,
don't.
Yeah, no, I absolutely understand how an orbit works, my brother. But however, that's a whole pseudo-scientific hypothetical idea of a world that doesn't actually exist. That's the point we're
It's
getting.
also
to.
completely non sequitur.
You don't know how an orbit works because you can't even get your claim about what causes it straight. So you definitely don't know how it works.
That's a logical fallacy. I mean, you're saying you're wrong because you can prove this other thing that's irrelevant.
You can't just say that's a logical fallacy. What fallacy would that be, sir?
I just said it's a fallacy. I don't need to tell you what kind of it is.
Yes, you do. Or it's completely invalid. You can't just say, "Well, that's a logical fallacy."
I just said
what is the fallacy?
He's saying that I don't know what orbit is because I didn't say something about something that was completely irrelevant.
What would the fallacy be?
Your opinion is that fact was
I
irrelevant.
think I'm calling you out.
He couldn't even quote what I said. He couldn't even quote what I said, but he knows it's both a fallacy, one that he can't name, and that it's irrelevant. How do you know that if you don't even know what I said?
Come on, dude.
Didn't the Russian space researcher just state not too long ago that the Earth, the moon flies within the Earth's atmosphere?
The exosphere? That's a debated subject.
I don't know, man. So we can debate their claims about the heliocentric model. We don't just randomly believe everything they say. We can question it now. Well done.
The exosphere is like just there's like trace amounts of like the atmosphere and space, and some people say it's atmosphere and some people don't, so it's just kind of debated. So I mean, if you want to say that the moon is in Earth's atmosphere, technically I guess you could say that because there's trace amounts of the atmosphere that far out, but
there's astrophysicists.
One experiment that made use of creating orbit. How did they replicate orbit?
What is this?
How did they replicate orbit?
Like who? Like what? Like on Earth?
Yeah, how did they do it?
Well, you can't really replicate orbit on Earth because it's.
So why do you
don't
believe
have,
it then?
Huh?
Why do you believe it then?
Because it's just not possible in our atmosphere and on our Earth.
Why?
He believes it because it's not possible.
In our circumstance, it's not possible. If we were in space, we could have two things orbiting each other, but we don't have anything of mass of that size. We don't have anything that massive that we could put into orbit because Earth Earth is already in orbit and it would interfere with it. So, like, you can put two magnets. Like, if you throw two magnets at each other, they kind of orbit for a little bit and then they hit together. Like, that's kind of close, but we don't have that kind of mass and attraction.
Why did they weren't able to replicate it in vacuum?
Because our magnetic field is affecting it, so we can't have a good orbit.
You can shield it. You can shield everything from magnetic influences.
It's not magnetic. Gravity is not magnetic. No, it's not.
What it said.
What it
This
said.
is a problem. Sorry, this is another problem with the Cavendish experiment because your control variables, you just admitted to electromagnetic fields. What about the gravitational influence of the sun or the moon or anything else? See, this is another problem with the Cavendish experiment. You're just going to blindly assert that any motion, even if there isn't any, is only because of your presupposition of mass attracting mass. This is why it's not a scientific experiment. It falls apart on every single step. But you still want to give us this pseudoscience as proof of your fucking bullshit. It's crazy to me. Why are you doing this?
Let's just keep it a little civil here. We don't need to interject swear words into here. But I'm preaching this.
You've got a backbone. You got a backbone, haven't you, mate? Be challenged on what you say. Don't focus on the words that I'm necessarily saying, and don't get hurt by my timbre.
I'm not hurt.
You on what, good, then don't bring it up again then. So I'm just challenging you on what you say because what you say is ridiculous. You're giving us pseudoscience and declaring it proves something. Do you understand how ridiculous that sounds? It's pseudoscience, but it proves something.
I mean, everyone's entitled to their own opinion. If you want to believe it's pseudoscience, that's
it is pseudoscience by definition.
By definition, it is pseudoscience. You believe in pseudoscience. I'm pointing the fact out that you're trying to sell us pseudoscience. How do you feel about both believing in pseudoscience and trying to sell it to other people? Do you not feel ashamed?
It's not pseudoscience.
It is by definition. Excuse me, 2 seconds. Hold on. We admitted to this 5 minutes ago, no less. If it doesn't follow the scientific method and is declared to be science, it is therefore pseudoscience. By definition, you admitted to this. You understand that the Cavendish experiment is not a scientific experiment that follows a scientific method, therefore is pseudoscience by definition. You are believing in pseudoscience and trying to sell people pseudoscience. I'm going to ask you again, how do you not feel ashamed of yourself?
Can I ask you one thing? Who said it was science? I mean, I'm not talking about the science here. I'm talking about the phenomenon. So is Harvard declared this science, or?
We're back to square one.
Why is it called the Cavendish?
Because in order for it to be pseudoscience, someone has to claim it's science, as you said.
Yeah.
Who's done that?
It's called the Cavendish experiment. The word experiment. Sorry, the word experiment in science means hypothesis test. You make a supposition into a cause and effect relationship, and you test that in an experiment. When they say experiment, science, but when you look into it, there is no hypothesis testable, right? It falls apart on all 4 steps. It is not science, so therefore pseudoscience. They said experiment. Proof scientifically that mass attracts mass. So do you feel ashamed?
I mean, for an experiment, like his hypothesis, like he was trying to prove density, right? As you said, like that was his hypothesis. So, I mean, there was a hypothesis to this information, to this experiment.
No, so it wasn't a hypothesis. Well, yeah, you say hypothesis. Hypothesis, so science then.
What?
Experiment, hypothesis test, so science, right? You said hypothesis, so science, right? You said experiment, so science, right? You are, and they were, talking about a scientific experiment. It is herefore declared as pseudoscience because you know now, as well as I do know, that it doesn't follow the scientific method. There is a hypothesis that is malformed. You can't have your independent and dependent variable, your cause and effect as the same thing. How ridiculous does that sound? Stupid, right? To any rational thinking human being. So please understand that this isn't science, not proof of anything. You can't sell this to anyone. Stop trying.
So does it break down at the independent variable and the constants and the dependent variable?
What's the independent variable in the Cavendish experiment?
The mass. The mass near the torsion bar.
No, yeah, exactly. So you don't observe the phenomena in the physical and natural world. You create
it is in the physical natural world.
Hold on. You create the experiment and then you see it in there. But you don't see it in the physical and natural world. Otherwise, you would be able to give me the independent variable in the physical and natural world, because that's what science does. It deals with cause and effect relationships in the physical and natural world. Your independent variable must be a phenomena happening in the physical and natural world, not something happening in a man-made contraption. Idiot.
That's kind of contradictory. I mean, you're saying that it has to be a phenomenon that exists in the physical and natural world. So is our atmosphere and is our Earth not physical and natural?
Yeah, but the Cavendish experiment, a man-made device, isn't physical and natural now, is it?
So it does exist in the physical and natural world.
And that's where you observe your phenomena, in the man-made contraption, not the physical and natural world. Physical and natural world is outside of man's influence, as in we can't fucking touch it.
So do you want me to build this contraption out of vines and sticks and rocks? Would that be good enough?
I want you to at least have something falling.
What? It doesn't have to fall. Mass attracting mass doesn't have to fall.
Well, that would be the phenomena that we witness in the physical and natural world. You know, Newton and the apple falling from the tree.
Yeah, you guys don't believe in gravity. Like, you guys are talking about relative buoyancy, so buoyancy has nothing to do with this mass.
Give me a scientific experiment that proves it then. Being as we all know that the first one is pseudoscience, give me another one. Let's see if that's science too. It's not because we don't believe it. You've got no scientific validation for it.
I mean, if you really want to look in the Cavendish experiment, then you would see that it's not pseudoscience.
Have done. You've also just declared that it was pseudoscience 5 minutes ago because it doesn't follow the scientific method.
I've not declared it as pseudoscience.
Okay, then why you're independent and dependent? Why your independent and dependent variables is exactly the same thing? That's a malformed hypothesis. Your naturally observed phenomena doesn't happen. Yeah, it is. You can't have your cause and effect as the same thing. You fucking idiot.
They are both masses, but those masses are located in different places. It's not the exact same thing. They're both mass, but they're not the same thing.
You can't have your independent and dependent variables the same thing, my friend. You
They're
just
not the same
cannot.
thing.
They are mass.
They're not. One is on a torsion bar, and one is not. Those are not the same.
But they are both still mass, so it does not work. You need different variables.
But okay, so can you guys visualize anything? Is it possible for you guys to visualize in your head?
I don't know if you can.
I'll put up a link to a picture if you want.
Yeah, provide practical demonstration. We're not. Yeah,
so
we're not operating.
I have to use my imagination? You're saying I have to use my imagination and visualize something for it to be anywhere near possible. I don't know.
Because
that sounds like
doesn't seem like you have the capability.
Hold on. I was still talking. Thank you. I was still talking. But it sounds like you kind of have to be in like imagination land and like picture things that don't actually exist in the physical world for gravity to even be a thing. Anyway, next.
So the torsion bar mass and the mass that is not on the torsion bar, those are different. Do you understand that?
Look, mate, you just literally insulted us by saying, is it possible for us to hold an idea in our heads? I mean, you're fucking insulting, mate. Why anybody should talk to you from this point onwards, I don't know. That's insulting.
I mean, you guys are also a low insulting as well.
What? Because we challenge you on what you say?
Well, I mean, just take quantum eraser.
Is quantum eraser here? No, he's not. So in this conversation, you're just being a pussy.
Well, that's
so if I just,
so you just kind of prove my point.
Picture myself finding gold with a rainbow, right? So
Jenna, you're really quiet, mate.
You keep
so if
double.
I just picture myself, like just imagine it. Imagine I find gold at the end of the rainbow, right? Does that even like make it real? I can imagine any freaking thing I want, bro. But that's the whole thing. Is it doesn't make it true to observable reality. Okay. Observable reality, the sea is level and level doesn't freaking curve. These are really simple basics. Super simple basics, but you want to argue this bullcrap about gravity. Take gravity out of your vocabulary, and what are you left with, brother? You are left with relative density and relative buoyancy, which is actual, verifiable, provable physical science. It's not a pseudoscience like gravity. So if you take the word gravity out of your vocabulary completely, you have to deal with the physical science of buoyancy and density through various mediums. That's what the word relative means in relative buoyancy and relative density, relative to the medium that the object is in. Okay? Did I go over your head with that?
No, but have you ever seen the
Does
ISS?
that make sense? But
Yeah,
does
it makes
that
sense.
make
I mean,
Yes,
kind
we
of,
have.
but it's not really correct.
If you take gravity, if you take the word gravity completely out of your lexicon, completely out of your vocabulary, you are literally left with relative density and relative buoyancy. Okay?
And mass attracting mass.
Of an object to its various
sorry,
medium, or
Jenna.
the density of an
Sorry.
object to its various
Jenna.
medium, right?
He's doing
Sorry.
it again. He's
I've really got
responding.
to point this out. Sorry, really got to point this out because we're trying to prove gravity here, aren't we? So it's interesting to me that gravity hasn't appeared as the independent variable, as the cause of anything yet. It's kind of interesting, right? We're trying to prove gravity, but it's not appearing in any hypothesis. It's not appearing in any experiment. We're just making declarations. If your presumed cause of a phenomena is gravity, then it better be a fucking independent variable and you better be able to vary and manipulate it. Oh, you can't. See, this is the thing.
The
You're
dependent
trying to
variable.
prove isn't gravity, is it?
That's a hypothesis is mass attracting mass.
Yeah, so your hypothesis should be a cause and effect supposition. If this presumed cause, then that effect phenomena. So if you're trying to prove the cause of a phenomena is gravity, you better have your independent variable as gravity, sunshine. Cause and
Mass
effect
attracting mass is the same thing.
No, it's not.
It is.
No, it's not. We're trying to prove gravity. We're trying to prove gravity. So gravity better be your independent variable, the thing that you vary and manipulate. So you can say that gravity is or is not the cause after you've tested it. That's science, right?
So is gravity
your presumed cause? Your presumed cause is what?
Mass attracting mass. Same thing as
So not
gravity.
gravity then.
So why is it not?
Because you've got gravity, same thing as mass, as both your cause and effect now. If gravity, then gravity.
What do you think gravity is?
I don't think gravity is anything because there's no scientific experiment to prove it.
Oh, okay, I see here. So why don't we just call mass attracting mass if you don't believe in gravity?
But that would be gravity, wouldn't it? Or mass attracting mass. Two things magically attracting each other through distance, even though we decide to dismiss any and all other possible variables.
I mean, if you want to say it's magical, then...
Oh, it's not me. That'd be Newton. He didn't want to be associated.
When you say magically, that's also kind of insulting as well.
Well, that's what Newton said. He didn't want to be associated with the quote-unquote magic at a distance. Don't associate me with that stuff. It's stupid. He
But
said,
you just
the guy...
Magic, though. You just said it was magically moving, though. What do you mean?
Yeah.
So you said don't associate me with that, but You said that.
What are you even
Magically,
talking
you said
about?
it magically moving.
Yeah, well, that's what I said. It's because he said it. That's why I said it in the first place. The magic at a distance, he didn't want to be associated with it.
Okay, bro.
You haven't got science. You don't know what science is. How dare you come here with pseudoscience and say it's pseudoscience? Your formulation of a hypothesis as both your cause and effect is exactly the same thing. And I thought we were trying to prove gravity as the cause of the phenomena. So gravity should be the independent variable then to prove the effect. You don't know what science is.
I'm not a scientist, but I have an understanding of what science is.
Awesome. So you should have done it at, I don't know, grade 5, grade 7 at high school, right? Formulate a hypothesis, the supposition into a cause and effect relationship. Usually starts with a Bunsen burner and a beaker of water. If I had heat to the water, it will boil. Cause heat, effect boiling. Ding, ding, ding. Remember this? That's a hypothesis, mate. The supposition. Yeah, exactly. So that's how a hypothesis is formed. My presumed cause is the effect. Now, you notice that boiling water wasn't my independent variable and boiling water wasn't my fucking phenomena, right? They're different things. So you do know how to formulate a hypothesis, and with that understanding, you should know that the Cavendish experiment is pseudoscience. We all know that.
I just find it kind of funny how you guys aren't facing the mass attracting mass and like to beat around the bush saying this isn't this, so it can't be true. Instead of looking at the actual phenomenon, you just say this phenomenon can't exist because of blah 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 blah. Yeah, you were.
This is why I brought up 5 different experimental setups that have varying results, because it doesn't always move. Sometimes the oscillation, not attraction, mate, it fucking vibrates, you idiot. Sometimes the oscillation isn't near enough. Sometimes the oscillation actually pushes the balls apart. So this is why I asked you about your control variables. It's not just the fucking time of day, sunshine. That will be the magnetic influence within the room. That will be the heat within the room. That will be everything. But you would just declare that if there is some movement, that's got to be gravity, and then forget about all of the ones that
I didn't say that. I said the attraction between them is the attraction between them is mass attracting mass. If you see
when it doesn't move. What happens when it doesn't move? What happens when it repulses and goes the other way? What's that then?
I haven't seen that, so I don't know what that could be because I've not seen that.
You haven't seen the Cavendish then?
I have seen the Cavendish experiment.
No, you haven't, because that happened.
No, you ain't.
No, I ain't.
Go on ahead. This was in Cavendish's original fucking papers, you idiot. Cavendish's original papers. Couldn't get them to move. They moved a little bit. They didn't move, and they went the other way.
I've seen this experiment, and it does seem to attract towards each other, but then they hit, and then they slightly go backwards. So
that's brilliant. What happens when they don't move? What happens when they don't move?
Well, they do move. You have to have them close enough so that they do move.
Stream then restarts.
One day of the year, he put this stick up, and exactly 12, he measured, or some time or whatever. They measured this length, and then the same day, at the same time, he measured the same length, and he knew the distance between these places, and then he could calculate curvature on that. It wasn't that accurate, but he calculated. And I don't know who this was.
Do you know that was Aristosthenes, and do you know why he calculated the radius of the Earth? Because he already presumed that the Earth was a ball anyway, and by finding out the lengths of shadows and inserting an R in his calculation, why we all surprised he ended up with a ball, being as he presupposed one anyway. It's interesting, right? You've stood underneath a light, you know that the shadow is directly underneath your feet, but when you walk away from that light, your shadow increases. You've done that on the flat floor. So this isn't proof of anything, and most definitely not drop over distance. It was Aristosthenes.
I don't think it was Aristophanes. This was some other guy after him. But I don't know that.
As the history guy here, it was Aristophanes who did it in ancient Greece.
Regardless, he assumed the Earth to be a ball, so he used the calculations to find out a ball. So guess what he got? He got a fucking ball. I've just walked you away from underneath a light. You understand walking down the street at night, when you walk away from one light and the shadow increases in front of you. He done this on a flat surface. So again, not proof of anything.
The scale, though, that wouldn't have. It would be minuscule. It wouldn't have any effect.
What do you mean scale? The sun's really high up in the sky and the earth is fucking big. At one point you stand directly underneath the sun. It was a well, by the way, and you saw the reflection of the sun's light directly ahead. 500 miles away and saying somebody else with a fucking stick noticed the shadow. Brilliant. The earth's really big, the light's really high. You've moved away from underneath the light, and don't be surprised when the shadow increases in front of you. The surface of the earth does not need to be curved for shadows to increase, you idiot.
So are you saying that the ISS, they didn't calculate it, so therefore they couldn't launch the ISS?
Well, they can't launch the ISS into second law of thermodynamics violation known as the vacuum of space because they declare it to be an open system. So you got fucking problems there. That's a defiance of entropy. You can't defy entropy, can you? It's a law of nature. Entropy increases. You're talking about. Go on, what?
So I have a question. What do you mean by a second violation of the second law of thermodynamics? What do you mean by that? Can you paraphrase?
Yeah. Do you know what entropy is? Direction, right? I'll give you an example. I've got a hot cup of coffee and I leave it alone. What happens to the hot cup of coffee? It gets
cooler.
Cold, yeah, exactly. High pressure systems disperse into lower pressure environments. I've got a gas container. I pop it. The high pressure disperses into the lower pressure environment. I've got a vacuum chamber. I open the vacuum chamber. The higher pressure outside disperses into the vacuum bit, right?
So what causes that, though?
Now,
what causes that?
We don't know.
Vacuum?
Dude, we're talking about a law of nature. Right, you do understand that laws of nature. We've literally got down to the last bit of it, and entropy is a law. It is what it is. It does what it does.
So you're saying
high pressure. High pressure systems disperse into lower pressure environments. Is the Earth an open or a closed system?
It's open.
Awesome stuff. So you will understand that we are devoid of any necessary antecedent for the consequent of gas pressure. As in, to have gas pressure, you need a contained volume for the gas to exist in, and the pressure is defined as the force that the gas exerts upon the walls of the container. Problem one, we're breathing gas pressure within an open system. Fuck me. Problem two, it's an open system. So according to laws of nature, the high pressure environment should disperse into the lower pressure environment. We've got high pressure here, there's a vacuum out there. You understand what's going to happen. You burst a balloon before the gas is going to disperse or fuck off into the lower pressure environment.
So there's one problem with
your
that.
Satellite. Go on, say gravity. Say it.
No, there's a problem with that. You're talking about how if we take a vacuum chamber in an atmosphere and then we release it, the atmosphere fills that. So my question to you is, do vacuums suck?
No, the high pressure disperses into the lower pressure environment. You idiot. I've said this 3 times.
Yeah, right. And that's in atmosphere, though.
Yeah,
With no atmosphere.
Everywhere. Dude, everywhere. It's a law of nature, isn't it? This is why it's a law of nature, right? So everywhere then.
So do vacuums exert force?
No. The high pressure system will disperse into the vacuum. It's the gas that's here that's busy and energetic, you know, the stuff that moves freely and randomly in all directions and only can be stopped when it bounces into something physical. Like when you contain it in a football. There you go, I've got a container of gas and I can kick it around a football pitch. If I burst the ball, the high pressure system within the ball is going to follow this law of nature and disperse into the lower pressure environment. So I'm going to have to say this again. We're breathing the consequent of gas pressure in an open system. Fuck me, there's problems there because the gas needs something to press upon. It's not going to press on a vacuum now, is it? I'll tell you what it is going to do. It's going to disperse, though, because the energy comes from the gas. The gas moves freely and randomly in all directions, and there's lots of space out there for the gas to freely move into because there's nothing physical in the way. So your International Space Station is in the second law of thermodynamics violation. My friend, you can't have vacuums of space uncontained from gas pressure systems, you idiot.
So in the heliocentric model, we have an atmosphere, which is in the heliocentric model is described as like it's held together from the gravity, and that gravity creates the pressure that is around us, holding the air in. And in the heliocentric model, it is described that the vacuums, they do not suck. So
hold on. Hold on. No.
Why?
Because no one here said gravity. No one here said vacuums suck. Right? And you have said gravity.
Okay, just
also,
interrupt
you
me
have
some
said
more.
gravity. Oh, excellent. You said gravity. You got a scientific experiment that proves that?
Can I finish what I was saying about the heliocentric model?
You said gravity. Yeah, have you got gravity and you've got a scientific experiment to prove that? You're going to say gravity is defeating entropy. You're going to say that gravity causes a decrease in entropy where entropy increases.
That's
awesome.
not what I was going to say.
Have you got a scientific? Awesome. I don't care. Which direction's gravity relative to you and the Earth? You pick something up and you drop it. Which way is gravity?
Relative to me, it's down.
Awesome stuff. And which direction does gas go?
It's held together, down.
No, no. Gas disperses freely and randomly in all directions.
But then, if it was,
which way does the dude? Which way is the gas going right now? Where's it going?
I don't
Which
know.
direction?
I can't see.
Awesome, but you understand that it's described as moving freely and randomly in all directions, right? All.
That's on a small scale.
No, yeah, in all scales, natural laws, right? Here in the physical and natural world, every single scale, right? So you understand that a football takes the shape of a sphere because the gas is pressing in every direction outwards, right? Like a balloon, the gas is pressing 360 degrees omnidirectional around it, outwards in all directions. You say gravity is just a vector downwards because you pick up a rock and you drop it. Awesome stuff, that's fine. Scientifically speaking, though, when we're looking for an observed phenomena, I'll tell you what, even though you haven't given me gravity, I'll let you fucking have it. There you go, mate. You've scientifically proven it, whatever. But we've got a fucking problem now, because even though gravity is just a vector downwards, the gas is moving freely and randomly in all directions. So we don't have a phenomena to even start asking the question, what caused it?
Gas is moving freely everywhere, but that doesn't mean that it can't be influenced by gravity.
Well, it isn't, because I've just told you that scientifically we don't have the observation of gravity doing anything to it.
So you're saying
gas moves freely and randomly in all directions. Gravity is just a vector downwards. If I was to pop a balloon, the gas would move in all directions. If I was to drop a rock, the rock would go down, right? You don't have an observed phenomena.
That's because the rock is too massive.
You don't have an observed phenomena. You don't have one. Gas moves freely and randomly in all directions. I'll give you gravity. It's not affecting gas, mate.
I'll give you an example. So the atmosphere has different layers of it. So the closest to the Earth is the densest, and as you go away, there's less dense. So that can be described as gravity having a bigger pull closer to it. So when the gas is closer to the Earth, it has a bigger pull, and there's more atmosphere. It's higher pressure.
Where's the gas produced?
The gas isn't produced you can produce things like trees can produce or exchange, I should say.
There you go. Nitrogen cycles, carbon cycles, yeah. So the gas is produced down here at ground level because of biological and chemical cycles, right?
So why would it not go up?
Well, it does. This is the thing I'm trying to point it out. So within the mass of the Earth, the thing that you're saying is keeping the gas here, the first instance of the gas is to fuck off away from the mass that you say is attracting it. That's brilliant. So we don't have the observed phenomenon of your mass attracting gas because the first instance of gas is to move away from the mass. Obviously, gas moves freely and randomly in all directions, so you don't have the naturally observed phenomena of gravity acting upon it. It also doesn't appear in... No.
We see air or the atmosphere randomly moving every direction on a small scale, but if you were to look at it from the ISS perspective, that wouldn't be the case. You would see it would be denser, and then it wouldn't be dense. Like, it's too far to see exactly, but you can see the levels of the atmosphere.
Yeah, I know, but you understand what happens when you burst a tire? The gas comes out. Because you can't have high pressure environments uncontained from much, much lower pressure environments, because that's a lot of lot of space for the gas to freely expand into. Do you know what the inverse square is?
That's only because there's an atmosphere.
No, the atmosphere's the gas, mate. The gas that we're talking about, the stuff that we're breathing, the atmosphere, the gas. Yeah. That.
Yeah, and that's created from the gravity. The reason why we have pressure.
No.
What do you mean no?
No.
What do you mean
no? Because one, you haven't scientifically proven gravity, right? Two, you don't have a naturally observed phenomenon. Hold on. Two, you don't have a naturally observed phenomenon of gas going down like rocks and shit, because gas moves freely in random directions. Please don't go up into the International Space Station, turn around and take a picture of the Earth and declare that's what it is, because that thing, the International Space Station, is in a second law of thermodynamics violation. You're also talking about a decrease in entropy every single time you invoke gravity. Decrease in entropy, sunshine. What the very fuck are you talking about? You don't know these natural laws, do you? You don't know what science is, do you?
If gravity doesn't exist, how do you explain the rock falling or people standing upright?
We did that earlier, so that would be relative.
I didn't hear that.
That's fine.
You just said it.
Shut up.
You said it.
Shut up. That'll be relative density. I'll give you an example. I've got a container, a fish bowl of water, and I've got an egg, and I drop the egg into the water, and the egg drops to the bottom of the water. Brilliant. I then add salt to the water, making the water denser, and guess what happens to the egg? It rises. Now, scientifically speaking, hold on. Scientifically speaking, being as I've varied and manipulated the medium in which the egg resides in, then the cause of the egg moving is the medium in which it is in. That's relative density, my friend.
What would happen if there's no gravity? Like, if you're in the ISS, have you ever seen those astronauts drink water?
The International Space Station is the thing that is in contention at the moment because of the place where it resides. The vacuum of space.
Have you ever seen anyone in a zero-G flight, like in an airplane going zero-G?
A parabolic flight where everybody's falling at the same rate?
Yep.
Yeah, an illusion, yeah.
Okay, so have you seen anyone have an object that stays up? It just floats, right?
This isn't proof of anything, mate. This is a non-sequitur.
What I'm getting at is that you can put a Alka-Seltzer tab. I've seen this in the ISS. They put an Alka-Seltzer tab in this water, and it's not going to the edge or anything. It's staying in the middle where it's the densest. Like, you need to have gravity. If there's density, you can have density, but you would need to have gravity in a uniform.
You need gravity because you're on a spinning ball. You need gravity because you've got people 180 degrees antipodal from you in Australia standing upside down. You need gravity to keep the waters of the earth attached even though they're tidal and not spinning off. Do that again. You're the one that needs gravity, my friend, so you better scientifically prove it. Don't ask me what gravity is on the fucking flat earth.
What?
Fucking pig.
What? I didn't even burp. That was some other guy.
That's fine, but you still haven't proven gravity, and you haven't negated the law of nature.
I've been trying to show you the mass attracting mass, but you guys just say that's not possible because some guy made this apparatus.
Is it a scientific experiment that follows the scientific methods? It's pseudoscience, not proof of anything. That's what they moved on to the second idea.
It's not even about.
So not proof of anything.
It's not about if it's scientific. It just shows a phenomenon. Can we see the phenomenon that is the mass attracting mass, mass accelerating the mass? Can we see that?
No, because you haven't told me what the control. Because two things: one, you haven't given me the control variables, and two, you're just asserting this always happens. It doesn't always happen.
It does.
I've given you. It doesn't, and you don't. It doesn't, and you don't know. This is why you told me earlier you're going to go away and do 20 experiments. Do you remember that? You don't know. You don't know.
The thing about his logic, because forget about the rhetoric and the words. The same illogical form that he's using is the same when others say, "Who cares about a phenomenon?"
But like, I'm not talking. It doesn't.
Who cares that this condition that we've created has nothing to do with a natural phenomenon?
It matters because it's strictly correlated to gravity and the explanation of
other people would correlate these made up phenomena to things as well, and doing the same thing as all.
I can correlate them if you want me to. Okay, then. So we can't even admit that this experiment shows. I'm using experiment because that's the only way I know how to say it. But even if it's not scientific, can we at least agree that there's mass attracting mass?
No, because you fail to recognize that when these experiments are done, there are 3 different things that happen. I'll state them again. 1, the objects don't move. 2, they do move towards each other. And 3, they repel. But you won't admit that.
So you're cherry picking some information out of here and saying that these...
Not cherry picking. You're the one that's cherry picking. You're only saying that when it moves, it moves. I'm pointing out there's other things that you haven't taken into account. I'm not cherry picking. I'm giving you the whole basket of fucking fruit. I'm giving you this. Jesus, man. I'm fucking trying to help you, and I'm giving you more information that you don't know, and you just want to hand wave it away because of your fucking belief that you live on a ball. You want to die on this hill. Mate, I ain't trying to convince you of anything. I'm just trying to tell you, 1, you're wrong, and you might want to fucking look into this. This being 3 different things happen within the Cavendish quote-unquote experiment. Doesn't move, moves one way, moves the other. You've not looked into it. But you did say that you would go away and do it. Go on, go away and do it. Tell me what you get.
All right. What about I can pull up a YouTube video if you want, showing the acceleration, if that's easier to see.
That's fine. That's fine. That's 1 video, remember. That's cherry picking now.
There's a couple though.
Oh, awesome. So a few that show attraction. Brilliant. Do you want me to give you the original Cavendish papers?
Sure.
The original ones. Okay, cool. And you will notice within his framework, they didn't move. They moved the other way and they moved together. Right?
All right. Let's see.
And then replicate the experiment in liquid.
So even if there's one case where they do attract, how do you prove that is not gravity?
Oh, well, you haven't got gravity as an independent variable.
Oh, what was that?
It's called a burden of proof reversal.
What does that mean?
Where the burden of proof is reversed.
Okay, whatever.
What? It's fallacy, mate. I'm just telling you what it fucking is. You just said fallacy earlier and couldn't fucking name it. At least we know what they are individually and can express them to you.
I don't know every single fallacy.
Yeah, I know. But you would just say that's a fallacy, that is, without even understanding what the fucking word is that you used. Like experiment.
Is there a citation for the original paper, or?
Yeah, just go find the original paper. I'm actually not going to do your fucking
You said you were going to post it.
I can't be asked now because you're a lazy cunt. It's a Wikipedia search.
Oh my
it's a Wikipedia search away. It's a Wikipedia search away. You're on a device right now, aren't you?
So
you're pressing buttons, aren't you?
You just said you were going to cite a paper that showed that it attracts, it doesn't attract, and then moves the other way. And then you say, I can't be bothered.
Yeah, I can't be bothered for you because you're a belligerent idiot. I have given you the opportunity to do it yourself. How about that?
But
Go do it yourself.
But if I were to find my information, you would just say that's cherry picking. So I want something from you so that I'm not accused of cherry picking.
I told you where to go. Go and pick my cherry from my tree that I told you to go and get it from. That would be the original papers from Cavendish. You can find them on Wikipedia.
If it's so easy, then why don't you send them for me?
Because I can't be bothered.
So you're going to say, I can't cite anything.
Hold on. Do you not want to be in control of your own learning experience, or are you going to pass it off to fucking other people?
Thank you, Amish.
There you go.
So, is there any citation on? Is there any?
It's going to take you a while to read that.
So, is there any part of this specifically, so I don't have to read through all of it, that says that they move, that they don't move?
You should probably read through all of it, so you get a base understanding about what it is.
Well, you're giving me a source, not a citation.
But that's fine. I haven't given you anything somebody else has.
That's what he said. Find it yourself.
I know, but he did. No, actually, he first said that he was going to give it to me, the original, and then he said, I can't be bothered.
He said, that's me. Jedi said, yeah. Jedi said, because I'm tired of this, mate. Right, this conversation's gone on for an hour, right? You haven't admitted to anything, even the claim that fucking Cavendish is pseudoscience, right?
Well, you haven't admitted that they don't move, so. If you're gonna claim that they don't move, then I'd assume some sort of source or something. But then you just say can't be bothered.
There you go. There's more in the live stream for you. There you go. Everybody else is giving them to you now. You've got a plethora of information to look through, haven't you?
All right, let's look at this YouTube video.
Oh dear. Well, you were going to give me a YouTube video, and that was sufficing for you. So why is it not sufficing the other way around?
I'm looking at it. I'm not saying this does not suffice. I'm watching it right now. I'm skipping all this. Huh?
Put yourself on mute for a bit. Watch the video.
Oh, which one? I mean, there's a couple of them. I should watch all of them?
Yeah, fuck off and watch them all.
All right.
Weird how he's asking for the citations from the paper that he brought to us to support something he said.
Yeah. Interesting, right?
It came in after
Yeah.
citing this experiment as if he had proof, like he'd done it. And then when you
Whoever that.
found it, he was
You're really quiet, whoever that is, man. I could just about hear you.
Sorry.
Who was that? No, you don't apologise, mate. Just speak a little bit louder.
Yeah, wife and kids are in bed soon. I can't go on a big rant like I want
Sounded
to.
like an incantation or something.
Your settings are jacked, I think. Whoever that is talking, we can just barely hear you.
Okay, so
You should give a strike to Scare Bear as well for that disrespect earlier.
What? Or was that him who burped into the microphone?
Yeah, he just unmuted just to do it too, which is fucked.
Yeah, well, I'll have a word with him later.
Accident. I've been here for a while. Chill out, Cal. Relax.
Wow, there's a live stream, dude. Like,
Don't tell us a stone in a glass house like you've never actually done something on mic you didn't mean.
no, I push to talk, dude.
I thought he seemed pretty genuine from what I've heard of him so far, for what it's worth.
In what way do you mean genuine, mate?
There's a strict no burping
Care Bear?
policy.
Yeah, I don't find him to be a troll. I don't find him to be a narcissist or a toxic type, from what I can tell so far.
No, he truly believes in the shit. Like a wizard.
Scare Bear? Maybe I'm confused about who we're talking about.
Yeah, Scare Bear seems alright.
I thought you were talking about the guy that we were just talking to.
Right,
that
right. That's Soy Boy.
I was just kidding.
Oh dear.
Yeah, Soy Boy is definitely not genuine. I wasn't talking about him.
Hey, Radwin, Miggy has almost 800 followers.
Holy crap.
200, let's go.
You got a TikTok account yet, CB?
Yeah, I made one just to follow. Yeah.
And we just figured out how to increase them faster. Like, yeah, it's
200
insane.
to go. We gotta put some respect on Elijah's name. I've seen y'all been working together on this project, so good job, guys. 200 more to go, and we're live, baby.
What does live mean? Live for like 30-second clips that are live, or it streams just live all day, all night on TikTok?
Live stream, baby. You know, good. You know, the Wild Wild West. Yeah.
You told me you weren't going to put that evil device crap on your evil device.
I haven't. I refuse. I just made an account on my phone, my computer, and that's made a follow. I'm 1 out of 1,000. All right, you can count me. So if you guys haven't made an account to TikTok, you know, go do it now and follow Miggy on TikTok. I think it's Mayhem 100. We need to get to 1,000 subscribers so we can go live. There seems to be like 0 people streaming Flat Earth on there. When I searched it, there was nobody. So we could totally dominate the space. If you don't have an account, go make one now.
All right, so I've watched all the videos. So the red, like, Christmas tree ornament one, that one, it might show attraction, but it's also outside and it's jiggling in the wind, so I wouldn't really say that's not really any controlled environment. So that one doesn't work. Even if it's not repelling or if it's attracting, that one, just rule it out. The one with the 66 symbols, the guy doesn't even show the example of it. He doesn't even show it working and just goes over what it is. And the tilt washer Cavendish experiment and the Cavendish experiment NG and the Cavendish gravity experiment time-lapse version 1, those both show attraction towards it. I don't get where there's no attraction. They hit it, they bounce back, and then they are attracted towards it. I don't get where there wouldn't be any attraction. But all of them, except for the what is it? The red ball, like Christmas light one, and the 66 symbols don't even show real experiments. So there's no really evidence that they don't attract. The valid ones that actually show the experiment, all attract. The red ball is swinging in the wind, and it's swinging in the wind from the start. You can see it. Like, that can't be valid. Even if it is attracting, it's not valid.
Yeah. I didn't post that, so I don't know about that one, buddy. Did you read the Cavendish paper?
Well, I watched videos because it was very easy to watch, and I didn't read the whole thing. But who is this? The admin cited these ones, so these are all showing that there's attraction. So I didn't see anywhere in here that there wasn't attraction, and they hit the more massive object, and then they bounce back, and then they accelerate towards each other. And he said the relevant part of this video, the first video, I don't really get what he's trying to say here.
You're asserting attraction. You're not observing or measuring attraction. You're just measuring movement. You're just measuring movement of some lead balls or whatever your instruments you're using, and then asserting the cause.
You can see what is happening.
You can see something moving. Yes, you can see something moving.
Hold on. Why'd you just lie, soy boy?
What did I lie? Oh.
So the first one with the physicist?
Yep.
It doesn't work at all. What are you talking about?
He was just going over it. He didn't even demonstrate it.
Did you listen to what he said? He said they couldn't get it to work, so the technician got mad and sawed it in half.
But I was talking about examples that are not attracting. He doesn't even show examples that are. He's just saying that it didn't work.
It doesn't work. That's the point.
He was saying
that's a university professor. The apparatus they're using is a scientific grade Cavendish experiment. Cavendish setup. Cost like $1,200, and it didn't work. That's the point.
Anyone can say anything. He could have said it didn't work, but it did work.
Why would he do that?
There's numerous reasons. Why would NASA lie? There's numerous reasons.
Okay, so he went to do a video on the Cavendish experiment. It didn't work, and then it did work, and he just lied and said it didn't.
Like I said, this is not. Wait. Can I finish? I was asking for any evidence of it not working, and he's saying it's not working, but that's just him saying stuff. Anyone can say anything.
Okay, and then this is next. Hold on. The next video, and they use washers, and then they get one rotation when the washers are oriented one way, and a different rotation speed when they're oriented another way. And the next one, these Christmas bulbs aren't heavy enough. They're not massive enough to do anything.
But there was a flopping in the wind, so.
Oh, now it's the wind, right? So you got lots of excuses.
Oh,
so then there's the last one, and then there's the last one that doesn't work, right?
It does. You can see it.
Dude, the last one, Cavendish Gravity Test Time-Lapse version 1, it didn't work.
What part of it didn't work?
It did not rotate the predicted value. It didn't, dude, it did not rotate the predicted value. It even says it in, read the description.
It did not.
Due to environmental problems, such as air blowing across the apparatus, the results of this experiment are compromised.
It didn't rotate at the. When you have set values in math, they're not going to line up in reality. They aren't
Thank you. Yeah, have a nice day.
That was funny.
Brilliant.
So
thanks.
the point is, right? So, okay, and then the first one I posted, they're telling you what it actually is. They're measuring an oscillation, right? What happens is it rotates, but then it starts bouncing back and forth. It oscillates. And they measure the rotational, the angular rotation, how long it takes to change the angle, right? And from that, they infer G. Okay? So that's how it's done. You didn't even know what the experiment was, and it's your evidence.
First of all, are you just going to deny that there's an attraction between these forces? We can clearly see in the
can say anything, right?
one. Wait,
People
let
can
me
say anything,
finish.
right?
Let me
No, you're
finish,
cherry
dude.
picking.
Come on,
You're
let me
cherry
finish.
picking. You're cherry picking.
No, let me finish. You guys
I
are
showed you
all
too
about
what there
letting
wasn't.
people finish, but you're not going to let me. What's up with that?
Because you're making baseless claims.
That's not valid. You're not going to interrupt someone because it's not valid or whatever. You hear them out. That's a civil conversation. Let's have a simple conversation. This is a debate live stream.
Yeah, I can hear you snickering. Okay. You're not
just
clever,
insult.
dude.
Are you just going to insult me? Like, is that your answer?
Saying you're snickering is an insult? How is that an insult?
It has negative connotations. But let's not get into that, though.
Insult. Yeah, you're not clever, dude. Okay.
So
what you're doing isn't working.
The time lapse, you can clearly see that the mass is attracting, even if it's not their expected value.
Oh, you can clearly see the masses are attracting. That you can clearly see that.
They accelerate towards each other. Did you not see that? I mean, I thought you watched the video, right?
I did. Yes.
So, do you see them?
I didn't leak the conclusions about why we're making that observation.
But can you see that these masses are attracted?
Yeah.
So we can conclude that these masses attract mass.
Why is that? Why can we conclude that? Why can't we just say it's unbalanced? Or there's wind?
It's not. He shows at the start of the video that we can see at the start of the video that he demonstrates that without any mass around it, it oscillates a little bit. There's some oscillation, but when there's masses are placed, the oscillation is.
He said himself that it's inconclusive. He said it himself. It's in the description of the video.
But so we cannot see that there's mass attracting mass?
No, you cannot.
So there's no mass attracting mass?
No, there is not.
So the time lapse is completely invalid, and there's...
No, you're drawing a faulty conclusion from the observation.
How so?
Because it was unbalanced. So, if I take a string and I hang it between two weights, right, and it's not dead center, what happens? Does it rotate?
One side goes to the ground. Hello?
Closer than that, right? When you're close enough where they're not a slight imbalance, dude, not a huge imbalance, it will rotate, especially if there's tension on the wire.
But is there not acceleration, though? I mean, you can clearly see the acceleration.
How did you measure the acceleration?
I said you can see it. I never said you can.
You have to measure it. So acceleration is the rate of acceleration, right? What is an acceleration? Tell me.
So are you saying that you can't?
Tell me what an acceleration is.
Are you telling me that you cannot see a car accelerate? Are you telling me that you cannot see a car accelerate?
I can't see a car accelerate, but we're not talking about a car. We're talking.
Can you measure that just with your eyes?
No, you cannot.
Then it can't accelerate.
It's your claim.
Then it can't accelerate, right? That's based off your logic.
I'm asking you for the evidence it's accelerating.
You're telling me that I can't see it accelerate with my eyes, and I'm giving you the same example of the car, and you're saying the same thing as me, that we can see it accelerate. So what the heck?
I said you can't. Not from looking at it.
So you cannot see a car accelerate.
You can't see a car accelerate if it's an extreme acceleration, but that's not this case. You're trying to compare apples to oranges. See, this is a rotation, right? So you're saying it's accelerated. That means the rate of change of the rotation is speeding up.
Yeah, you can see the rate of change in the time lapse. It's the time lapse. Did you not watch the video?
So tell me the change in angle. Like, how much does the angular change increase? Quantify it for me.
You can see it increase.
Yeah, quantify
it gradually goes towards the balls, and then it picks up, and then once it hits the balls, it rebounds.
Yeah, quantify it for me.
You don't need to quantify a car accelerating. I can see the car accelerating. I don't need to quantify this.
Well, in science, we quantify things, right?
Yeah, I'd have to analyze it pixel by pixel. Huh?
We don't. Oh my God, dude.
So there's no mass attracting mass in this example?
No. And the guy that made it admits it. The only one that thinks this is an example of mass attracting mass is you. And nobody else.
Not in reality.
He's just saying due to the environmental problems. I mean, it's compromised. It's compromised, but it doesn't take away from the fact that there's mass attracting mass.
Yeah, it does, because you're trying to draw a conclusion from the experiment, and the experiment on its face is faulty. So, how can you reach a conclusion from an error?
So, if there was no balls there, would there be no acceleration?
How can you reach a conclusion from the error? You're just saying that.
Yeah, I am just saying.
Well, so I got a scenario. What if I had buckets of non-Newtonian fluid, and I filled up the buckets, and that was my masses. It was non-Newtonian fluid, and I stuck them in there. What would happen?
What? Wait, can you say that experiment again?
A non-Newtonian fluid is a fluid that when force is applied to it, it gets more dense.
Yeah.
Yeah, so what would happen if I used buckets instead of balls? Buckets of non-Newtonian fluid.
Are you saying that the balls are attracted to it, or are they in the fluid?
Oh, this is over your head. Never mind. Let me forget it.
You just need to clarify. I mean, you're not really that concise.
No, it's too complicated.
Okay.
So a non-Newtonian fluid, if there's a force acting on the buckets, then the fluid in the buckets would get denser. It would get harder.
Well, it doesn't come dense. It's shear friction. It gets more viscous under pressure.
Yeah, because a force is being applied to it.
Yeah, and the reason this experiment is a thing is to show the extremely small forces. It's not about the forces.
No. Oh God! Do you know who Professor Brian? Do you know who Professor Brian Cox is? Do you know who Professor Brian Cox is? You don't know who Brian Cox is, the famous professor, scientific guy on TV, gives us loads of programs, right? You don't know who he is. Do you know who George Musa is? Do you know who Neil deGrasse Tyson are?
Yeah.
All right, so these people will declare to you that gravity is not a force. We can think of gravity as a force, but it's not a force. Professor Brian Cox, gravity is not a force. Neil deGrasse Tyson, bending and warping of space-time. Michio Kaku, bending and warping of space-time. Gravity is not a force.
If you're going to cherry pick what they're saying is, so if you're going to... Wait, stop.
No, don't stop me. This is a hostile witness on your side. Your priests say this. The guys who give us the heliocentric model turn around to us on TVs and say, gravity's not a force.
So you're going to believe...
hasn't been thought of as a force for 108 years.
Can I ask you something?
No, because I'm making a fucking statement. They don't think gravity is a force. The people who say gravity is a thing, they don't give you a scientific experiment for it, because they admit there isn't a scientific experiment for it, and it is most definitely not a force.
So you're going to believe one statement Neil deGrasse Tyson says, but you're not going to believe his whole theory of the Earth being round. You're not going to believe anything else he's going to say. You're only going to believe that one thing.
Do you know what hostile witness is? Yeah, do you know what a hostile witness is? It's somebody from your side that says something that debunks what you're fucking saying.
But he's also saying that the Earth is round.
Yeah, that's fine. Then he would have to demonstrate that with measurements of curvature, something else that is in contention. But somebody who propagates the idea of gravity, a scientist, quote unquote, will turn around to you and educational facilities around the world and say gravity is not a force.
Why do you nitpick what he's saying?
It's called fucking hell. It's a hostile witness.
Let me ask this guy.
Well, what?
Soy boy. So your claim is that these balls move because mass is attracting mass.
Yeah.
Okay. What's your evidence? That's the reason. That's the causal mechanism.
You can see this in an observation.
You can't see the mass, right? So what's the evidence that mass attracting mass is the causal mechanism?
You can literally see it.
What does that mean? What am I seeing?
You can see that mass is attracting mass.
What's mass?
I don't see masses. What does mass look like?
What?
What color is mass?
No, that's not. Oh my god. Oh my god. Elementary.
Yeah, what color is mass? What color? What does it look like?
Why are you saying? What are you saying?
You said I can literally see it, so I want to know what I'm seeing.
You can see the phenomenon. I'm not saying you can. You can see mass.
Yeah, so we want to know the cause of the phenomenon. How do we determine that?
We can determine the cause is because of the bending of space.
There was us all thinking that you were going to give us
it bends the fabric.
That was a force. What happened to that?
It is a force.
It's not. It's bending the water in space.
Wait, there's too many people talking. What?
Okay, even if you claimed it was the bending of space, how did you determine that's the cause?
There's other factors. I mean, I'm just talking about the mass attracting mass here. I believe
you're just repeating the same claim is the cause, right? I want the evidence that's the cause. I don't want your claim. I know what your claim is. I want the evidence for the claim.
The evidence is the acceleration between those two masses.
Okay, that is a circular logic. The acceleration is the evidence of mass attracting mass, and the evidence for mass attracting mass is the acceleration. That's circular logic, dude.
It's caused by this fabric of space, but we can see it because of the attraction.
We can see what?
We can see the two balls being
together. Yeah, we want to know why that's happening. What the
because of gravity, what we call gravity.
Okay, yeah, that's your claim. That's your claim. How do we determine what the cause is scientifically?
Through other methods, we can assume that if these balls attract each other, then it must be gravity.
What?
Affirming the consequent. Just full of fallacy.
Right.
Isn't what is that one? If it's like if Q then P therefore Q or whatever. It's like that. If we can prove, I mean, if we can prove, if Q improve, huh?
P, if I'm hungry, then Q, I've eaten 10 hamburgers. Sorry. Oh, fuck, I always get this the wrong way around, the P and Q fucking formulation. It's really hard. But ultimately, when we're talking about this, you're just circling one presumed cause when there could be a multiple of things. For example, when somebody says that they're hungry because they've eaten 10 hamburgers and that they're hungry and the only cause of that can be 10 hamburgers, then you realize they could have eaten pizza or Chinese or anything like that. Something else could have caused the phenomena to happen. When we're affirming the consequent, we're just saying that because the phenomena happens, it's just because of the cause that I fucking assert to be and forget about everything else, which is why I was on about you and your control variables earlier, which you didn't want to give me.
I did give you.
No, you didn't. You didn't even mention the gravitational pull of the sun or the moon, the electromagnetic field or influence of the earthly environment around it, or anything like that.
That's because you didn't ask me.
I asked you what your control variables were.
We don't even need an alternative. You have to prove your proposition. We don't have to disprove it. If you say gravity, mass attracts mass, is the causal mechanism of the balls moving, demonstrate it. How do you demonstrate that? With a scientific experiment.
Yeah.
I can demonstrate it if you want to. It might take a while, though.
With a scientific experiment.
I'll set up a hypothesis. I'll set up control variables, independent variables, all that.
Cool. So what will be your independent variable? What's the phenomena you think you're going to try and find the cause of?
My phenomenon will be mass attracting mass, therefore gravity.
Your phenomena will be mass attracting mass. What's the cause of mass attracting mass?
The warping of space, or the curvature of space.
Awesome.
God.
So you must understand that your independent variable is the curvature of space-time. But that's not physical, my friend, is it? Space is the
That is, actually. You can do that with the differing masses. The curvature of space-time is directly proportional to the mass.
Hold on, these are aspects, mate. These are not actual physical things. You're talking about space with the absence of anything, so not physical. And time, well, I'm really going to enjoy you not painting it red and you not putting it in a jar for me. These things have to be physical for you to vary and manipulate.
So you can't see the air, but can you manipulate the air?
You do understand that space-time is a reification, as in not actual things.
So you're saying there's no such thing as space-time?
Yeah, it's a reification. It's a not actual thing.
Concept.
Okay, then.
It's a concept.
That's what you want to think.
It's a mathematical concept.
It's not what we think, it's what reality is. It is a concept in the minds of men. It doesn't exist. Okay, did it exist prior to someone thinking about it?
Probably. Or no, probably not.
Okay, then there you have it. Probably not. Whatever. That means it's a bullshit. Okay, you can't even make a statement about it. You have to make a statement on each side, which means you said nothing, basically.
Oh no, I meant to say like I was there before, and then I was trying to say I wasn't.
Awesome. Are you going to be able to give me space-time then? Can you pass it to me? Can you send it to me?
Everywhere. Space-time is a constant. It's everything. Everywhere. Space is the medium.
Brilliant. Then give it to me then. If it's everywhere, give it to me.
It's already everywhere.
Well, give it to me then. And say it's already there. Well, brilliant. Give it to me then. If it's already there, give it to me.
It's already given to you.
Give it to me and paint it red.
What? So can you paint air red?
Pardon? Can I paint air red? I can do shit with it and change its colour, yeah. But I'm asking you to give me space-time. Give it to me.
So a magnetic field. What of a magnetic field? You can't see a magnetic field.
I'm asking you about anything else, and you're going to say things that you can't give me. That's fine.
We have limitations. We have limitations of seeing, but we can prove.
What? Is time physical?
Time it's not a physical thing, no.
Oh, okay. So being as we're doing science, the physical and natural world, and we've definitely got to be able to vary and manipulate our presumed cause because it's physical, then we're not going to be varying and manipulating time then. Awesome. So space, absence of anything. Can you vary and manipulate nothing?
Well, you can add air to it. When I say space, I'm not talking about a vacuum. I'm saying
space-time. Yeah, that thing. Not talking about the vacuum, but I'm asking you about the space bit. Space, the absence of anything. Can you vary and manipulate, make something happen to absence of anything?
You can manipulate the fabric of space by having a massive object. Okay, a massive object will curve the space-time.
Hold on. I get what you're saying, as in your statement, but it's up for debate at the moment because these are non-physical things. Space-time, reification of joining these non-physical things together. Not physical, it's a reification. You're not going to be able to give me time. You've already admitted to that. And nothing. You're not going to be able to give me nothing now, are you? Here's nothing. Go on, vary, manipulate nothing for me. Oh, brilliant. So in your scientific reified space-time, you're going to need to vary and manipulate your reification of not actual fucking things.
When I say space-time, I mean like the fabric of space. Like, what is like space?
Give me the fabric.
The fabric? It's just described as fabric. It's not actually fabric. Like, you can see demonstrate. What?
So it's not fabric then. It's just described as fabric. So give it to me so I know what it is. It's not.
Wait, you guys even have demonstrations of this. I mean, you guys post stuff. I'm trying to find one in the chat. It's like, have you like massive? Have you ever seen a black hole, like the density thing? Like it's just a visualization of it.
Yeah, it's a visualization, but it's not the actual thing now. I'm asking you for the actual thing, not a visualization or a concept based on the idea. I'm asking for the actual goddamn motherfucking thing, my friend. The thing that has to be varied and manipulated as your presumed cause of your effect of mass, apparently, or whatever bastardized version of a hypothesis you're going to attempt to give me again. Mate, I'm trying to help you.
Don't even say that, because that's not even true.
It is, because you're uneducated. I'm trying to help you trying to help you change your mind, because it is not correct. When you hold a standard like the scientific method to things, you must understand that Cavendish doesn't follow it. When you're going to give me things that are not actually real and then tell me that they are actually real, my friend, come on. Time is not a real physical thing. Nothing is not a real physical thing. You cannot sandwich these two things together and say all of a sudden they're a fucking fabric. But it's not a fabric. It's just described as a fabric. I want the actual thing then. Do you understand?
You can't hold it.
I'm pointing out to you, right, as a mirror. This is what you're giving me, and it's ridiculous, my friend. Please think about what you're saying. We've been doing this for 2 hours now, but you're belligerent. You want to die on this hill because of a belief, and it's taking all of us with big slaps around your fucking face to try and wake you up. Sorry if you're taking this the wrong way, mate, but we are trying to help you.
It's impossible to hold space, the fabric of space. It's not.
Well, then you can't use it in a scientific experiment. It's not manipulatable. It's not. You can't manipulate it. Then you can't vary it. It's not. No, you can't. It's not physical.
By something having more mass, something being more massive, you can manipulate the fabric of space by bending it more. That's a consensus. That's a consensus.
Okay, so I've got a bowling ball. Where's the space-time fabric that it's bending? Where's the physical interaction? Where's the physical interaction that you're talking about of this fabric that's not a fabric?
It's not a physical interaction. It's just it's like you have to conceptualize it. It's not like a physical thing.
So it's an idea.
Like magic. Science. So outside of science, where we're trying to deal with the physical natural world, you're just going to give me fucking concepts. Do you understand yet? No. Science deals with the physical and natural world, where we have a physical phenomena and we have a physical cause, and within the experiment we physically manipulate what the cause is of the effect. You're giving me concepts. It's interesting, right? Because that's what space-time is. It's a mathematical concept. It's not fucking science.
So is buoyancy a concept?
And I vary and manipulate the things like I explained to you when I had an egg and some water and changed the density of the water and the egg rose.
So that's not a concept. We didn't make that up. We didn't make buoyancy up.
We made words. We make words up to describe.
So we made words up to describe space-time or fabric.
So the physical interaction, the water, the density change because I've added salt into it, and the physical phenomena of the physical egg rising, all those are physical things. I've physically interacted with them. Are we going to go round a space-time fucking merry-go-round again where we admit that this isn't physical and you're going to say it's a concept again?
We can interact with it. We interact with space-time all the time.
All the time, but we don't fucking see it.
We interact with it.
We interact with it, but where is it? You just declared that it's there. This not actual thing. It's not an actual thing.
It is.
It's time that we can't vary and manipulate. This absence of space that's nothing. This fabric that's only described as a fabric. We're physically interacting with it. Have you got special eyes or something, mate?
We interact with it. We can see it because of gravity. The Earth interacts with it. The Earth pushes it. It makes a bigger, kind of divot. I guess you can imagine it in the space fabric. We interact with it.
According to your story and belief, yeah, because you think you're on a spinning ball flying around in the vacuum of space.
Are
You know,
you
bending and
mentally
warping.
retarded?
Whoa,
So-
what's that? That was kind of insulting.
But what we're going to do is we're going to get down to the base claim. Hold on, my friends and everybody else. Shush. We're going to get down to the we're going to get down to the base claim. We're going to get down to the base claim because it doesn't matter if you're talking about mass attracting mass or the bending and warping of space-time. In every single calculation, you've got a letter of the alphabet, and that that letter is R. That is the radius of the Earth. So whichever gravity that you're talking about within the calculations, you've got an R. You know, Cavendish trying to figure out the weight of the Earth, which was a ball, and the ball sitting in warping, the bending of space-time, that R value. So have you got a direct measurement of the R value?
Well, the R in this, I don't know the R in this thing because I haven't made up the experiment right now. I think the R is the R the if R then P, or is it if R then Q?
Radius of the Earth, 3,959 miles. We need a direct measurement of the Earth that is in all of these calculations to make these phenomena happen. So if you've got a direct measurement of the radius,
24,809 miles or whatever.
Yeah, that's the circumference. I've given you the radius. We can double the radius to get the diameter. What we're looking for 8 inches per mile squared of drop over distance. Is there a direct measurement of that anywhere?
8 miles per. I don't really understand what you're trying to ask.
I'm asking you for a direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth, which is said to be a ball in all of your gravitational ideas. You need the Earth to be a ball for all of your gravitational equations. So have you got the R, direct measurement, not calculation?
Of the curvature of the Earth?
Yeah.
No, I don't have the exact value.
No, not the exact value. I want to know how it was measured to be true in the first instance.
I don't know the first instance. I don't know how they measured it the first time, but I do know they measured it.
You do know that they measured it, but you don't know how. So it's just a belief that you got, right?
No, because how would they be able to launch a rocket or ISS without knowing that?
Hold on. You've just given me that it's a belief. Even though, yeah, you need the R value first.
Yeah.
Before you go into space to fly around the R value, the radius of the Earth, you're going to need to know how fucking far you're traveling, right?
Uh-huh.
Awesome stuff. So before we go to space, we need to figure out how big the fucking ball is. So how big is the ball? 3,959 miles. Awesome. How is that directly measured to be true?
I don't know how they measured it. I don't measure the Earth.
Awesome. So you just believe that it was done, don't you? Just like you believe there's a scientific experiment for gravity. You just got a lot of beliefs, my friend. You've got no first-hand knowledge.
Belief. It's based on science. It's based on measurements.
Well, it is a belief if you don't know who did it or when they did it or how they did it. You just believe it is, so it's a belief.
I know people have done it. I know people have. I'm not saying that none of no people. If no one has done it, buddy? Then it would be a belief.
If you knew,
It is
then
a
you'd
belief
be able to
because
tell
you
us
have-
who and how.
Yeah, give us the name of who did it.
I don't know who measured it,
Oh,
but I
then
know
you don't
people
know
have.
it's a belief, buddy. Come on.
Instant doublespeak then. He just said that he knows people who have done it. Then he says, well, I don't know who.
I'm saying I know that people have. I don't know who.
Yeah,
Can you
okay,
guys
you
understand
know
that?
that people have. Oh, but you don't know who. So then how do you know that people have?
Because it's pretty obvious that people have. If they're going to launch something into space, then they would have to know how big the Earth is.
Yeah, they would. So how do you know that they've done that?
You can see rockets take off and go into orbit.
No, you can't.
They
No, you can't.
Space, bro.
No, you can't.
They never went to space, bro.
What do you mean they never went? Where do they
The
go?
vacuum of space can't exist, buddy. So you're going to have
You're
to
gonna need
verify
that.
everything you keep saying. You're just stacking claims on top of other claims that you haven't verified. You even admitted you don't know.
I don't know who measured it, but I know people have.
No,
You
you
have
don't.
to.
You just said that you don't know.
Yeah, how do you know they've done that if you don't even know who they are? You don't even know who you can point to or what you can say that they did. So how do you know they did it? That which you don't even know.
If I'm NASA and I want to launch a rocket or I want to launch the ISS into space, I need to know how big the Earth is. I need to know the rotation and all these things.
Yeah.
So it would make sense for me to measure it.
Yeah, so someone is going to have to have done that in the first place. So who did it?
I'm sure NASA has done it. Because they would have to know.
Provide us with that.
Until we ask you what they did and who did it, and then you have no idea.
It would be pretty obvious that NASA did it if they're going to launch something into space.
Okay, then go get us the measurement from NASA.
I could try to find it, but I'm sure saying that they haven't done it because, if can you guys not see that if I was going to launch an ISS into orbit, I would have to know how big and how much it costs.
It's a derivative claim. It's based on your primary claim of the radius, so that has to be established first before you can go to anything else after that. Anything based on that is irrelevant and invalid until you can provide the first order primary proof for the radius it's based on.
So is your claim that the Earth cannot be measured?
Literally nobody made a claim.
I'm asking,
You're
is it
the
your
one
claim?
making the claim.
I'm
You
asking,
keep saying
is this?
you know, but you don't know.
Is this your claim?
Yeah,
No,
we've
I'm
measured
asking-
the Earth. We've measured the Earth. The waters are flat. We're asking for measurement of curvature. Yes, the surface of the Earth can be fucking measured.
Okay, so it's possible that the Earth's circumference can be measured.
Supposedly, who did it?
I'm asking you guys.
How do you know there's a
Sorry, be
circumference there to measure?
Yeah.
What was that?
We're looking for drop over distance, not going around in a circle, right? That's circumference. Yeah. So drop over distance. You know that you know a beach ball or a basketball. You put your finger on the top, right, and then you put another finger anywhere else lower down. Between point A, your first finger, and point B, your second finger, point B is descended from your first position at point A, right? The consequence of being on a curved surface is there's going to be curvature between 2 points, isn't there?
Yeah.
Yeah, awesome. So we're looking for that then.
Well, I mean, this is by NASA. They say they use GPS and other GPS satellites to measure the Earth. They
use GPS.
You're going to need that
GPS
first
satellites.
Yeah, you need the measured radius beforehand.
Yeah, they measure the
required.
Earth, and they can get a more accurate prediction from space.
From space, which is a second law of thermodynamics violation.
It's not.
A decrease. It is a decrease in entropy. You haven't proven. Hold on. You haven't proven gravity. Go round again, and you still don't have the phenomena of gas being attracted to fucking masses. Being the first instance, gas goes away from the mass and exists in the space away from the mass. But you can't keep saying that they have gone to space and measured the radius of the Earth because they needed to know the radius value of the Earth before they went into, quote unquote, the fucking sky vacuum, apparently. So we need the first measurement of that. It's interesting that you're not being able to provide it for us because there isn't one. You just believe that there is.
I mean, there's multiple methods. Like, I think Aristophanes was the first, and he used shadows in a well. But there's
Well, give him the inkling that it was a ball to be measured in the first place, because
Yeah.
it seems to me like you're just doing what he did. He assumed that the Earth was a globe and then inferred it and then measured shadows.
So why does it matter if he originally?
Because it's all based off of assumptions. It's
What he has is
fallacious.
sorry, Kim. Yeah, sorry about that. What he has is an inference
fine.
of a radius, not a measured radius. He doesn't have a measured arc segment, any measured drop over distance. He's just assuming those things are there and then extrapolating them from something else that has nothing necessarily to do with that, i.e. shadows. That's what he actually measured. Shadows.
But
We're asking you for the direct drop over distance measurement.
If Aristophanes measured this and his measurements didn't add up to what his assumptions were, wouldn't he say that the Earth was flat then?
Stop. Measured this. What is this?
The size of the Earth, the circumference.
No, that's not what he measured. What he measured was shadows. He extrapolated the size of a sphere that he would have if all of the assumptions that he made in the first place are true. Right? So that's not what we're looking for. We need first order proof of the thing that he's assuming and then extrapolating a size of in the first place. So that would be a direct measurement of drop over distance, not a direct measurement of shadows and then an extrapolation of drop over distance from those.
Well, in order to measure the circumference of the Earth, you can't measure it all at once. You have to use shadows and quote unquote extrapolate.
I said that's a straw man, so that's why I said arc segment. I didn't tell you to measure it all at once.
But you'd need to measure some part of it. to.
Yeah, that's what I've said for a third time now. An arc segment.
A drop over distance.
Who done it?
Who? Eratosthenes, didn't he measure the Earth's curvature?
Oh boy.
He did not measure curvature of the Earth, buddy. He measured shadows.
But doesn't that doesn't his measurements add up to be curvature?
Imply.
Oh
So you're talking about implication. So, like we said, that's implication or inference. We're looking for a direct measurement because that's the only way you're going to confirm it.
That's right. Direct confirmation of the thing that he inferred.
So
otherwise, how do we know that what he's inferring is even there?
So you're saying his shadows can't be accurate. So then what would be accurate? How could you do that?
No, that's a straw man. I didn't say the shadows are not accurate. They are what they are. What he's interpreting from them is not, obviously, since it can't be directly validated.
The assumed ball needs to be validated. It can't just be assumed and then just, the assumption's just what we accept. It needs to be verified. Do you get that?
So
you can't just assume and then not verify your assumption.
So in order to prove that the Earth is a ball, you can't assume that it's a ball?
Don't assume anything.
Bro, if you want to assume that sea level is curving, then you be my guest. You can assume that sea level curves as if words don't have specific meanings, but that's all right. Back to you, Flatsy.
I'm just over here about to bust a gut laughing at this guy because he just doesn't seem to get it.
No, it's not a good idea that you beg the question, right? Eratosthenes begged the question. That's when we say he thought the Earth was a ball. And within his calculations, he used mathematics to assert that the shadows would give him the consequent of a ball. Don't be surprised when at the end of his mathematics he ended up with a ball. It's not proof of either way because you know that you can stand in your kitchen underneath a light and only have the shadows underneath your feet when you lift them up. But then you walk away and you watch the shadow increase in front of you. If you were to assume that your kitchen's a fucking ball and use the mathematics associated with that, you can literally turn your fucking kitchen into a sphere.
So are you saying that his calculations... So how do his calculations, if it was a flat plane, wouldn't they contradict his idea of it being a ball?
No, because he assumed it to be a ball in the first place. So therefore he used the maths to come out with a ball. Guess what he got? He got a fucking ball. Yeah, you can walk away from a light source on a flat plane and watch a shadow increase in front of you. What's that going to prove?
Yeah. He hasn't shown the globe in reality. He's just assuming it in the maths. He's solving for a circumference that's never been demonstrated to begin with. He's just assuming it's there.
Well, we can see curvature from the ISS, though. Like, that's just... You don't even need to measure anything. We can literally see it.
You shouldn't. That's a problem. Geometrically, 250 miles above a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles, you should be seeing about 3% of that ball's surface. You shouldn't notice a curved horizon. If that's what they're showing you, then that's bullshit.
Well, if we only see 3% and we can see the edge and it's not a giant ice wall, then we can assume that it's not flat.
There's not only 3%. What are you talking about? The whole Earth and only 3% of it wouldn't show you that much. Think about what you're saying before you say it, buddy.
I'm saying that... 1 second, let me pull it up. So there is this 50-minute ISS tour, and it's...
No, you can
you can see the curvature. You can see the haze of the...
We already dealt with this. Geometrically, you shouldn't see any curvature, so if they're showing you that, there's a problem there. And also, you need the measured radius to have satellites in orbit in the first place to derive the orbital mechanics of the ball. You need to have that radius in place first, so you're trying to jump off of the primary claim and go to something derivative again. We're asking you for the direct measurement.
Yep.
So, are you saying that I've posted a picture in live stream voice chat? Are you saying that that's not curvature? I mean,
Are you talking about a bendy horizon, or are you talking about drop over distance?
Drop over distance. The curvature of the Earth.
Oh, so how do you measure that from a photo?
you can see if in the flat Earth model there would be a ice wall, and you can clearly see that there is no ice
that's
wall.
a great straw man. But so, what's the radius of that ball that you're showing us in that picture? Because that looks a lot smaller than the one that you've been in here arguing for all this time with sticks and shadows.
The radius of this one is around 3,000 something. The radius of the Earth.
Oh, really?
3,000 something.
Yeah, 3,959. I shouldn't be seeing any curve, let alone that much from that height above the surface of that ball. So you must be a tiny Earther. You must believe in a way smaller ball. Like maybe you think you live on the moon or something. I don't know.
Then what would this be then?
A fisheye lens, wide angle lens.
But it's not. If you watch the video, there's no distortion whatsoever.
Let's watch the video. Link it.
Please show us that there's no distortion.
I'll give you the link. So it's a flat.
That's a burden of proof reversal fallacy anyway. It's a burden of proof reversal fallacy. So it's not up to us to explain what you're showing.
So
your priest has told you differently. They tell you that you can't see the curvature of the Earth from that height anyways. So we can just move on.
If you're looking straight at it, but again, you're looking at an edge, you're not looking straight down at it. If you are looking straight down at it.
So we're looking at the edge. I thought you said it was drop over distance we were looking at, not a curved horizon.
It is what are you trying to, what?
So what's the claim? Is your claim that the curvature is representative? Are you claiming that a horizon is representative of Earth curvature?
I don't know what you mean by that. I'm just talking about a sphere. I'm talking about just a sphere.
So wouldn't that be the horizon, the edge that you're talking about?
From up there, I don't even know if you call it a horizon.
Well, that's what the horizon is claimed to be in the globe model, quote unquote.
Well, I don't really know. I'm not sure about that. Well, have you guys looked at the video, or it's?
Well, what's the definition of a horizon?
I don't know the definition of a horizon.
Where the land and/or sea appears to meet with the sky.
Yeah, that would be a pretty sound one.
Right. Well, that's what you're seeing, right? In that image.
But the sky is space. It's not a sky in this example.
Oh, it's not.
Hey, yo,
it's not sky. Are you kidding?
Yo, hubba bubba soy boy. I mean, like, here's the important question, though, which have you figured out what the difference is between pseudoscience and physical science is yet? That's like really important.
Well, I think I know the difference.
Okay, please explain to the class.
Science is...
Right, I told you 5 times earlier.
What? I was just trying to explain it.
Good.
All right, let him explain it, Jedi. I just want to hear this. I probably wasn't here for it. Let him explain it.
Pseudoscience is not real. It's not something that is... It's just not real. Like, it doesn't exist. Like, if I were to say, this crystal transmits energy through this copper wire and disables your phone, and you're being like, what the hell are you talking about? That's incorrect. There's no science backing that up.
That's not it, buddy.
I'm giving example.
If you couldn't tell by the giggling, it's wrong.
It's kind of a weak example. Okay, can I just lay it out for you? Because I have, over the past 7 years, I've had to learn the difference between pseudoscience and physical science. And pseudoscience is simply made up of a series of hypothetical ideas which cannot be proven observably in reality. Okay? That's the difference between physical science and pseudoscience. Pseudoscience cannot be proven in physical reality. They are just hypothetical ideas. Physical science is something that is observable, testable, verifiable, repeatable. Can you observe gravity? Can you observe mass attracting mass? If you put one rock next to another rock, is it going to become one big rock?
That's a little, there's a little dramatized a little bit, but...
No, it's not dramatized.
It is.
Simple. I'm putting it in the simplest terms, my brother. I am putting it in the simplest terms. If you put one rock next to one rock, do those two rocks become one large rock because mass attracts mass?
If you put two masses close enough together, they will exert a force.
But if I put one rock next to another rock, they're literally not doing a fucking thing.
That's because the force is too small. They're not massive enough.
So gravity's selective then?
No.
Gravity sounds like a picky bitch. I'm just going to put it out. Gravity sounds like a picky bitch, brother.
Okay.
Gravity picks and chooses what it does and doesn't affect. So you've got a gravity that's... Hold on, I'm not done. So you've got this gravity, okay, that I've heard a lot of globe believers invoke as the containment for Earth gas pressure. I've heard a lot of globe believers invoke gravity as the reason why for their spin or whatever. Okay, this isn't working. Okay, you've got gravity going in two different directions because of this pressure gradient. You have a gas pressure gradient because various gases have various densities, my brother. Okay, and there is no vacuum. You cannot have a vacuum adjacent to a pressure system. Mass is not attracting mass. Take gravity out of your vocabulary, and what do you have? You have relative density and you have relative buoyancy, my brother. And that just means that there are different mediums in which these things fall or float through. Yes?
Kind of. So I've let you speak. Okay. So I'd like to speak for myself. So gravity and the buoyancy thing, like you can have a high pressure system next to a vacuum. Vacuums in space don't suck. They don't exert any force on the atmosphere. The only force that they exert is in an atmosphere.
Demonstrate this claim.
The only way you can have a open system next to a vacuum is with gravity, mass attracting mass.
Demonstration, please.
A demonstration is the orbits, the ISS orbit.
Guys, please, I'm going to have to jump in again because it's like he never listened to a fucking word I said. You do remember about our conversation about vacuums and they don't suck. No one says vacuums suck. The energy comes from the gas that's moving freely and randomly in all directions, and the vacuum is absence of anything, so there's nothing stopping the gas from dispersing into the vacuum.
Gravity is.
Entropy is in action. Now, if you're going to say gravity again, I'm going to fucking remind you don't have a scientific experiment that proves you one, but I'll tell you what, I'll give it to you. It doesn't seem to be affecting the gas because that's moving freely and randomly in all directions, and you drop something and that you declare gravity to be. So you don't have the observed phenomena to start your science with. You're talking about a violation of a law of nature. You're talking about an entropy decrease, where entropy increases. In this instance, the high pressure will disperse into the lower pressure environment. I don't want you to not be educated when you leave here. I walked away and I let Jenna talk to you about the the pseudoscience. You didn't seem to fucking understand that, and I went through with you earlier. I've just gone through this with you again, only because you said vacuums suck, and I corrected you on that earlier. It's like you haven't listened to anyone.
I never said vacuums suck.
Oh, he listened to Professor Dave, apparently.
So I agree with you in the sense that if there's no gravity, an open system cannot be next to a vacuum. I agree with you on that, but there's one thing, is that the gravity is holding the air or the atmosphere to the ball. I mean, like the gravity is mass attracting mass.
Do you know what inverse square law is? As in, the further away from mass, gravity decreases. That's a fucking problem, being as you've got gas up there. So what's stopping the gas from dispersing into the vacuum of space, being as that's where gravity's weakest? Being as gravity's strongest down here, I remind you about where the gas is produced, carbon and biological cycles on the surface of the Earth, so where gravity is at its strongest. And guess what it does fucking down here? It moves freely and randomly in all directions and moves away from the mass. You don't have the observed phenomena of gravity acting on gas. Like I said, I can give it to you, but scientifically you haven't got the observed phenomena to assert a cause to.
The farther away you have from a massive object, the less gravity there will be, but that doesn't mean that it will float away. That just means that there's less attraction, so that it will stay up there. Like it can be in
I'm sorry, that's not.
Where the gravity is strongest down here, where the gas is produced, the gas is moving away from the mass in the first instance. So stronger down here, and it's moving away and not affected by gravity. But you say up there, where it's further away from the mass, there it starts taking effect to the gas and it starts pulling it back. Are you fucking stupid, Sunshine?
That's what I said. But you can stop with the insults. You don't have to insult.
I do, because you're being really silly and we're wasting an awful lot of time on this. Do you want me to go through it again? I will, no problem. Gravity gets weaker away from the surface of the Earth. Gas down here is moving freely and randomly in all directions and filling every available space. Up there, where gravity is weaker, you're saying what? That it stops the gas now, where it's weakest, where it was moving freely and randomly next to the surface of the Earth, where it was strongest. Now
there's still a pull.
There's still a pull, is there? Where's that? Where's the gas coming back? Where's the gas going? Where? Show me.
The pull is
What about
from
the water
the
cycle?
Earth.
What about the water cycle?
What the heck does a water cycle have to do with the gravity?
Because when the hydrogen bonds are broken in water, which way do they go?
They reach equilibrium.
No, which way do they go when water evaporates, buddy?
They reach equilibrium. That can be up, down, or whatever.
Buddy, you're avoiding the obvious elephant in the room.
If you want to say it goes up.
Which way?
Up. It goes up.
Exactly. So where is your vector down? Gravity.
The vector down is gravity, yeah.
What?
The buoyancy to reach equilibrium can overcome gravity only to a certain point.
No.
A hydrogen balloon can only go up so far before it reaches equilibrium.
Why can't you respond what Jedi said, though, about the weak gas?
I must have missed it.
Like, the gravity being stronger next to the Earth, for some reason it doesn't bring down the weak gas, but then somehow it happens all the way up there in the sky when the gravity is weaker?
It has more of a pull near the center of mass.
Yeah, well, why does the water go up?
Buoyancy.
Buddy, you are just a double speaking snake.
Well, what do you mean? What do you mean by that? Why am I double speaking snake?
Because you just said that when water evaporates, it goes up, but closer to the surface of the Earth, everything is being pulled down.
Everything is relative.
Not everything is. So where's your gravity?
Everything is being pulled. Huh?
Yo, soy boy, hubba bubba boy, hubba bubba soy boy. I mean, you evidently have never seen Rain in a Jar show. Like, you don't know shit about terrariums and it shows, bro.
What are you talking about?
What is this person saying?
Breeze, what are you trying to say?
What are you guys talking about? I'm sorry for just cutting in.
Oh, so
you cannot. Okay, all right.
Derivative claims that reified the sphere radius that he can't show a measurement for in the first place. And so let's just go back to that. Where's the direct measurement? Because everything else you say is based upon that. It's all derived from that, right? So let's just go to the first order proof that substantiates literally the entire paradigm that you're arguing for. We don't need to waste our time in the weeds.
So what do you want me to give you?
I want a direct measurement of drop over distance of the Earth's surface.
Isn't it like 8 inches per mile or whatever?
We already know. Parents, if we already know that there's miles upon miles of
Shut up.
curvature.
We want to answer this question. We want a measurement of drop over distance, please.
That's what we want. Everything he says is based on that, is derivative from that primary core claim that he has. So that's what we need.
Right now, I don't have a measurement because I don't have resources on me.
Okay, no measurement. So you can just shut up then. Because, like I said, everything else you say is based upon that, right? That would be the primary core claim that basically everything else you're saying is based upon. So if you don't have it, just be quiet. Yeah, until you get it, just fuck off.
What?
Yeah, just fuck off until you get it, right? Because you're just delving into the weeds. You're just wasting this panel's time with derivative nonsense, fairy tales, fantasies, pseudoscience, all based on the claim of a globe radius that you just told us you don't know how to provide any measurement for.
Oh, I know there's a measurement, I just don't have it on hand.
Oh, how do you know it's there if you don't have it?
Because there's Earth curve calculators and stuff like that.
That's cool. I can put numbers into a calculator and make one too. Doesn't mean it's based on anything that actually exists in reality. I can make an Earth curve calculator for a hypothetical globe Earth with a radius of 500,000 miles if I wanted to. Doesn't mean it's real. That's a reification fallacy.
So even if I were to give you a measurement, you just say it's false?
No. I would say
fine,
it's great.
Fine, I'll say it's 1 inch or 1 inch per mile. There you go.
Stop appealing to future.
Not the calculation. We want the direct measurement that asserts that the Earth has a radius of the set value. We need the direct measurement first.
Of the radius?
Yeah.
Oh, the radius is like 3,900 feet, something like that?
3,959 miles. We know the associated values. We want the direct measurement of those values.
But that is the measurement. What do you mean by direct measurement?
As in, how did you come up with those numbers in the fucking first place, you idiot? Did you measure them?
No, I did not. I didn't measure those. I didn't put those measurements out there, obviously.
Excellent. So somebody must have measured them for them to be in the calculations, and the calculations are based on reality. They must be based on a direct measurement of that reality, right?
Yeah.
Awesome. So we need a direct measurement of the R value of the Earth then, don't we? Before we can even suggest we can put it into calculations for shit, right? So when's that been done and how was it done?
Didn't Eratosthenes do a curvature?
Oh my god, are you respawning?
It's literally having the same conversation with the same guy 5 times in the last 2 hours. We're just going to be talking about lights in the sky and walking away from them and increasing shadows. Assuming the Earth to be a ball, using the calculations to get a ball, not be surprised when we get a ball at the end. Shadows don't prove anything because you can have shadows on curved and flat surfaces, idiot. So not Eratosthenes, and he didn't measure drop over distance. This is the circumference value of the Earth. This is why you should pay attention to the question. Drop over distance, please.
I'm just 1 inch per mile. There you go. Because it doesn't seem to matter what.
That is a value again. You just keep doing this. You just keep giving us values. Not even the correct one, but you're just throwing a value out there when what we're asking for is the measurements that were used to arrive at those values. So what you're doing would be like, what if I came in here and said, I'm 6 feet. Okay, how was that measured? 6 feet. No, give me the method of the measurement. 6 feet. That's what you keep doing.
He's exposed. Everything about anything he's brought up has been exposed. You're exposed.
What do you mean exposed, though? Like
He's exposed as a fraud.
You're right.
How's he a fraud? Like, guys, I just don't. Like, he seems like he's genuinely trying to understand.
Listen, don't interject. Listen. You'll understand more about the conversation if you listen. Did you hear what Heretic said to you? You can't just make declarations that you're 6 foot without a direct measurement. How do you know you're 6 foot? I'm 6 foot. How do you know the radius of the Earth value gives radius of the Earth's value? Have you got a direct measurement for it, mate? Can you prove you're 6 foot with a measurement, please?
Yeah, I don't know how they measured it. It's measured, though.
You can't know it's measured if you don't know how it was done.
There's a measurement, so you'd have to measure it somehow.
Okay, get us that measurement then.
The direct measurement or just the measurement?
Direct measurement.
Okay, you should clarify that next time. I already said I don't know the direct measurement.
Then don't say you know that somebody has it.
But it's been done.
Don't say it's been done if you don't know who did it or how they did it or what they did.
I can go on a little Google search if you want.
Okay, go on that and then get back to us. And just shut the hell up in the meantime because you don't have what we're asking for otherwise.
All right, I'll come back.
Audacity. Oh.
Tags! What is your profession?
The old friend. I brought more soldiers.
Tags! What is your profession?
The old friend. I brought more soldiers.
Join discord.gg/flat earth and enter a VC check-in room, and someone will come along to VC verify you to get involved with the conversation about our earth.
Siler 330.
God, can you hear me?
Of course. Why not?
He's everywhere. Okay, let's start this topic. What do you think is God? Is it a person? Is it a spirit? Is it a ghost? Is it a woman? Is it a man? Is it a child? What is it for
you? Why would God be something that's an existent, like a man or a woman or a child? That's incoherent.
I did not say only these things. I said also a spirit, a ghost, and many, many other things. What do you think is God?
Well, a ghost is a disembodied spirit of a man, right? So that would put it in the same category of an existent, which would, in principle, come from or out of God, so it couldn't be God.
This is and something else also. Did God
I don't know, man. One of us is breaking up, me or you. I can't decide who.
I think it's me.
Yeah,
the thing is, did God create the humans, or humans create God?
Humans are clearly contingent upon their reality that they inhabit to exist. Therefore, they can't create God if God is necessary for reality to exist in the first instance.
But you can create things in your mind that are not in reality.
So?
Maybe I'm crazy and I'm listening voices. The voices does not exist. They exist in my mind, but they not exist in your mind also, and you cannot hear them.
You should just stay on objective reality, bro. Right now, honestly.
So, all you've proven is that you have prime knowledge in the first order of the contents of your own mind, right? And all other knowledge is secondary. Because it must be filtered through the mind, which is primary. So all you've done is proven the primacy of the mind. Now, you'd have to go a second step and prove that you're the only mind and that you're the necessary mind for the contingent reality in which you live to exist. Because rest assured, you can't decide everything about your reality. You go out into the world, you want a Lamborghini, you can't afford one. So you have to go to work. You don't just manifest a Lamborghini in front of you with the willpower of your mind. It's not how it functions. You have to choose to work. You have to choose to go out and make the money. You have to then choose to buy the Lamborghini. Also, somebody has to build the Lamborghini for you. So I think it's pretty self-evident that you are the contingent being, and therefore your mind is not the necessary mind for reality. And since we know, since you already proved it, that minds are necessary for reality, that there must be a greater mind. Ipso facto, the mind, the source mind.
Okay.
So there's only two options on the table. Either you are God, or there is a different God than you. And if you choose you are God, then you have a lot of questions to answer that I don't think you can answer with your own experience. The simplest solution is that an external agent exists besides yourself. That is the source.
Okay, the thing is, I think you have made a big mistake, and the greatest mistake you can make, and this is to compare things that are built from man, the Lamborghini, to compare it with God would nobody knows what it is and where it is. So I have to work to make the money for the Lamborghini. You're correct. But you cannot prove that God exists. If you want to prove, one second, please.
I didn't.
One second, please.
Do that.
If you want to prove that God exists, you have to prove it to me, and not me to prove you that you're wrong. The one person who wants to prove that something that he tells the other peoples exists, he must prove it, not the opposite. So if I want to prove you and tell you there is a black monkey and he is 100-meter high and large, very strong, and he's flying around the world with 500 kilometers per hour, I have to prove it to you. You have not to prove that I'm wrong. I have to prove it to you that the thing I'm telling you exists. So I think you have made a big mistake. Okay.
No, I didn't, because one, I didn't compare God with any made thing.
You have made it with a Lamborghini.
And you said
Lamborghini.
You made a phrase as if not even close. The part about the Lamborghini had nothing to do with God, dude.
Okay, then it's all okay. Okay. I thought you compared.
The part about the Lamborghini was to prove to you that you're not able to manifest reality at will.
Okay, I think with that we said now, I think that each person creates his own reality and lives within it. And if you find some person or other creature that wants to live in your reality, you can live together, or you will be alone forever in your reality. And it's not wrong.
Right. So what that means that you believe that mutually exclusive truths can exist simultaneously, which is against the law of non-contradiction, which means your position is incoherent and self-defeating. So I don't need to disprove it. It's incoherent on its face.
I think that each person can have a reality. So I can compare it with
cool story. Cool stories. Hold on. You just said each person can have their own reality. Okay.
Yes.
Now prove that statement.
How do you want me to prove you?
It's your claim, brother. You prove it.
Okay, I see you and I tell you the other person if this is a good man or if he's an honest man. And someone sees you without talking to you and says he is a scumbag. I don't like him. He's a very bad man. And we have an opposite opinion about that, about you.
Oh, okay.
Without even talking to you.
Opinions. That's separate opinions, not these. They're perceptions and opinions. So, for example, if person A stole money from a bank and they had reasons for it, and they told you their reasons, and you decided to make a decision about his moral character from your point of view, versus he tells somebody else and they make a different decision based on his reasons. Some people may think what he did was noble. Some people may think what he did was wrong. It doesn't change the fact of whether he robbed a bank or not. So the reality is he robbed the bank. The impressions and the perceptions about it can be unique to each individual, but the fact that he robbed a bank or not is concrete. Okay, so you haven't bear the burden of proving that each person creates their own reality. You've only mistaken reality for perception.
Okay, maybe you're right on this part. But the thing I want
I would go so far as to say I'm unequivocally right, not just maybe right.
Okay, you're right. I want to be honest. You're right. I'm wrong. But the thing is that I wanted to say that if God exists, each one of us sees it differently. Some may believe there are 4,000 religions, and it cannot be possible in reality to be 4,000 gods out there. So something is wrong.
There you go.
So something is wrong, and something is created from people and not from God.
Well, there you go. There you go. You agree that 4,000 separate truth claims that are contradictory can't possibly be true because it violates the law of non-contradiction, right?
Yes, yes.
So there are three options on the table. Okay. Oh well, let me just say the options, then we'll categorize them. So, the option one of them is correct. Option 2, they are all incorrect. Option 3, which is not possible, is that they're all correct. So option 3 is excluded by the law of non-contradiction.
Right.
Right? So we only are left with two options, that one of them's correct or they're all incorrect. Right?
Yeah.
Now, if they're all incorrect, that still wouldn't disprove the proposition that God exists. They would just all be wrong about the nature of God. So it's insufficient contradictory claims, therefore the proposition can't possibly be true. That's not correct logic.
Okay, but with this logic, I can say whatever I want. Some people will agree with me, some will disagree with me. So for each opinion, will we be in the same point you say now? So this.
Yeah, sure, but it depends, friend, on the reason why you just check this out. You can reject somebody's opinion, that's fine. But the merit of why you're rejecting it is based on reasons. So the reason why you're rejecting it. For example, in the past, some people might, hear an opinion, right? And they might say, well, I'm not sure about that opinion. Then they find out that the guy was black, right? And so they say, oh, I reject that opinion because it's held by a black guy. So they're rejecting the opinion because they're a racist, right? Not because the opinion is wrong or right, but because they have a bias to reject it.
Yes, but these people are sick, so I don't think we have to mention them, because with sick people are sick thoughts also.
Okay, but again, you can't just say you're a racist, therefore your opinions are wrong. You have to weigh the opinion or the claim based on the merits of the claim itself. So, for example, a racist, just for a second, let's say a racist piece of crap, right, who's an absolute racist dog bag, tells you that the Eiffel Tower is 700 feet tall. It doesn't matter whether he's a racist or not. You could just measure the tower and discover whether he's telling the truth.
Yes, I understand what you mean. Where are you? Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're back. Go ahead and restate what you wanted to say.
No, I said, okay, you're right. Where are you from? I'm from Greece. I'm a Greek guy.
I'm from East Coast, United States.
Cool, man, cool. I wanted to come there, but I didn't make it with a visa, and I never came, but you never know. It's never too late.
The clear skies over there, AI?
Yeah.
Right now, no, it's overcast.
Yes, now it's in Greece. It's also a little bit rain. So the thing is,
Yes.
I didn't make it, but maybe I can make it after some time. Maybe.
Just fly to Mexico and then become a Mexican and then just jump the border and say you're claiming asylum, and then they'll give you like a free house, a free phone, free internet, a free car, free license, free food. You'd be good.
If you're Mexican, you can do that?
Yeah, all the time, bro.
Oh man, that's good.
Tell them you're an unaccompanied minor, and when they tell you you're clearly an adult, you'd be like, "Did you just assume my age?" Just assume my age. I want who's your supervisor? Who's your supervisor? Okay. And they'll be like, okay, you can identify as whatever age you want. You go ahead. You go right on in.
Here we have the same thing with the Pakistanis. They came here, they had free house, all free. And the Greeks are paying.
Yeah, I don't approve of that. If you want to come to a nation, right now, in the great exodus in the past, when Ellis Island was open and people wanted to come to the United States, they came with the spirit of, I'm going to show up and work my ass off, right? I'm going to incorporate myself into society. I'm going to work for what I have. If you show up to another person's nation expecting a free ride or receiving one greater than the transition period which you need to acclimatize yourself and get out there and function in society, then you are a drag on society. It's that simple. You need to go out and participate. Okay?
Yes,
now I'm going to quote okay, now from the biblical text, allegedly God himself speaking, if a man shall not work, he shall not eat. Okay? If you are unwilling to work for your food, you do not deserve your food. You deserve to starve. It's that simple. Now, if you're incapable of work, that's a different story. But if you are capable and refuse to work, you deserve to starve. It is that simple.
You're right. You have a lot of knowledge. How old are you?
You can't say that to a child.
What?
If the child's not willing to work, you're not going to feed him.
Well, dude, it depends on whether it's an adult identifying as a child or an actual child.
I know, I got you. I was being silly, but yeah.
No, look, there's obviously, like I said, you're incapable of work. Certain level of children are incapable of participating in their well-being. Right? But once you're capable of participating, you should be participating in some way to contribute to your family. You know? Makes perfect sense.
Yeah. The funniest thing I see in the United States is the boxing business. It's obvious that all the boxers are faking that they're going down in third round, fourth round, TKO, and they're pretending, but very bad. So you can understand that it's fake. You can see it's fake, but the people are believing that what they're seeing is reality, and it's all it's like a reality, like I said, and they believe it, and they pay a lot of money to see garbage, and they're paying, and the boxers makes millions. Why don't they understand that it's all fake? Are they so dumb? Or
let me ask you this question. Well, let me ask you this. Yeah, but think about it. Let me ask you this question.
Okay.
Has it ever been stated publicly before boxing was broadcast that it's intended to be a real sports event? Like it's actually intended to be a real tournament, a real event? Because if that has never been done, then it's just a broadcast like any other broadcast, and people just accept it or believe it based on their impressions. So, for example, a lot of these things are done under entertainment licenses, like sports entertainment television, right? It's literally called entertainment. So if it's intended to be entertainment, where's the assumption that it should be a real contest? I'm curious about that now. Because, like the Olympics, when you watch the Olympics is stated as if it's a real contest, right? It's presented as if it's a real, true contest. At least that's the way it used to be. But okay. I don't ever remember boxing being portrayed or advertised as a true competition.
when Manny Pacquiao fight Floyd Mayweather, and you have to pay $100 to see this fight, and you see a boxing match, I can play also boxing, so I understand when it's fake or not, because I do also boxing, kickboxing also. I understand if you want to hit somebody, how hard you can hit, what is the sound of the punch when you land on the jaw, on the ribs, or other parts of the body. I can understand it, and I can feel it also because I'm participating also in the sport. And when I see this clowning, running around and simple touching each other and faking, and the camera and the broadcast are closing up, or they also speed up the play. The people are jumping like rabbits around because they broadcast it faster. So the broadcast, I think, started maybe before 10 or 15 minutes, and they show it all faster. So it will be more fascinating and more entertaining also. Don't they understand that's all fake? I cannot believe it.
No, my favorite was when what's that UFC fighter fought Mayweather, I think.
Yes, McGregor.
Yeah, I was hoping that. Well, I mean, I know. Look, Mayweather's obviously a boxer. He's not going to fight MMA probably ever. But I would have liked to have seen that, because people always tout that this fighter or that fighter is the best fighter right now. But it's like boxing's a very limited sport, right? The amount of moves you're allowed to do are very limited.
McGregor has a lot of power, and he can throw a lot of punches and KO man in MMA with 4-ounce gloves. When I saw McGregor punch Mayweather in the face and Mayweather smile about it, where is the power? No power, simply like that. Maybe because they will earn each of the fighters 100 millions. Mayweather, I thought, make 300 millions, and McGregor $70 million, almost $100 million to make what? Fake things.
Right.
It's astounding.
Well, I would have told Mayweather, like, you fight me, you want to prove you're the best fighter, quote unquote, then fight me with open rules. Like MMA style rules, He go
to Japan, and he fought Tangashi. I think it's a kid. It's like fireball. He KOs man with kicks, punches. He throws 20 punches per second. And Mayweather goes there, and he KO'd him in one round. He's clowning around that he falls, and he cannot stand up, and cried, and he gets punches from it's a boy from, I think, Philippines, Bagro, some kid who throws punches in MMA. He throws punches in his jaw, and he didn't even flinch a little bit. He take it all in the jaw and fight back 5 rounds, kick in the head, and all the things. And Mayweather hits him with one punch, and he got KO'd and cry about it. Yeah, come on, man. It's too fake to be real.
Well, that's why I don't watch boxing. In my opinion, boxing's like, it's like literally. I mean, I guess people like it for certain reasons, but in my opinion, it's just a waste of my time. I want to see people use diverse techniques, not like a limited technique set.
I think boxing is real until you go to a certain point to make the big bucks. So if you want to make a lot of money, you have to fight with the best, okay, with some fighters, so you can earn the possibility to make fake things to make millions. So Manny Pacquiao fight a black guy, and he obviously is not so good like the black guy. I didn't remember his name, but he lost. And that's the reality, because he fight like a real man and he lost. But not like Mayweather, this pillow fight, okay? But they make a lot of money, okay? Easy money. Mayweather, I think if even one of the fighters throw a real punch on Mayweather, I think Mayweather's head will explode.
Hey, wait a minute. Didn't that happen recently where he did a fight against a particular person and that person started beating him
Maidana.
Really hard, and then they stopped it.
Yes.
I think Mayweather's corner came in and started disrupting the fight.
Yes, Marcos Maidana. This is why they fought 2 times.
Can you guys hear me? Mike,
I'd be willing. What up?
What up? Hey, I wanted to make a comment about the McGregor Mayweather fight. I don't know if the people know this, but when they fought, they made both of them wore 10-ounce gloves. That's 2 ounces heavier or bigger than regular boxing gloves. They're normally 8 ounce. So they gave McGregor pillows to hit him with, basically.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah. So Mayweather wouldn't fight him with 8-ounce gloves because he probably would have got hurt. So they made him wear frickin' pillows on his hands. I thought that was.
Do you believe that after all the wars that McGregor has made until now, that he was beaten from Mayweather with the pillow gloves, and he cannot even continue, and the eyes are rolling around, and each round he make it look like he cannot continue anymore, and he's exhausted and all the fake things?
Well, I don't know about all that. I know that McGregor definitely got tired because he's not used to fighting 8 rounds. You know what I mean? It's 3 rounds longer than he's normally used to fighting, so that probably had something to do with it. But, I just think it was a cheap thing to do, making more 10-ounce gloves, and I think it would have been a whole different fight had he wore 8-ounce gloves. That's just my opinion.
The astounding thing is that in America, you can make anything you want, and you will be famous also. So it's very funny also. So how to generate money from nothing?
Like NASA?
Yes. Elon Musk.
Woo. Hey guys, I promise this time we're going back to the moon in 2 years. Please send us $100 million. Please.
They sold. I think they started now to sell properties on the AI. So on Facebook, digital world map. So you can enter there and you can have your store, your products, and people can walk around and talk to each other with avatars and all the crap. They're selling it until now. I think it's called Metaverse.
Sure.
I think the only thing you will need is VR glasses, so you can enter there and create your own reality. Your own house, friends. and your appearance also. The funniest thing here in Greece is that they say that we have a problem with the gas and the petrol and all the gas stations, and the gas is very high on the price, so it's almost €2. I think it's $2.50 each liter here in Greece, and they claim that we have a problem because of the war of Russia and Ukraine. But the thing is, we buy all the gas from US, and we can easily buy it from Putin. What they won't let us to do this because it's very cheap. So they want to raise the prices, and this is why they say we have a problem, climate change and all the crap. So they can sell all the things very, very high price. They buy it from Putin and they sell it to us higher price. The same gas. Isn't it funny? So they buy from Putin the gas, they make it in containers, and they sell it back to us very, very high price. And they say we have a problem. This is why the gas is too high, the gas price. Is anyone here, or am I alone here?
Dogs! What is your profession? The old friend. I brought more soldiers.
Join discord.gg/flat earth and enter a VC check-in room, and someone will come along to VC verify you to get involved with the conversation about our Earth.
Siler 330 Part 2.
To be able to conclude that, you would have had to have used some form of be able to determine that, right? They trusted their senses to determine that they can't trust their senses.
I know, right?
So it doesn't make any sense.
Okay, can I ask you also something? Do you believe that it is a certain purpose for each man to live? So whatever you do, it's like a script, like you have to pass each stage for the final stage, or do you think our lives are depending on our choices?
I think it's probably closer to the former than just being some type of random, cause and effect type of situation. That's kind of how it's presented, that the universe is just a bunch of billiard balls crashing into each other. It's all kind of random type of thing. I think it's probably closer to what you said.
I created my situation. Not for the planets, for my life.
No, I know. I was just saying, like, the way they present everything as it's just chaotic randomness. And I'm saying that I don't agree with that. And I think it's probably closer to what you said originally, that there's, stages to your life. And I've a good analogy I always heard was like, you're in a car, but you're in the passenger seat. So you have a limited control when you're in the passenger seat. You're not controlling where you're actually going, but you do have control of, like, maybe you can recline your seat, or what song do you want to put on the radio? The music. Yeah. You can roll the window down. Those type of things. The AC. But the path you're on and all that. This, you don't have to believe this. This is just kind of an idea. But it's like you're not in the driver's seat. So I do resonate with that to some degree, and I don't think it's just random, chaotic randomness and. Things just aren't, that's just a coincidence. I've had so many things happen in my life that were like, how it seems like a coincidence, but it's like, how did that even just happen? It's too perfect type of thing, Can't be just a coincidence, right?
There are 7 billion people. Do you think that 7 billion people have a different path, or do you think we have the all path? The same path, each person.
Are there 7 billion people?
Yeah, I know that gets in a whole nother rabbit hole. What do you think, Siler? Do you think we all have the same path, or there's people have different overall paths or something?
In my life, I think my character has drive me a path that maybe it's a too slow path. It's not too fast, but with my decisions, I will find my past decisions in the future. So maybe the decision I make for 4 years ago, 5 years ago, I will meet them now after 10 years ago, and it will be a very decisive and very crucial point to my life for the decision and the path I will have to choose. So I think our characters are our path of life. If you're a garbage man and you're lying all the time and you're dishonest and all the following things, you will have a certain path. And if you're very honest, maybe it's slow, very slow path, but I think you will be awarded in your next steps also in your life. But it will be slower, much slower.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of, this isn't something we normally get into here, but the reason, like, why are we here? Who are we really? What's the purpose? What meaning is there inherent meaning, or do you have to bring your own meaning? There are a lot of questions that aren't exactly answered, perhaps even answerable, but it is interesting to hear people's takes on that.
why are we here? What kind of place is this anyway? Is this the destination, or is this just a stepping stone? Is this
Join discord.gg/flatearth and enter a check-in room. Someone will come along and verify you to get involved in the conversation about our Earth.
Donald L., who is Donald C., Part 7.
I'm going for the spacewalk. You mean a water walk?
Hey, you do understand that the success rate for spacewalks like exponentially increased once they started training in the neutral buoyancy pool.
Oh boy, story time.
It's not a story.
Yes. Story time. How many spacewalks have you been successful?
How many what?
Spacewalks have you successfully completed?
It's irrelevant.
Oh.
They have been done.
Welcome back.
Okay, well, how many have you done?
It's irrelevant. They have been done.
Well, how do you know that? Have you done any?
Well, I've seen video.
Oh, you've seen video. Would you say that movies are video?
You've seen video.
Movies are
Come on, man.
But yes, they are.
Right. Okay, so how do you tell the difference?
Well, when I see something live streamed, then I kind of think it's not fiction.
Okay, so how do you verify that it's actually a live stream?
Oh shucks. Well, because I mean that was the only way to do it back in the 60s.
Okay.
Back in the 60s.
All right, so
Are you sure about that?
Wait. What? In the 60s?
69.
Right.
Yes, that's when we went to the moon.
Spacewalks. Spacewalk.
How sure are you about that?
Wait, well,
Pretty fucking sure.
So
100%?
I don't accept certainty.
So he's not sure.
Wait. What is? I don't accept certainty. What does that mean?
It means that uncertainty is the thing that has been measured in the universe. Uncertainty is the thing that exists.
Okay, so you just threw
There has
everything.
never been a measure of certainty. There has never been. Hang on.
Yeah, you don't know.
Hang on. There has
that's
never.
why I said it was story time with Donald.
One sentence. There has never been a measure of certainty.
Yeah, we know that you're not.
So that being the case, if that were true, that means that people did walk? People did walk on the moon.
Who said that?
In their
Wait a second. Can I ask Donald a question about that? Donald, you said there's never been a measure of certainty, right?
Yeah.
Are you certain about that?
Uncertainty is the thing that we measure.
Are you certain about that?
Uncertainty is the thing that we measure.
What's your level of certainty about that?
Uncertainty is Heisenberg's uncertainty principle is the thing that describes uncertainty.
Oh my gosh.
How certain are you of that?
Uncertainty is the thing that is measured in the universe.
Uncertainty and tendency.
Hey,
come on,
keep
man.
doing it. I want you to keep doing it here too.
Come on, man. You're starting to sound like a robot.
How certain are you? Yeah, I want you to do it.
You know
Like
what you're saying, man?
I want to hear you do
Do you
it.
have any thoughts of your own,
over and over.
So
yeah, are you absolutely certain, Donald? Are you absolutely certain, Donald, that nothing is certain?
I don't require certainty.
Do you have any opinions of your own?
Are you certain of that?
Yes, many.
Do you have opinions?
Yes, many.
Yeah. Are you sure you're not going to give other people's opinions but yours?
What?
How sure are you, okay, that they couldn't have faked live streaming? Do you even know if it was live streamed? No, look, I can record something, okay, and then play it and live stream that recording. Like, are you sure you know what you're talking about?
So there are only two ways to slow down the jumping up and down that they did on the moon. It's either to do it by wires or do it by film. There were no wires, and there is not enough material that film is made of.
Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that?
Are you certain?
Please.
Are you certain?
Finish. I was almost done. There is not enough material on the planet Earth to make the amount of film that would have taken to slow down.
The story begs the question. Are you
It begs the question, man. We're gonna put Eisenberg.
Hold up, man.
Needs to be involved here.
Here, check it out. 1968, a film called Space Odyssey came out. Space Odyssey. It won the Academy Award for special effects, broke all the records, and set the aesthetic for space. What you see today is space. So you were saying?
I don't care about aesthetics.
Yeah. So see what you just said, that there wasn't enough. Nah. A film won an Academy Award for it, and that's 1969. 1969. Listen, the 1969. The year later, the moon landing was aired on TV. Okay, so there's your explanation.
We have photos from.
Are we getting? Are we going to go away from the Eisenberg uncertainty principle? Let's get back to that.
Finish. I'd love to finish.
No.
Discord.gg/flatearth.
Hell, devolution is real because flat earthers.
Hey, we got Freezer that just joined our chat. Let's see if he wants to talk. Freezer, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I don't have anything to say.
Nothing to say, Freezer. You just joined our forum, and we want to get to know you, bro. At least just to get to know what your position is on the topic of the shape of the Earth. Is that cool? Can you just tell us?
I think it's round.
Okay, and you
please don't attack me.
Oh yeah, no, we're not gonna attack.
Hold on. We're gonna attack him right. Meggy, hold on a second. We're gonna attack him right now. Round and flat aren't mutually exclusive. You can have round like coinage, LPs, pizzas.
I guess I don't think it's flat. Is what I'm trying to say.
Frisbees are round.
Frisbees. Meggy, shout out to Meggy. 49 minutes after the hour.
I told you, that's it right there. I'm saving that shit. That's what he actually showed me this. I will get back to you in a little bit, Freezer. He gave me this GIF when I was talking about the 3 points and I was constructing it, and they were a bit bloated at the time. And he's like, "You need to say less things." And so he was like, "Here's a GIF," and he showed me that GIF. I made him. That's why I couldn't. It never left my mind. Like after he showed me that, and he told me so. Part of the reason why the questions are the way they are, like just really concise, is because he helped me kind of put them together. So shout out to QE.
Usually it's a different context though. This is usually saying shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
But it applied to our situation, so that's why I used it. Sorry to interrupt. Go ahead on Freezer Duel.
But remember, with the opposite, you prove the globe door by saying a lot of things. I mean, not prove it, but the people that want to prove it say a lot of things. Yeah.
Freezer, you're allowed to be a glober in here.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, we
it's
can
all
give
right,
you the globe Earth roll, actually, if you want that.
Cool.
Oh, settle down. He has to know what the globe is. No, he has to know what. He has to know it's on.
You want him to know that? I'm
he has to know something. Like if he thinks gravity is caused by the rotation of the Earth, then like he's not a glober, man. He's good.
Dude, that's fucking exactly. Look at see these Tic Tacs right here. That's what I'm handing. I'm handing the globe Earth roll. The globe Earth roll is handed out like Tic Tacs, bro. Like, you want one here?
You're just looking for targets.
Dude, why do you got to give the secrets away, dude? Like that's.
Green globes.
This is a target-rich environment.
Free globes. Miggy's been handing out free globes for everyone. Go
Free
ahead.
globes, man. I mean, if you want it, shit. All right. So, what evidence do you have, Freezer, that the Earth is a globe? Just
Okay, I guess my thinking is if we have planes and fighter jets and things like that, we would be able to fly and see the flatness. So, like, you'd be able to fly out to the end, see what's underneath, and report back. Take a picture of it because we can take pictures. We have modern day tech to take pictures, and we see that it's
what?
That it's like
Freezer, come on, man. Are you kidding around? You must
I'm
be
not
kidding around, bro.
No, I'm dead serious.
Are you serious? You're dead serious.
Ice wall.
That's your evidence for the Earth being a globe. What you just said.
Can we not do that experiment?
No, I'm not even. It's not an experiment. What? Okay, who wants point on this?
Yeah, go for it.
Oh, yeah, who wants point?
I don't. It's too stupid to even comment.
Yeah, I'm out. Whoever wants point.
Me too.
Sir, do you know what a triangle is?
Freaking gypsy. Oh my god.
Oh, we
Are
go.
you sure you're Discord, dude?
I mean, some simple stuff is like planes don't account for any curvature or rotation. So
really?
no, there's no instrument in the plane that tells the pilot to adjust for curvature or the Earth's rotation.
Oh, exactly. Yeah. Well, his plane example was stupid. Of course, flight is one of my flat Earth proofs. So thanks a lot, Freezer Doodle.
I'm all ears.
You're all ears. You should be all eyes and no lips and start fucking going over my website and debunking that.
How do we land planes?
Hold on a second. I'll load them up for you. Fuck it. How do we land planes? How do you even fucking fly? Talk about fucking landing.
Yeah, you have to have a relationship between antecedents. How do you do this first and then you do the other thing? It's not the other way.
So can I ask a question?
Oh, God.
Like, let's say you're in Australia and you fly one way, east, and you get to Canada, and you continue to fly east. How do you get back to Australia?
All right, you ask your sister. All right, we ready?
You go in a circle.
So let's just go through it real quick. You answer these questions 54 minutes after the hour from my website. Bypass number 1. That's just the title. Flight. Or get on flight. You see those jets you were talking about?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Since the Earth is, as we're told, a sphere of 25,000 miles in circumference, radius 3959 miles, then pilots traveling for 1 hour at a typical cruising speed of 500 miles an hour to simply maintain altitude would constantly have to adjust their altitude downwards to compensate for the curvature and descend on average 2,789 feet every fucking minute, dude. Does that happen?
All due respect, I'm not a pilot. I don't know anything about
You
flying.
don't have to be a pilot. You just have to fly on a plane and listen closely. Go to the next slide. Now, to negotiate that drop, because you have curvature, and curvature is drop at 8 inches per mile squared, by the way. To negotiate the drop, I really don't care. The plane can barrel roll, split S, wing over, tail slide, slow roll, cubinate, falling leaf, chandeli, or the hokey pokey, but it must descend. And the most important fucking part of this, everyone on the plane will know it. Is that clear? So, my shining example, next slide. It starts with B. How many miles of vertical drop, that's geometric, must be negotiated over a distance of 1,000 miles on a ball with a circumference of 25,000 miles? I already got the answer for you there. So it's rhetorical. So it's 128.3 miles that has to be negotiated. How many feet are in 128.3 miles? 600,777,424 feet. So 677,424 feet of vertical drop must be negotiated over 1,000 miles on the Earth. So let's do an example. Real world. I'm traveling by commercial plane from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania to Dallas, Texas. Approximate distance, 1,000 miles. typical cruising speed of a commercial airliner, 500 miles an hour. So, A, 1,000 mile distance at 500 miles per hour is a travel time of 2 hours. That's 120 minutes. So, question, how many feet of vertical drop per minute on average needs to be negotiated on my trip? That would be pretty easy. Total feet of vertical drop over 1,000 miles, like I said before, 677,424 feet. Travel time is 2 hours. Next slide. Simple calculation, 677,424 feet over 120 minutes. Answer, 5,645 feet of vertical drop over a mile per minute average must be negotiated by that plane on my trip. Does that happen?
In the
If
ball,
you ever flown for over an hour in a plane that dropped 5,000 over 5,000 feet every fucking minute?
no.
No.
MG said no.
No, I know he did. I've flown across the pond about 25, 30 times. 12, 13-hour flights. Some of the flights had turbulence, right? So I'll grant you that. A lot of them didn't. That means we've flown fucking level the whole way. And I would know it. If a plane drops like 20 fucking feet, guess what? I know it. And everyone on the plane knows it. They can tell. You can tell that elevation drop, right? I've flown for hours with jack shit. How do you explain? Globetard's dead, man, with flight.
Have you talked to the pilots of your plane
Don't
about
have to
this?
talk to the pilots. I just explained it to you.
Maybe your calculation's wrong. I'm sorry.
It's not Where are they wrong? Show
I
how
have
my
no
calculations
idea.
are wrong. They're simple calculations. They're not fucking aviation calculations. It's simple common sense.
I've talked to my brother. He's a pilot. I've asked him all these
Matter.
things.
Fuck that. Shut the
What's
fuck
your brother
up.
say?
That's what I'm talking about. Shut up. 77 con. At the fuck ease.
What does it matter what the pilot says? Why would that matter?
Well, I guess if there's a group of pilots who believe the Earth is flat, that would be something that I've never heard about before. And
What does that matter? So what is that? Is that how we determine truth? We just like poll people, and like we just sum the number of people that believe something, and that's the truth. No, then what's it? Why is it important? Why does it matter? It's not the determiner of truth, right? How many people believe something? What the freaking name tag says? What they did? What they do? Right? There's objective evidence out there in the world. We can gather it. We don't need somebody else to tell us what it means.
I just gave it to him.
Exactly. He just gave you objective calculations. You can do the calculations yourself. They're not
Would I be able
incorrect.
to see the slides? Because he was referring to slides. I have no idea where that is.
That was exactly my point because I knew he wasn't on the same page. QE was speaking, but he's not following.
So
That's
54 minutes after the hour in live stream. Were you there?
Yeah.
That says Quantum Eraser. It's got the two swords. There should be a crown in the middle. I got to get with Miggy on that. Quantum Eraser, 54 minutes. You go click the first slide. That's just the title. Flat Earth Proofs. It's from my website. I said bypass that. I said go to flight with the jets there. That's where I started. Since the Earth is, as we're told, a sphere, that spiel. Yeah? Are you there?
Flat Earth. Sorry, somebody's going to have to tell me where to go.
It's at 54. It's 54 minutes after the hour. There's a whole bunch of slides. They're stacked in rows and two columns. 2 rows, 2 columns. Or 3 columns, sorry. You have to double click on them. Are you on a phone?
No.
Okay. You have to click on, well, you don't have to double click, just click on it.
Okay,
Click
I got
one
you.
of the- okay.
Mhm.
So it says Flat Earth Proofs. got an X through it. Just bypass that one. Then the next slide after that, hit the arrow on the right-hand side. You see the arrow over there on the right-hand side?
What is this? Like kindergarten?
You see it?
Okay.
No, I'm sorry.
Got a sea lion.
So let's start at point 1. At 54 minutes after the hour, do you see my name?
No. I got like a mathematical model CH helicopter.
He's on a different chat. He's on a different chat or something.
Go to live stream voice text. It's the room directly above the live stream.
Okay, yeah, I'm there.
It says live stream voice text. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So
just a little above what you're looking at.
So you're in there. It should read at the top, live stream voice text, and it has a bunch of posts in there. Yeah, you got that?
Mm-hmm.
Go to 54 minutes after the hour. Since I don't know where you are in the
That's what you're talking about. Okay, I thought you had a video. Okay, gotcha. 54.
Bruh. Yeah, he's on the same page now. Finally, you made it, bro. Congrats. That's good. This is good. This is all the time that has been taken for you to bring you at the same page. Perfect.
Yeah, I got your pictures. Yeah, I'm sorry.
He's good. It says Flat Earth Proofs, the first one. It has an arrow on the right-hand side.
Yeah, it's got a globe crossed out. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, just scroll past that one. That's just titling it. And then, then it has the next slide, flight.
Yeah.
And that, what I spoke of during the last 5 to 8 minutes is that's
all this is there. Yeah.
Yeah, so we can go to my example, and it starts out with the letter B.
Can I ask you something? Have you went to a physics professor with this? Any university?
Bro, why are you passing the page? You're on the same page. You finally made it to the same page that we are at.
Why would I take this to a physics professor?
Well, sure. These are the calculations I've made. I want you to look at it and let me know what you think.
Why? Physics has nothing to do with calculations.
Well, I guess it would have to do with gravity and like the plane being sucked in and all that.
We'll get to that. It doesn't have shit to do with gravity. That doesn't exist, by the way. It doesn't. This isn't physics.
You're holding this book, this example that he's giving you about aviation, and then later we can pick up the other book. Stay on the same page for now, then we can go to the next page or the next book. Get it?
Sounds good.
Yeah,
and believe me, we've talked to plenty of physicists. Okay. Yeah,
doesn't matter anyway. This isn't.
Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, exactly. And you're just doing the thing I just complained about, appealing to authority.
Essentially, it's geometry. When you get right down to the end point, is geometry simply. The rest are simple calculations. Do you want me to go through it again?
You don't have to. Maybe I guess conclude.
I'll post a screenshot from a globe Earth's curve calculator using the values. Okay, and you can look for yourself. Okay, here's a link. This is not a flat earther math or any crazy thing like that, right? The formulas are right on it. You can do it yourself with your own calculator and do it yourself, right? So it's not complicated. This is basic geometry, basic algebra.
I didn't have any algebra in my calculations. It's just simple mathematics. I don't know, dude. I mean, it's just grade school level mathematics.
Then maybe you guys would be able to explain why there's a lot of disagreement, because I don't know enough about the subject.
Now, this isn't a topic of disagree or agree. That's subjective. This is objective. You're in a category here.
This is a real East level, sir.
This isn't agree, disagree. This isn't our favorite fucking fantasy football running back or cake decorating threads. This is objective. 1, 2, 3, A, B, fucking C. There is no agree, disagree. It either is or it ain't. Period.
So if I say it is and you say it ain't, would that be considered a disagreement?
It just depends on what you're going to have to show where it ain't.
Yeah, you're just saying so it ain't doesn't make it so, sir.
Yeah, you got to be hyper specific. Where is it ain't?
I'm sorry, I haven't prepared research for this. I'm sorry.
Yep.
Well, I mean, it's just simple math, man. It's simple math. Math is objective, right? We don't all, like everyone around the world, don't use different sets of mathematics. We all use the same mathematics. There's no agree or disagree. It's either correct or incorrect. That's it.
I'm not getting it, dude. These are simple calculations. I'm looking at B. We're looking at how many miles of vertical drop must be negotiated over a distance of 1,000 miles on a ball with a circumference of 25,000 miles. You could use the curve calculator you just gave to you. The answer is 128.3 miles of vertical drop. And I put it in. I just converted to feet. Little dimensional analysis. No mathematics. So I gave you a real world example. I'm traveling in a commercial plane from Pittsburgh to Dallas. Approximate distance is 1,000 miles. The cruising speed is 500 miles an hour. Right? So you'd figure that would take us 2 hours to get there. Right? That's just simple. Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. This is just simple. It's a simple calculation. 677,424 feet divided by 120 minutes gives me 5,645 feet of vertical drop. Every single fucking mile on average per minute must be negotiated by the plane to account for the curvature underneath the plane. Because the earth is curving away as the plane flies. I don't care what direction it's going. Because every point along a tangent from your feet on a fairy tale spinning monkey ball drops away from you at 8 inches per mile squared. This isn't even in contention. You got to have drop over curve. That's what fucking curvature is. So you got to negotiate. The planes have to negotiate that. You're on the plane. It's not any magic. That plane got to fucking drop. And my point is, no matter how they do it, whether it doesn't matter. It's a red herring fallacy. Regardless of how they do it, you're gonna know it. You've flown on a plane before, haven't you?
When I was like 3, I'm sorry.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Then maybe that's not gonna ring true because you'd have to, actually, be a adult able of, sentience and intelligence. Everyone else has been, right?
Yeah. I don't know how you flew to Dallas in 2 hours, man. Holy shit, man.
Yeah.
I flew from Boston. It took forever.
It's just simple math. That plane got to fucking drop. It's got to be negotiated.
You do understand that simple idea, right? Like it has to main altitude, it would have to adjust, if it was flying over a curving globe, right? You get that?
I guess my thinking is if it's going straight, then there's a down force and an up force, and it could remain straight.
There's no down force and up force. Even if there were, you'd still know it.
You'd still have to adjust to maintain altitude. So it's like there's no, like I said earlier, like gyroscopes maintain their rigidity in space. So there's nothing on the plane that tells the pilot they have to go curve downward with the curve of this imaginary Earth, right? So it's just, why would you be treating the Earth as flat and stationary if it's a spinning globe?
The plane is going to have to either adjust its acceleration, which you're going to know, right? Fucking, if you're ever on a plane, everyone knows this. You know when that fucker starts to slow down. The second it starts. Or it's going to have to nose down. It's as simple as that. Either one of those two, it must do. Must.
Would it feel like 0G?
I don't give a fuck about 0G. Anyone on the plane's going to know whether it's It's acceleration or the speed. I'm sorry. You notice the speed change, right? Or the orientation of the plane. Either one.
Especially if you're drinking like a hot coffee, you'll know.
Actually, in zero G planes, what they do is drop in altitude very fast, and that's how you know it. Like you feel that, just like you feel a drop in a roller coaster. So, yeah, exactly. You ever felt G forces in a plane?
Oh, he isn't going to know because he hasn't flown in a plane since 3. So I guess we might move away from this example.
That would have baked your baked your potato at 3 years old.
Yeah, Freezer, your 3-year-old self knows this is bullshit. Try to get in touch with him.
I guess. All right. Well, my question to you guys would be: correct me then. What's the Earth look like?
It's flat. Look
From where?
like just yeah.
Flat like a pizza with toppings on one side and nothing on the bottom.
Pizza? What the fuck?
Flat Earth doesn't mean something completely different than what you experience. You experience a flat and stationary Earth. We're not all living in some fairy tale land thinking that the Earth is something that it's not. We all experience the Earth together. It's not like we're saying it's something completely different than what you experience.
Well, he did mention gravity. I don't know. Does he want to go down that road next?
I'm all ears.
You're all ears. Make the claim.
Well, he thinks Earth is a space disk, so I mean, maybe you want to go down that road. Because, that's really the bubble that needs to be busted most of the time.
Yeah, sir. Okay. When you say flat Earth, does an image pops in your mind and you say,
yeah, like
my mind?
Like I said, like pizza with all the toppings on top, which is us, and then nothing on the bottom, which would be like the bottom of it.
The third pizza from the sun?
Yeah, okay, yeah, that pops in my head. That thing right there, yeah.
No one freaking thinks that.
Okay, so what do you guys think?
Earth isn't embedded in some other space. The Earth is the universe.
You lost me there.
Yeah, I know.
Think about it.
There's no space. There's a. We think that there's a firmament.
Try from your immediate experience, your real ease level. Try from there and then verify beyond that point, because at this moment, you're not even on the same page. So you just gotta keep it simple. Don't talk about things outside of the system that you will never be able to verify.
Yeah, see, Freezer, you're thinking about it like you can astral project yourself, look at Earth from far away like a God's eye view.
Mm-hmm.
That can't happen. That is a TV show.
Do we not have satellites in outer space right now?
No.
We don't. So if I call Google and I say, yo, show me a broadcast of 4 or 5 of your satellites, and they do, what are they showing me?
What do you mean if you call Google? Like on the phone? What are you talking about?
Like if I contact somebody who's in charge of like satellites.
Google doesn't own any satellites. They don't even claim to own any satellites. In fact, they have a Satelloon called Loon that they float around.
They have high altitude balloons that gives most of that stuff. But
yeah, they've been running that since like what year? 2006 or something.
Yeah, there's no satellites in so-called space.
Yeah, outer space. So
what powers my satellite TV?
The wall socket.
What? Okay.
They have high altitude balloons, like really large.
Let me ask you a question. How far do you think a radio signal can go because the Earth is a ball?
I have no information on that.
Okay, so why would you think because you have a dish that like the signal must come from outer space?
Okay, well, if I was to take a bomb and bomb the satellite, I would lose TV connection, right? Because the satellite doesn't exist anymore.
How would you do that?
Stupid.
I don't know, by modern military technology.
Yeah, because, dude, can we get out of Fantasyland? Come back to reality?
So satellites don't exist?
No, that would be a second law of thermodynamics violation. Do you know what the second law of thermodynamics is?
I don't.
Okay. It's the physical law, the natural law that states that high pressure goes to low pressure unless there's some barrier separating them. Now, the air you're breathing is high pressure. Outer space vacuum, where these satellites are supposed to be, that's nearly no pressure. So how do you have gas pressure on Earth without a container? So what should you believe? Should you believe the second law of thermodynamics, or should you believe the TV show? Right?
Well, it's not a TV show. I mean,
it is a TV show. Have you ever seen a satellite?
So if I call NASA and I ask about their satellite information,
you're like your ninth appeal to authority, dude. You're like on your ninth, bro.
Well, I'm not the one who. Okay, if I call Elon Musk, he puts satellites in outer space. That's how Ukraine's
They're
able to get their internet right now, right?
That would be the 10th.
I thought he shut them off.
Okay, regardless of whether he shut them off or not, they exist.
Yeah, yeah, sure they do. That's why I asked you, how far can a radio signal, that's why I asked you, how far can a radio signal go without a satellite?
No idea.
Well, we know of 10,000 miles.
How can you make an argument when you don't know anything?
I just know Elon Musk has some satellites up there, which is giving internet to Ukraine.
No, you believe that.
Yeah.
You believe in a lie. You believe that someone said a lie. You believe in that lie. That's
so people in Ukraine are lying that they have internet connection.
No, hold on.
No, they have an internet connection. This isn't coming from a satellite.
Because Freddy, you cannot say
I'm sorry. Y'all hear me or not?
That's not how the internet works, mate. Satellites have nothing.
Please acknowledge that y'all can hear me so I can stop trying to see.
Yeah, Elijah is talking, guys. He's trying to talk. Go ahead.
All right. So we were talking about gas pressure without a container. You said call Elon Musk.
Mm-hmm.
Now, here's a simple statement. Knowing something and knowing about something is two different things. Yes or no?
Sure.
Right. So you know about something, people say, but you have no idea how to actually address the second law of thermodynamics violation. Even if you want satellites, we'll give it. But with the math, the way they relay information is by knowing the elevation angle. That math is flat math, bro.
Yo, I think I just got my voice to work, by the way. Can anyone hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we hear you.
Yeah. What's the average speed for?
Oh, hold on. I posted something in the chat.
Yeah.
You see that in the chat? It's the guy going over a little geometry.
Yeah.
And he's explaining in the video that yes, he knows the Earth is flat. I mean, yes, he knows the Earth's a globe, but for these purposes to explain how we communicate with satellites, we have to assume a flat Earth. That's what he's pointing to when he's pointing to that line. That's what I mean by an elevation angle.
I just wanna get rid of this internet thing, man. We have something called latency. You know what that is? 20 milliseconds. Okay, that's your average gaming latency speed. That's a good. Do you know what kind of latency do you get with satellite signals?
No idea.
Right. So that's what we mean. You don't know how these things work. Okay, everything we use today that you think are run through satellites go under the ground, through fiber optic cables, and under the ocean. They've been there for since we've laid down cables, since the first radio, under the ocean. No one's been using satellites. The only thing people use satellites for are emergency / military, certain frequencies that you need hardware in the sky to use satellite, in the sky and the ocean. Okay, I used to be a radio man in the Navy. This is ridiculous that you're bringing this up. Okay, that's not how internet works. You need better proof for satellites. And hand it back to Eliza. Thanks, Eliza.
Sea freezers, so check this out, man. As far back as 1918, we could transmit radio signals from UK to Australia. Why would we ever need to build a satellite?
Good question. I don't know the answer.
And neither does anybody else. It's not necessary. There's radio signals that go way, like, you know, if it's a ball, it's all the way on the other side of the ball. Like, how did that happen? And we've been doing this. So I'll give you a very specific example that we know the 10,000 mile radio signal. Admiral Byrd broadcasted from Little America, which is like off the coast of Chile, all the way to New York City back in the 30s. So when JFK was shot, the Secretary of State in the United States was flying over the Pacific. He was between Hawaii and Japan because he's going to go visit Japan. They radioed him the message to turn around his plane and come back because the president was shot. Well, he was like 8,000 miles away. And you heard QE give you the curve calculation for a drop 1,000 miles. And 1,000 miles is 666,000 feet. Right? So it's an exponential curve. So 8,000 miles away, that's something like 7,000 miles a drop. Right? So how do all these technologies work, and why would they even go to satellites? Because it's back then, it was a big business, and without getting like deep into the politics, the first telecommunications satellite was lobbied for by a certain guy named Lyndon Baines Johnson.
Spartans! What is your profession?
The old friend. I brought more soldiers.
Yo, Paul, you have any requests? Or you want to chat?
How do you explain that? If you can explain that outside of gravity. Stop! Shut up! Sorry. Let him talk. How do you explain gravity outside of our basic knowledge of what we have today? Gravity, bitch. Shut up! He already asked him. Damn it! He already asked him. He said mass attraction mass. Dying.
What about Einstein? Space time.
Let him go. Go ahead. Go ahead. Brother. Again, I want to see it again. I didn't see it the last time. I need to see it again. All right. Thank you. So, you know Neil deGrasse Tyson? Yeah. You know what he does? What you're doing? Yeah. That's gravity. It's a theory. It is. Just like every other. Hold on. Shut up. Nobody's saying nothing. Is that a fact? No, we can't prove it because we can't see it. It's not tangible. No, who's we? That's retarded. Shut up! Who's we? Humans. I'm sorry. I want to make this clear. Humans can't prove gravity. It's a theory. No, I'm sorry. I want you to say it. Humans cannot prove gravity. It's a theory. That is something we said from the beginning of lab. Hold on. Do you know? No. Hold on. Do you know who Einstein is? Yeah. What is his theory of gravity? Hold on. What's his theory of gravity? I want him to talk. As in, when a large mass bends. No. Space. Jack. No, go ahead. Try again. Go ahead. Sounds great. Let him talk. All right. Let him talk. Let him keep talking. Gravity is what? I'm sorry. It's a force. Einstein. Hold on. According to Einstein. No, we're talking about Einstein. No. What was gravity? No. What's the definition? We're talking about Einstein's gravity. No. What's the definition of a force? Oh. I'm sorry. Shut up. Stop talking. Let him talk. All right, go ahead. Let him talk. It's all good. This guy's getting.
But Einstein doesn't define gravity as a force.
Nobody. Stop. Right. He's a professor, dude. He's a literal professor. Dude.
Einstein doesn't define gravity as a force at all.
That's right.
But you got it right the first time.
You can't. Would you just stop talking and let him talk? You can't do it. He wants him to dig his own grave. Yeah.
Dig his own grave. He already did actually. Yeah. He couldn't answer a force.
All right, go ahead. No. So tell us. Einstein's gravity. Is a large mass that bends the space around it, in turn causes everything else to attract forces. You can. So how do you do that in a lab? So can you with a sheet, a giant sheet, a large ball, and a force. Okay.
That's an explanation.
Shut up!
Oh my God!
Shut up! So it's called the So you're not going with a Newtonian gravity. You go with Einsteinian gravity, which is the warping of space-time. Yes. Right. So when I was in school, they gave like a sheet, and you do like a bowling ball, and it would like bend. The fabric of space-time. So in space, what is the fabric?
No.
Technically, there isn't one because it's
No! Space-time is not two-dimensional. Space-time is four-dimensional.
What's the fabric?
So why is the fabric two-dimensional?
So when I have and pseudo-Riemannian,
space-time is four-dimensional.
Which is a vacuum. So what's the fabric? There is no medium. There is nothing. Oh! Hey! No medium to bend? Where are you going? No medium to bend?
Can I say my fun part?
Yeah, no, there's nothing.
I got one.
Okay, so what's the bending then? Jack, what's bending?
Space-time is bending.
You're still
space-time. Now, what is space-time? Is it two-dimensional like a stretch membrane? So that's a terrible. That's a terrible.
Let him talk. Let him talk. Modern physics says that Einstein debunked. It's like Newton. This is one dude. So then why did you say mass attracting mass? Stop doing this.
No, he changed. No, he didn't. He changed.
No, I asked him about Einstein. He said mass attracting mass, and I said, what about Einstein?
But he said
I changed it.
He said mass bending.
Stop, guys. You don't have no self-control.
Can I tell you about Einstein?
No. Shut up. Just listen. Let him do it. Let him do it. Stop.
I live in Germany.
Which one?
Dumb as a rock. Dumme wie Einstein. The whole thing, his whole existence was
Just try to hold that.
done with the rock. I'm done.
Einstein.
I mean, you're not
That's
wrong.
I give him the win because y'all will not shut up. It's 6 against 1. Shut up. Let him talk.
I'm sorry I didn't.
Like, seriously. There's no. Why are y'all getting so excited? He's wrong and we're right, so shut up. Quit.
No. See, it's not just about being right or wrong.
You can't do it, can you?
It's not about being right or wrong. You got it wrong. You say it's not about being right or wrong.
I think you should
It's
let
about
this guy talk.
no. It's not about being right or wrong.
Go ahead. You go ahead.
Like
I'm
I'm interested in when he said, according to Einstein, gravity is when mass distorts space-time, right? But space-time is not two-dimensional. Space-time is not two-dimensional.
It's not tangible.
No, hold on. Space-time is not two-dimensional. It's four-dimensional, right? Now, you can't even conceive that physically. You can't visualize that. But let's keep that aside. Now, why do they give us examples of a mass distorting a two-dimensional membrane as an example of Einsteinian gravity? That is there, right there, wrong. Even you would admit that, right? Right? No, because they're stretching a two-dimensional membrane, but that's not what space-time is. Space-time is four-dimensional. Okay? So they're actually not even telling us. You know why they can't tell us what space-time is exactly? Because it doesn't exist. It only exists in theory, in math. It does not exist in reality. There's no such thing as space-time in reality. Space-time exists only in tensor physics, right? And in mathematical theory. See, an experiment says that we ain't moving. Einstein comes with a theory. Now, first time in the history, maybe not the first time, but a great time in the history of science, they threw out the results of an experiment in favor of a mathematical unproven construct called space-time that they can't even explain.
A physical experiment that
should be a
proved,
problem.
Yeah, he's saying a physical experiment that proved that the Earth definitely does not move, and then Einstein came up with a mathematical theory after the fact.
You couldn't shut up if you tried.
No, I just repeated what he said.
But Jack, truth takes one version.
I am more interested in learning here than just winning a debate. So it's not about like when you're saying right. No. It's not about right or wrong or winning a debate. But I'm interested in engaging you and showing you how the model that you might be espousing and claiming it's true, how it's really defective, and how you can even see it yourself. Right? I just showed you an example. Right? They're not when they teach in schools and universities and in documentaries that space-time is this flat two-dimensional membrane, right there and there is wrong. Right there and there it's wrong. It's not right. They don't know what it is because it doesn't exist in fact. So in science, if an experiment conflicts, disagrees with theory, the theory gets thrown away. The experiment is held in favor, right? But they did the exact opposite. So they brought a theory, a mathematical model called space-time, warping, and gravity, and doing all that shit in favor of an experiment. That is wrong, right there. You can go read the history of physics, the history of science, Michelson Morley. That is just wrong out there. They don't know what gravity is. Do you know how wrong gravity is when it gets to the cosmological scale? 120 orders of magnitude off. Usually in science, if it's a few orders of magnitude off, they throw the theory away. Why are they still clinging on to gravity when it's 120 orders of magnitude off? And they're inventing dark matter and dark energy to patch where that theory failed. Go ask any professor. They admit it failed. Why are they letting people like you go preach outside that it's accurate? Why when it ain't? It's not.
But your guys' theory, how can you prove?
No theory.
How can you prove?
We have a
are,
hypothesis.
With your hypothesis, how can you prove that we are on a flat Earth, and how do we in turn stay on it?
Okay, we have a hypothesis that there's no curve, right? Recently, there's an 830-mile line of sight microwave transmission, 10 feet above the sea level. 830 miles, if you do the math, you know how tall the receiver has to be? It has to be in outer space. It is 7 miles. Outer space is 60 miles. It is 20 miles inside outer space. In order, the curve of the Earth, I didn't realize this till I started embracing flat Earth. I had no clue, and many people have no clue how drastic that curve is.
Fuck you guys, Earth is a globe.
F you too.
Did you see these guys?
Oh my gosh.
See,
We made history the other night.
many people.
Hold on.
I got excited about hockey.
Bro, go away.
Many people are not. They're not really. They haven't grasped. I was there too. All of us here were there too. We didn't quite realize how drastic that curve is until we started doing the math. Only 830 miles, and you know what? The U.S. Navy, Russian Navy, and military, they say they actually do 1,000-mile communication. Now, that places, and we're talking about line of sight. We're not talking about bouncing off the ionosphere. We're talking about line of sight, 1,000 miles. The receiver, even if
you guys on the other bar.
even if the transmitter is like 100 feet high, the receiver has to be like tens of miles high. That's how drastic that curve is. Just do the math yourself. And so if you're asking me, for what evidence? This is not the evidence I'm giving you. It's flat. It has to be flat in order for that communication to happen. There's no curve. No curve is observed. Right? People are doing 730-mile photographs of the Alps in Europe. I think they're in Switzerland or something. From Great Britain. 730 miles away. That should be like 50 miles beneath the curve. That's how drastic the curve is. If you don't do the math, you will not wrap your head around how drastic it is. There's no curve. And if you're talking about what the force, we have a hypothesis that it's the electromagnetic potential, electric potential, I should say, which is also a proven scientific fact. Like, go and read about Richard Feynman. I think he's the first or the one that popularized this experimentally derived and established fact. There's a potential.
Ivy League professor.
In fact, he's even a Nobel laureate, if I'm not mistaken. Richard Feynman. So that's the theory that we have as a hypothesis. We need money to conduct research.
Which has been proven physically, by the way.
Yeah, it has been proven physically, right? So it's not like we don't have our own hypothesis. It's not like we don't have our own scientific evidence.
Sorry, there was glare coming from behind you.
What's that?
There was glare coming from behind you.
Oh, okay.
My glasses were.
We do have the evidences for which you're asking for, but it's just not. It's not gravity. It's not mass attracting mass, and it's not mass distorting space-time. It's not. It's neither. It's an electric potential.
No, I need that for tomorrow. We're gonna hit the streets and talk to people about this. I would take a picture of it. There's two sides to it.
Oh, mine's still on. Look at that.
Yep, so this is one of the hard-hitting facts. This is taken a screenshot from a video of a guy who was putting the camera 1 foot above the water at the shore off the coast of California, Santa Barbara. And he could see these platforms. You can check it on Google. Platform Habitat, Platform Hill House. 6.21 miles, 9.41 miles. You can see the horizon clearly behind Platform Habitat, beyond 9.41 miles. If you do the math, the formula for the distance of the horizon is 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
Okay.
So at 1 foot, 1.22 miles, that's where the horizon would be on a physical geometric sphere. Because we say
this one?
You can keep that. You can keep that. So the horizon is supposed to be on a sphere, supposed to be hiding boats behind it, because it's a physical edge of the sphere.
Yeah.
But we can demonstrate with videos like this or images like this or just observations that you can make yourself. You don't have to trust us on anything. You can verify it yourself. This is a top-down view from Google where the platforms are. The horizon has to be physical on the globe for the 3959 miles radius to be valid. So we've debunked that radius. For this to be an actual globe, the radius would be over 600,000 miles. And that would throw off all the math. Everything about the heliocentric model is wrong. So this is beyond like 10 miles. It should only be 1.22 miles at 1 foot above the horizon. You can verify that yourself. Don't trust anything we say. So this is one of the globe killers. These are just like distant. So yeah, there's some distortion there, but they're distance markers. They're distance markers you can verify on Google.
And they're oil platforms.
They're oil platforms. Yeah, they don't move. So they're there, and you can see clearly the horizons behind it. That can't happen on a globe of 3959 miles radius. So we don't expect to convince you. We're just giving the information. That's all it is. It's your journey to have on your own. Figure it out for yourself. It's fine, dude. You take all the time you need. It's a journey, I'm telling you. It's a journey. I appreciate you listening, man.
Thank you. I'm Tyler, by the way.
Tyler, I'm Alex.
Nice to meet you.
I'll give you my channel. I'm going live tomorrow. My YouTube channel is Critical Inception.
I'm so glad you have a card. My
Yep.
just about dead.
There you go, man. I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
All right,
All right.
we all go home, man.
Have a good night, guys.
How about that?
My father was put that on. Hawkeye Pierce.
Yep.
And, everybody. Sorry, you got
One more thing. This is yours. It's a Frisbee. Check it out. Scan that code. We got an app. My friend David Weiss made it. It has like a boatload of information. It's basically like the encyclopedia of all the flat Earth related info. And it's $2.99, but you can connect with people everywhere across the plane. So you'll see little blue dots everywhere. There's going to be a map showing up, and you can connect with them. So you can see where everyone is. So right now Vegas is pretty packed with blue dots.
I was going to assume.
So there's over 118,000 people who signed up to the map, but more people have downloaded the app. And the point of it is just to get the information out there, because YouTube will censor it. You search for flat Earth and they show you bullshit.
Yeah.
Nothing that we believe. Floating disc in space. We don't believe any of that bullshit.
I was talking to one of the dudes the other night. He was like, look it up on YouTube. So we were standing there side by side. And
Yeah, it's all
and he was
anti-flat
like,
Earth.
This is not what I'm trying to show
It's all hit pieces, man. So like the app will get you around that censorship.
Okay.
So it makes you wonder why they have to censor it. Right?
If it's not dangerous,
Right. If it's just some stupid idea.
Crazy people,
Yeah.
you know.
Why do they have
Just
to?
to let you know, I had you talk to him, and I was trying to get in there, but he didn't want me to get in there. I'm actually a civil engineer draftsman, and he's actually a science professor. Okay. So we're not like idiots who, the Earth is flat. That's a good idea. No, we actually tried to prove the globe, and that's the way you become a flat earther, is when you try to find the physical evidence. Curvature is the biggest one of all. If it's physical and it's a sphere, then you can measure it and find that measurement. You can find curvature somewhere. But water is the best totem, because let's say gravity was real, okay? It's not, by the way. But let's say gravity was real, right? It would have to be, the lowest point would be the surface of the water, because it's trying to pull itself to the center of the Earth, right? That would be the lowest point to test for curvature. And what you do is you try to, the one he showed you is you know the distance of the horizon based on the mathematics. And if it's any further than that, then it can't be a physical ball, number one. Number two, if you can see farther than you're supposed to be able to, then that physical curvature is not there. Okay? So those two things have to matter. If it's a physical ball, it needs a physical tangent horizon. And because you cannot find that physical tangent horizon, then you have to realize that these are optical phenomena and not physical. Because on some days, you can measure the ball and it's 1,200 miles, and then other days you can measure a ball and it's 600,000 miles. And it's based on how far you can see based on the weather conditions, right? Yeah. Which proves that it's not a physical condition. However, if there was physicality, it should indeed block something on the other side of the hump of water, so to speak, right? So if you know anything about, spheres or circles in general, a tangent means you cannot see any farther than the highest edge you can see. So when you see beyond that tangent, that means there's no longer a physical edge there. And you have to say, okay, are all of these people lying and then these flat earthers think they're so smart? No, it's not that. It's just there's a construct that was built up and then they just build on top of that construct without going back to their original source, right? It's about the false axiom, right? If you have a false axiom, all your math after that's going to be done, right? So what they do is they build their model, and then when the model doesn't work, they invent something new, okay? So like, for instance, when my grandmother went to school, okay? Now, I'm exaggerating, right? I'm exaggerating, okay? But when my grandmother went to school, the Earth went around the sun in a perfect circle, okay? Then when my mother went to school, it became ellipses, right? Now when I went to school, it became a slight vortex.
I was going to say
it became a slight vortex. Right? Yeah. So you have an ellipsoid, but it's also the sun's not stationary; it's actually moving. So then there became this small vortex. Now when my children are growing up, the current model is that we're chasing the sun while orbiting in an elliptical orbit. That's fucking impossible, man. There's 5 different directions of orbit, and it all stays succinct so that it looks like we have this flat circle circling around the sun. It's complete and utter nonsense. It's a physical impossibility. Even in mathematics, it would have to be the most insane coincidence ever for it to work. But when the math doesn't work, all they do is they just add a new nuance. So like when gravity doesn't work in their model, they invent dark energy and dark matter, which is what he was talking about. Okay. Because the math no longer works with their original theory. The theory of mass attracts mass was actually not just added to, but completely debunked Newton's law of gravity of mass attracting mass. And the biggest proof of this is the way that air works, okay? So air will always fill its available volume. It does not have a direction at all. And there should be if there is this downward force, okay? And that's why Einstein actually came up with his new gravity, that there's not actually a force, it's just the appearance of force because of the bending of space-time, right? Now, that's why I was kind of laughing because you didn't include time with it. Because you're not just bending space, you're bending space and time, which are both just human
concepts, yeah.
They're not physicality.
Nothing that we can
right. So what I kept trying to add, but he kept telling me to shut the fuck up, Einstein even called it a pseudo force. In other words, not real, right? And that's where Einstein came up with the thing of zero G. In other words, when you're in free fall, when you're jumping off a fucking building, plummeting to your death, that's zero gravity. But that is the common science knowledge. Look it up for yourself. In fact, he also said that when you fall down, it's not really you falling to the earth, it's the earth coming up to meet you in your face. He said that. He said that. And not only that, but when the man in Australia also falls down, the earth is also falling to hit him in the face. It's fucking insanity when you look into it. But we always, we just want to strive to get to the next level of education because that is what they program us to do. But if you have true intelligence, you'll be able to question your teachers, question your books, question what your parents have done, and said, look, I'm not just going to repeat what they said, I'm going to find out if it's true, and then repeat it, right? If it's true, sure, why not? But as soon as you would try to investigate the globe Earth, not the flat Earth, forget the flat Earth, a bunch of fucking retards, okay? Try to prove the globe, and then you're like, where's the fucking globe? Where's the proof? Give me something tangible, something I can test, something that's real. And what are they going to come up with? Pictures from space, okay? But here's a problem, okay? We have something called the second law of thermodynamics and entropy, okay? High pressure will always go to low pressure, okay? So if you have a high pressure can, you poke a hole in it, it's gonna equalize instantly. The same pressure on the outside as in the inside of the can. Equal pressurization, okay?
So imagine you're in a regular pressure room, like we're breathing air pressure right now, right? And then and you put yourself in a box, okay? Let's say 8x8 rooms, just for the sake of the conversation, right? In the upper room, you get as much air as possible. Try to get it like just suck dry of air. You cannot create a perfect vacuum in reality, by the way, but just near perfect, okay? If you put a valve in your ceiling, like a pop valve, you just push a button and it opens. What happens is the air equalizes instantly to where you have half pressure on the bottom and the top, and you pass out and maybe even die, right? Because your 14 psi is now 7 psi, and you can't live in that shit. I will show him. Give me a second.
I was gonna say.
Give me a second, okay? So, if gravity is real, where would the strongest gravity be? In the edge of space or down on the ground? Where's the strongest gravity going to be?
Well, by what you're telling me, it would be neither. It would be.
Right. But I'm talking about in the modern science, it would tell you the strongest gravity is closest to the ground. So why didn't it keep the air in the room? Why does air pressure equalize regardless of gravity? And now think about you live in this giant room called Earth, and there's a giant vacuum upstairs called outer space. You understand? Yeah. How do you have air? How does the first molecule even survive in the existence of the creation of Earth? How does the first air molecule not go right up into space? And of course they're going to tell you gravity, okay? And I always like saying, which came first, the gravity or the planet? Because you need a large mass to create gravity, but you need gravity to create the planet.
Yeah.
The fuck?
Yeah, that's a
But
great
it's
idea
but it's only because we're so programmed to not question these things, because in elementary school, they used to be stupid and think they could sail off the edge of the Earth. Nobody here believes in a flying disc in space because outer space can't even exist. The vacuum of space, the void of matter place that they called space, or the near void matter, okay, doesn't exist. It literally can't. It defies all real physics of law. Okay, these are not physics of theory. These are physics of law.
Second law of thermodynamics.
That's what I already told him. Yeah. So entropy must happen. Air pressure must escape. Air will fill the available volume. And outer space is a really big fucking volume if it was real, okay? Here's a little generalized test, okay? You have a visible gas here, okay? You got a vacuum up here. You open the valve, instantly equalizes. Where's the gravity? Where's the gravity? So look, we all thought it was fucking retarded as hell the first time we heard it, all of us. And what do? We don't try to prove how stupid flat earthers are. We try to prove the globe, and that's where it falls apart, man.
Makes sense.
Because I've been in AutoCAD since 2004, right? Figuring out where every drop of water goes for the next 100 years, okay? If you don't figure curvature and spin into that, your model's gonna get fucked. But we never do. Everything is designed with a flat level surface. I don't know if you even know what AutoCAD is. I mean, I might be talking out of my ass.
As in like CNCs or?
AutoCAD is basically where you design.
Yeah, like Mastercam.
I don't know these software. Okay. I use AutoCAD. I also use MicroStation. You may not know that one either, but I'm old school. Okay, let me put it to you that way. But basically, I do like land developments, hundreds of acres that get turned into neighborhoods. You got to figure out the driveways, the utilities, all that shit. That's what I do. Okay, so we also like for each municipality, they don't want flooding, so you have to determine where every drop of water is going to go for the next 100 years. That's the 100-year floodplain. Okay. And if you think about that, like the curvature formula of 8 inches per mile squared is the first thing that I heard about. Now I learned about the horizon, which makes it even worse, but regardless. The 8 inches per mile square actually disproves the globe, because when we do highways, okay, you can't do more than a quarter inch per foot over a 100-foot surface before you can do what's called a vertical curve. But it's a lot of mumbo jumbo. There's a lot of mumbo jumbo. That's to say, you need to make sure that water doesn't stay on the fucking road. Yeah. Okay. And if you consider curvature, then it just would throw the math all out. It would just be insane. And then think about like if the Earth was a ball, right? And that means every surface of land is curved in every direction.
Except for Kansas.
Except for Kansas, right?
Flat as a pancake.
So if it's curving in every direction, right? And you put water on the top of that surface, which way is the water going to go? It's going to flow this way or that way or that way.
I was going to say, we can Ian Bell on this one. Hold on.
Right, but it's going to flow down.
Yeah.
But no place on Earth is it just a bump of land. You understand what I'm saying? Trying to measure that curvature is how you find out there is none. You know, when we draw AutoCAD, you draw a flat baseline. That's what I was trying to tell her. Sea level is elevation 0.
Yeah.
Right? And then when you say, oh, that mountain is so many feet high, that's based on sea level. So think about sea level from California to Australia is flat level water. And then put that on a ball. It doesn't fucking work. It doesn't work. So let me dispel the distance in space because there is none. Okay? So then what is the extent of this Earth? We don't fucking know. I can tell you that wholeheartedly because there's something called the Antarctic Treaty that has been set in place since the 1950s that says we can't even attempt
I was gonna say we can't
to
live
explore.
there, we can't go there, we can't do shit.
Yeah,
the only ones that are allowed are the governments.
Yeah, and not only that, but their camps are all on the edge of Antarctica. None of them are at the North Pole except for one, and none of these guys contact those guys.
No.
What the fuck's going on?
We hear this shit.
Okay, so then, like, let's say, okay, hypothetically, okay, let's say there's more land beyond Antarctica and they don't want us to find it because if we, find our own land, then we can get away from government control. Okay, I don't know how you feel about government, but we hate it. Okay,
They suck.
Okay, all right, cool.
Damn Jews.
All right, so yeah, a lot. Yeah, we don't want to get into that. All right, we'll get banned. Okay, we'll get banned. Okay, but what I'm saying is, what if it's something even bigger than that? Okay, what if this realm exists for us? Okay, and we co-create this realm. In other words, if a shit ton of us go to Antarctica and we keep going south, which is the opposite direction of north. It doesn't mean down, it's just opposite of north because the compass works, okay? And it doesn't work in the south, by the way. I gotta tell you that. But what if the farther south you go, the more land you find? Not because there was land there before, but because we're approaching it, it manifests itself in front of us. Because I believe this realm was made for us. Like, we interact with this realm. This is a metaphysical experience. We're not just physical beings, right?
Okay.
I don't know if you've had any kind of, beyond physical experience, but I have many times. He has a couple of times, But what I'm telling you is, like, you're not a body with a mind. You're a spirit with a body.
Okay.
Okay? So your true self is walking around in your avatar, manifesting this place around you.
Okay.
Okay? So let's say you go to the edge of the world. There's no more world there until you get there. And then there's more world. That's my theory, okay? Some people believe that there's just other Earths around. Some people believe that there's a wall that comes down and that's all we can go. That's all there is. I believe that this place was made for us, and then as we go, there's more to find. And I see that not just in the physical, but also in the spiritual, if you will, if you grant me spiritual. Like when you have imagination and thoughts, you're creating something out of nothing. That's a miracle. Like in physical reality, they cannot quantify it. In fact, there's scientists that are still trying to prove that dreams don't exist. That's a thing because they can't quantify them. Oh, it's just a repeat of a memory you had, or it's your brain trying to work a problem out, or something like that. No, I've had lifetime experiences with dreams where I've had a dream where I married a chick and had a child and woke up and I was sad because my wife was gone, right? And it's weird, but that was a reality to me at that time, right? So, and they even admit, science admits that that is a supernatural event. Dreams are, And then when you get into quantum physics, it actually proves that fact, that our physical reality is based on us interacting with it. If we don't interact with it, it doesn't exist. It's the weirdest fucking thing ever. Have you looked into quantum physics? Oh my gosh. That is a mind screw.
I was gonna say.
Let me tell you.
I'd
But
start,
basically-
and then 9 days later, I'd be like, I haven't slept. Don't
Yeah,
talk to
yeah,
me.
yeah. It's complicated, but when you get to the end of it, you see that like the pattern of the way that we see the world is based on us observing it. Period. And if we weren't there, then it wouldn't exist.
Like
it's just
Schrodinger's cat.
Yes, like Schrodinger's cat.
Or the
yes.
double slit experiment.
Double slit experiment. Yeah. So if you don't look at the light being cast through the slots, it's just random dots all over the place. But if you look at it, then it orders itself in perfect lines. It's weirdest shit ever, man.
Diffraction pattern.
Yeah, yeah. It's the breakdown of the diffraction pattern. Yeah. But look, I understand where you're coming from. We were all there once, and I wasn't laughing at you. I was just laughing. Well, I wish I had my freaking bingo chart. We just hear the same shit all the time.
It's in,
you know?
it's in here, dude.
Nice talking to you.
Real quick. So we made a bingo chart, stuff that Globers say. So these are all like the excuses, like to counteract. So
That's funny.
we're gonna be doing this tomorrow on the streets of Vegas. So check out my channel, man. I'm going live tomorrow.
They're trying to close.
All right. Sorry.
Yeah, get out.
We'll see you tomorrow.
He was fucking flat smack to hell, dude.
For sure, man. For sure.
Oh!
Join discord.gg/flatearth and enter a check-in room. Someone will come along and verify you to get involved in the conversation about our Earth.
Canimals talks to the panel and QE about scientific proof.
Well, I know people think that the Earth is still flat when there was scientific proof that it wasn't.
Okay, do you think there is scientific proof that there is for the Earth being a globe?
You're gonna
If you're
you're gonna snatch your own wig off. I'm gonna tell you right now. They're just setting you up. Don't answer that question.
Okay.
No, go ahead, answer it. You think there's science?
Oh God, Mickey, this is gonna be an utter train wreck.
We're saying QE's trigger words.
Trying to write just a leap of it. Son of a bitch. You come in. Do you what you just said? Who am I speaking to?
Me? Cannibals?
Cannibals? You have no idea what natural science is, do you?
I'm in high school.
Yeah, you have no idea what natural science is with that comment. Whether the Earth is flat, a sphere, a dodecahedron, or a fucking sausage, it has nothing whatsoever to do with science. What's the hypothesis? Yeah. Then why did you say you had scientific evidence?
Well, I was talking about like math.
Math?
And roundness. I don't know.
You were talking like
people do telescope stuff, and I don't understand it. That's
telescopes, people do telescope stuff. This is fucking inane bullshit.
Okay.
Telescopes aren't scientific. Looking at something through a telescope's not scientific. Mathematics is not fucking natural science. It's mathematics. Do you know this is utter ridiculousness? You're gonna get your ass handed to you. It's not gonna be me because I have to rewrite a post, but I'll let you go with the rest.
We're going to be diplomatic. Well, I will be, maybe.
Go ahead. Please go ahead. Now that I greet kids for you, you better change your story pretty fucking quick.
Okay.
Well, I mean, to be honest, it sounds like you've just been told the Earth's a globe and you just believe it, right? Because they said there's a bunch of scientific evidence for it, but you don't actually know what that scientific evidence is, or if it's even possible, right? You were just told it, right? Pretty much.
I don't really think the Earth being like round or flat really should affect us as a society. We're just living on it.
Yeah.
Did you say Earth with a fucking F?
Yeah, Earth.
I'm not good with my THs.
Okay.
All right, fair enough.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Indio. Go ahead.
Yeah. Train of thought.
You lost your train of thought.
Yeah. No, I'm back. If it's not important, why is there so much? Like, why when you turn on the TV, like, and the news comes on, there's a globe spinning behind the newscaster's head?
I think it's just a picture, like, behind them usually when they're talking about the weather.
Yeah. No, it's everywhere. It literally is everywhere. When you go on media, the internet, television. I'll give you an example. You know what PBS is? Public Broadcasting.
Yeah.
Okay. So they have shows for kids on there.
Mm-hmm.
Almost all those shows for kids are space themed. So they have a show called Rabbids Invasion. It's just a bunch of rabbits doing hijinks, it's supposed to be funny. But they're not just regular rabbits. They're rabbits from the space. Why are they rabbits from space? Why can't they just be Earth rabbits? There's something special about space rabbits. There's another show. It's called Jet Jet Go. It's a bunch of it's geared towards preteens and teenagers. So it's just regular show where they get into hijinks. But they don't have a normal friend like the main character show. The protagonist, I guess. He's an alien, but he looks like a human. Right?
Yeah.
So this idea of space, balls, globes, or this whole idea. You go on Netflix. I remember one time it had the top 10 new releases. 8 of them were about space.
That's a lot of space shows.
Yeah, if you start thinking about it and you really notice it, it's like when I first realized the Earth was flat. That's the first thing I noticed. Was how much globe and space stuff is everywhere around you, and that you don't even see it until you realize it's bullshit. Then you're like, oh my god, I'm surrounded by this stuff. You don't even realize it.
Yeah.
So you could ask us, why is it important? It's important to us as it is to them. We're not running around painting flat earths on everything.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Bletzy.
Have you, sorry, thank you. Have you learned anything about propaganda in any of your history classes?
In sociology class, we discussed a lot about human perception.
But no propaganda. Have you heard in historical events of this thing called propaganda that they use on people?
I know my basic knowledge of propaganda is that it's used as a false forefront by news offices and such.
Okay. Yeah, well, I mean, sort of, kind of right there.
But anyone can do propaganda. Anyone.
Right.
Yeah, it's like
sorry, go ahead.
It's not necessarily fake. It's more like
an idea,
cherry picking and selective editing, and then pushing, creating a narrative to spin an idea. Basically, go ahead, Leslie. Sorry.
Yeah, kind of like an agenda driven narrative that they would rather you have the story fed to you, even though you have no way to verify what they're saying.
Yeah.
Right.
Which so that leads into a lot of news things that you see where a lot of news channels say the same things and you can match exactly what they're saying in time.
Yeah. Hey. Yeah, that's right. That's exactly what's going on today. Past couple of years, I feel like you've seen what I've seen.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is something that they've been doing for a long time, and just keep that in mind. That's why you're seeing these kinds of things all over the place, and they're really laying into it now. They're all about this planets and exoplanets and space, and all of this stuff is fake. It's not reality.
Want to see if I can switch gears a little bit. Canimals, do you think that there's any evidence for the Earth being a globe? Just by what you know right now?
By what I know right now,
Mm-hmm.
I don't see precise evidence in any way. Besides them shooting people up into space and killing a few, actually, like, that's it.
Up into space? You mean the vacuum of space?
Yeah. I have to go now. Bye bye.
Yeah.
Sorry, bye-bye.
It was going to be over quick.
Her parents came into the room. No doubt.
Have her parents get on the mic.
True
That's
that.
right.
Yeah. They need to hear this too, don't they?
Yeah,
They need to hear it more.
I want them to explain to me how they are still breathing currently in the fairy tale spinning ball monkey religion. If they're fairy tale vacuum, second law of thermodynamics, vacuum of space.
Is it just me or is QE roboting a little bit?
He's
Oh, yeah. He's
Am I
roboting.
roboting? All right, let me drop out and come back in.
Spartans! What is your profession? The old friend. I brought more soldiers.
Join discord.gg/flatearth and enter a check-in room. Someone will come along and verify you to get involved in the conversation about our Earth.
You're like, oh man, I didn't waste them, but goodness gracious.
Do you guys go outside?
Yeah, dude, who the fuck, dude? Are you kidding me?
I'm taking 2 bike rides today. Who the hell do you think you are?
Dude, Flat, you sound like a fat person, like a really
back in the day, dude, it was nothing. We didn't have the internet to fucking go and troll people with. We fucking went outside and trolled each other in real life. And if it came down to it, you got your ass beat, or you fucking
troll
the
people
fuck up.
in real life. You would like pants them and like look at their underwear or something.
Dude, people didn't have the mouth like you had back then.
Yeah, you would get underwear on your head or something.
Nah, they'd have dentist appointments.
Yeah.
Yeah, they would be getting a beating.
Oh my god.
Nobody wants to touch your underpants, buddy.
Give that clown a full wedgie.
White Knight, dude, protector.
Be hanging from the locker handles.
Get him a
You keep your bloomers. Yeah, keep your bloomers.
Let's talk about this flat Earth thing.
Yeah, oh yeah, do that. Yeah.
So it's like, is it globe or is it flat?
False.
I don't know. Go outside.
Definitely not.
Do you go outside? Oh, hold on. Do you go outside? You asked us if we went outside. Do you go outside?
Jedi, and Marku, the numpty dipshit. Jedi, it's all yours, man. Don't interrupt them.
Do you go outside, boyfriend? That was the first question you asked us. Do you go outside?
No.
You don't. You stay indoors. Okay. Do you notice with your own eyes any curvature over distances of water?
Like I don't know. I see like the sun goes up and it goes around and then boom.
Yeah, I wasn't talking about the sun. I was talking about the water. Do you notice any curvature to the Earth over a distance of water, not the sun?
No.
Awesome. Do you sense, feel, or detect any motion to the Earth?
Like when I like jump off something, yeah, like it pulls me down.
When you're standing still, do you feel or observe or detect any motion to the Earth?
No.
Awesome. So you don't see a ball and you don't feel the Earth moving, even though you are told that it is a ball and that it is moving. You're also told that it's a ball that is moving through the vacuum of space. Tell me, my friend, do you know how to demonstrate gas pressure without a container around the gas?
No.
Awesome. See, they tell us that the Earth is an open system with gas pressure. According to laws of nature, that gas pressure should disperse
Isn't
into the
there like isn't the contain? Oh, sorry.
Yeah. According to the
Can I
model,
interrupt or no?
open system. No, that's fine. You'll interrupt when I've finished. According to the model, the Earth is an open system, so devoid of a container, which means the gas is free to disperse into the lower pressure environment, and devoid of the necessary antecedent to cause gas pressure, that would be the container. So being as you don't see a ball, or feel a ball in motion, and can't demonstrate gas pressure without a container, why do you think that you're living on a spinning ball flying around a vacuum of space?
Wait, but like it's like gravity, you know, like isn't that kind of like a force that's like making the container? Like, if we were to think, like I don't know if you guys believe in gravity because that would mean the Earth is round. So like,
Why would we need to believe it if it's scientifically validated?
Okay, then like okay, because I don't know, because you guys don't believe the world is round.
No, we don't. No, that's a straw man. What gravity are you talking about?
Okay, so like when I like, what's keeping the gas in the container of Earth is like
which gravity are you talking about?
I didn't interrupt Jedi. I let him finish his talk. So quantum.
What fucking gravity are you talking about, moron?
Okay, so you like interrupted me That's kind of rude. And I let Jedi.
And then he called you a name too.
Because like I don't know. I was talking with Jedi.
All right. No worries. Marco, when you said gravity, what we're going to point out to you is there is no scientific experiment that proves any type of gravity, which is why QE come in and asked you which one you're talking about, because there's more than one and both haven't scientifically been proven. Newton, mass attracting mass, no scientific experiment that proved that shit, and he didn't even want to be associated with the quote-unquote magic at a distance. This was superseded over 108 years ago by Einstein's general relativity and the bending and warping of space-time, which is mathematics-based and not scientific. Therefore, there is no scientific experiment that proves gravity, my friend. It's not just because we're flat earthers, it's because there isn't one.
Okay, so like then why am I able to predict like when an object moves and like I can predict like an object landing somewhere using like the force constant of gravity?
Oh really?
Like,
The force of constant? What the fuck is that?
Or like I don't know, using like calculations, like if you like you can predict
Like
any object
calculations and stuff. Yeah.
Well, like I could do that like right now.
Yeah,
like, if
yeah. No, we'll show it in live stream. So I got a fucking amoeba in.
Okay, show the special relativity calculations in live stream.
You fucking idiot! I got an amoeba in my hand. Show the force of calculations while it drops to my desk. You dumb fuck.
Okay, then show the special relativity.
Special relativity. You're a dumb fuck.
All right, let's try and dumb this down. My friend Marco, do you know what a triangle is?
No. I know what a square is.
Dude, it's a really simple question. I know you know what a triangle is, but to get the conversation underway, you've got to ask that question. Do you know what a triangle is, mate?
Oh, yeah, I know what a triangle is.
Awesome. So 3 straight lines meeting at 3 vertices where we can measure 3 interior angles that must reach 180 degrees, yes?
Sure.
Yes? Yeah, awesome stuff. Can you measure 2 angles if one of those lines is curved within that triangle? With a protractor, for example, can you do that?
I don't know.
You can't measure an angle if one of those lines is curved, can you? If one of those lines is curved in a triangle, you would bastardize 2 angles. Let's say, for example, you've got a 90-degree angle, but then I bend the horizontal line and put the protractor down on it. Can I measure 90 degrees? No is the answer. Correct?
Okay.
Awesome. Do you know what navigating by the stars is? Celestial navigation.
Wait, excuse me? I didn't hear you.
Do you know what navigating by the stars is? Celestial navigation. Have you ever heard of that before?
Yeah, I think they did it in like the 1600s when they like crossed the ocean blue to find America.
Yeah, exactly. They used. Have you heard of a sextant, an angle measuring device? Have you heard of that device before?
A what?
Sextant. It's a protractor, basically.
They're retards? They're not retards. They're actually really intelligent. No, sorry, it's my roommate.
It's okay, no problem. We're just talking about triangles at the moment. So you understand.
Oh.
You understand that with a sextant, my friend, that we measure angles up to stars, yes? Let's say Polaris. That's 45 degrees above the horizon, yes?
Oh, all my roommates are here. They want to listen to your spiel.
Okay, that's absolutely fine. So if we understand what a triangle is, and we understand that within celestial navigation,
Like
we
what
use
kind of triangle? Like isosceles?
I'll tell you what.
The right-angle triangle.
Just the right angle triangle. And for everybody in the background, I'll ask you this question. Can you measure an angle within a triangle if one of those lines is curved? Yes or no? Let's all hear you shout no. Because you'd be right, wouldn't you? You cannot measure an angle if one of those lines is curved. Awesome. Within celestial navigation, what we do is we measure angles up to stars. Basically, we draw a triangle between us, that star, downwards, vertical, so it has a ground position, and then I'm just going to shush you, and then a straight line from that ground position to you.
It's
now,
a
you must
right-angle triangle.
Yeah, so it's a right hand angle.
It's called
like your little
elevation angle. Hello? Elevation angle, right angle triangle. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Continue, Jedi.
Awesome stuff. So this is what we do with celestial navigation. We build right angle triangles. Now, as we've just answered, you cannot measure an angle, let alone two, if one of those lines is curved. See, for celestial navigation...
Oh, excuse me, my roommate wants to say that it's not an angle if it's curved. So you're not
Exactly.
using
No, exactly. That's the fucking point, my friend. You cannot measure an angle if one of those lines is curved.
But it's not an angle.
Yeah.
It's not.
So if hold on. If the surface, dude, listen. If the surface of the Earth is curved, a ball, then we wouldn't be using celestial navigation and angle measuring devices to navigate across the Earth, because the ball surface of the Earth would be curved, bastardizing two of your angles. You wouldn't get 90 degrees on a curved surface to begin with to formulate your right angle triangle, and you're not going to be measuring an angle up from a curved surface to get an elevation angle. Therefore, the Earth is required. Hold on, my friend, shush.
But you guys
the Earth is required to be. I haven't finished my fucking point yet, Sunshine. I'm literally just getting to the crescendo where I stick my fucking finger up your ass.
Dude, we've been listening to your spiel and we want to talk.
Shush. Yeah, well, let me finish and then you can.
Hey,
the
no
Earth.
angles.
Good. The Earth is required to be flat to navigate with the stars. The Earth cannot be a ball. You understand, right? If the Earth was a ball, there'd be a curved line.
Have you ever been to space?
You can't go to space.
Second law of thermodynamics violation, red herring fallacy.
So you got 3 retards in one room.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous. Still, hey, exactly what Jedi was talking about. I posted in the chat figure 2. Yep, that's where I was going. So I posted in the chat figure 2. See how they drew that curved blue thing right there, bastardizing the angles like Jedi was talking about. But they're going to explain here, right? Figure 2, the angle measured with the sextant is in reality one corner of a right triangle formed by you, the celestial body, and its geographical position on Earth.
Be concise. Let them speak. Go ahead.
Oh, I kind of like
you
something.
Have a 90-degree fucking right triangle on a sphere.
Or better yet, just define what a triangle is. Does it require 3 straight lines, or can 2 of them be straight and 1 be curved?
So, like, when you do this thing on the map, it's on like a 2-dimensional map, right? When you're drawing the little triangles.
Psych.
What the fuck? You're not drawing anything on a map. You're measuring it with a sextant for right now.
But
what'd you call me?
But you're going what?
Why are you so angry, dude? I'm just
I'll call you a numpty dipshit cran munching fucking retard.
What, dumb fuck? But you're going what?
You have like a wife?
Hey, Kiwi, I was expecting you to be like, "Hey, thanks, Lou." Like, you know, one of those. It's not normally not my thing.
Yeah, that's cool. You have a wife, you fucking clown. You're all you are is heliocentric, ball-tard spinning space monkeys that doesn't know. You don't know what a fucking triangle is. What define a fucking triangle?
Wait, space doesn't exist though. So like, does space exist?
No. Space exists. The vacuum of space doesn't exist. Why? Because it's the second law of thermodynamics violation. Do you know what the second law of thermodynamics is, Crayon Munchers?
It's like the entropy thing, Crown Muncher.
Yeah, the entropy thing. Define entropy.
It's like disorder. So like it like more
No,
disorder.
fuck, it's not. You fucking
I'm sorry.
dumb fuck clown. It's not disorder. It's the exact opposite of that. Do you understand that?
Sometimes it is defined, QE, as order to disorder, but that's extremely
exactly QE. It's disorder to order.
Stay out of this.
Yeah.
You're wrong. So you just said mean things to me.
I got it wrong. Okay, well let's see that. See if I got this fucking wrong. So we'll go to the second law of thermodynamics. order and disorder. The dumb fuck crayon muncher thinks I got it wrong. Oh boy. You just opened up a whole can of whoop ass. So let's see here. Let's see if entropy can define as order and disorder. 1 second, please. Thank you for your patience.
Strange Days would like us all to stop bowing down to you as well.
Holy fucking shit. So, you said entropy was order versus disorder. One moment, please.
Marku, you might want to be paying attention to this, my friend. It is going to be educational for you. What QE is getting for you is a citation.
All right. So, dumb fucks. Yeah, that's you, Marku. Somebody posting live stream. Are you in live stream right now, Mr. Disorder? Entropy?
No.
You're not? Somebody put him in live stream so he can see this. I'm going to read him out after he can see it.
Got it.
2 seconds.
The first Wikipedia page.
That's real funny, huh? You incoherent
entropy
wench.
is simply the measure of disorder.
You incoherent wench. Right? It's your ass in a fucking sling here in a second. As soon as Marku dumb fuck gets in live stream.
A big question for you. How much do you weigh, big sir?
Yeah, your sister. At 53 minutes after the hour, remember you said entropy was disorder? From Dr. Frank Lambert, entropy is simple qualitatively from the Journal of Chemical Education. This guy is a legend in the second law of thermodynamics. Listen up fucking closely. This view was broached partially in a previous article that showed disorder was outmoded and misleading as a descriptor for entropy. I knew this back in 1998, right? Because I have a biochemistry degree, you fucking morons. From Frank Lambert again, Doctor, one each, Journal of Chemical Education. Entropy is not fucking disorder. It's not a measure of fucking disorder. It's not a driving force. So the last one from ChemLibreText. There is no basis in physical science for interpreting entropy change as involving order and disorder. You fucking wiki parroting pretender clown numpty dipshits. What do you got to say for yourself?
So you just like pulled up.
You're a fucking clown. Is what you are. Right? That's what you are in that wench beside you. The little giggling wench. Right? Yes?
You can't say anything. You keep muting us.
Yeah, so
You're quieting the masses.
Yes? Kiss my fucking ass. Say yes to the dress, motherfuckers.
You watch Yes to the Dress? It's like for gay people.
Right.
Fuck off.
All right, so Marku, do you understand that you were correct when you said entropy, and understanding entropy removes the vacuum of space? Do you know the difference between an open and a closed system?
Yeah, but wait, so wait, you said I was right about entropy, or I was wrong? I'm just like asking you.
No, you said entropy. You might have said something, but you were getting there, so I'm going to try and catch on to that because you understand
that whole thing about
Let's just follow me. It's okay. So you know the difference between an open and a closed system, yeah? You know what the difference between an open and a closed system is, yes?
Yeah.
Awesome stuff. So what
Actually, I just want to talk. Wait, can you like mute that guy because he's kind of annoying?
What's the difference, fucking?
You're so annoying.
Yeah, we'll mute your dumbass. You said you knew the difference. What's the difference between an open and a closed system? You'll fuck it up because you fucked up entropy, right? Fuck it up.
Oh, I muted that quantum guy because he keeps muting me.
Yeah,
so like I
you
don't hear what he
clown.
says. So maybe you can type in the chat because.
Fuck off. Your sister can type in the chat.
Entropy has to do with systems, so it's a ratio. So you have like a high to low pressure area or high to low temperature area. High temperature wants to move towards low temperature. High pressure wants to move towards low pressure.
He didn't ask him that. He didn't ask him that, lunatic. He asked him the difference between an open and a closed system.
Well, no, if you're looking in the chat, it was brought up. So
I don't give a fuck about chat. What's the difference?
This guy's kind of annoying. I don't. I would like to talk about the
closed system. You said you knew the difference between an open and a closed system. What's the difference?
Okay.
Okay. You had enough time to fucking delay to look it up.
All right. Yeah. Actually, ask him instead of just what's the closed system. Define what type.
Yeah, I muted the annoying guy, so I can't even.
Oh, he can't hear you, QE. So that's not going to work. Marku, that's not going to work. You're going to have to let him speak. Otherwise, the two of you will talk over each other, and all conversations will be erratic.
He's gonna fucking mute me. I just exposed him. Mae West is blushing in the corner.
But listen, about systems. What types of systems are there, Marku? He's going to open your mic.
Closed and open systems.
There's more than that. What else?
Oh, this guy keeps muting me. It's kind of annoying. I won't talk when other.
All right. He's not muting you for now. What other system is there?
Closed, open. Oh, there's like there's semi-closed and open, right?
No.
You're a fucking moron. There is no semi-closed and semi-open. There's open, closed, and isolated systems. You fucking wiki parroting crayon muncher. Your fingers aren't fucking fast enough in Google, are they?
Oh wait, actually there is like semi.
Shut the
No, there aren't. There is not.
No.
There is not.
No. If it like a door or a window, if it is a little bit open, it's fucking open. Right? It's either open or it's closed. So you understand that the Earth is declared to be an open system, yes? Free transfer of matter and energy, right? Rockets to the moon and all that jazz.
Yeah.
Yeah, so within an open system, that means the gas that me and you are breathing, that would be matter and shit, would be free to disperse into the lower pressure environment, that being the vacuum of space. As in, if the Earth was an open system, me, you, and everybody else wouldn't be breathing right now. You see, we're also breathing gas pressure, and the necessary antecedent for gas pressure is, well, it's in the word pressure. It needs something to press upon, a physical barrier or a container. Like when you pump gas into a tire, into that fixed volume, the gas is pressing on the walls of the container, and hey presto, gas pressure. We're breathing gas pressure that is declared to be with an open system, devoid of the antecedent of something to fucking press upon, and being as there's no physical no physical container keeping the gas here, it should, according to the second law of thermodynamics, disperse into the vacuum of space. So therefore, the vacuum of space is hereby debunked because it violates natural law. You're breathing right now.
I want him to understand. I want him to understand the differences. I want him, before laughing, I want him to understand the differences between an open and a closed and an isolated system. We need to bring up the actual physics definitions of these things for him to read. Like an isolated system, it cannot gain energy through any type, no energy induced to the system, completely blocked out. Whereas a closed system can allow like thermal energy, but not physical things. So like no photons can pass through, no no air can pass through. That's a closed system. An open system allows both energy and physical, like atoms, matter. Yes, that's the word. Right. So you need to understand the difference between this. So
No, he doesn't. How the fuck is he still breathing? No, he doesn't. How the fuck are you still breathing, Marku, and that wench you got beside you?
Hey, listen here, neckbeard.
Oh, sorry. She's like a little autistic.
That's
fine. But do you, my friend, understand what I just explained to you?
Yeah, I know, like the open closed system, like you need something to keep the air in. Yeah.
Yeah,
It is
yeah.
that,
So
like-
when they say there's nothing to keep the air in, then there wouldn't be
That's
any
why I was
air
saying,
here.
like, can I like talk or like, am I gonna get like?
Why
muted
would
if
you
I try?
talk? You don't
Okay,
know
never
what the
mind.
second
Okay,
law.
then
of
I'm just gonna leave because you're kind of annoying.
entropy. So we.
I'm trying to talk, and you're like not letting me
room,
speak.
Open up his mic so he can talk. Is that what you're saying? Go ahead,
Yeah.
talk and train wreck
Okay,
yourself.
okay, and then be
Again.
quiet.
Shut your fucking
Okay, then I'm
mouth.
not.
You don't have enough fucking cash in that ass to tell me to be quiet, sunshine.
yeah, but his girlfriend that's got a neck beard might.
What the fuck, man? So how the fuck are you and that wench still breathing?
Can I? So I was gonna say like, so like when I like drop my phone, like the gravity. So like, isn't
You
that
drop
like
your phone, that's gravity, you dumb fuck. Well, I drop a helium balloon. What the fuck happens then?
Goes
it's up because helium weighs less.
Oh,
No,
where's
hold on.
gravity at,
No.
dumb fuck?
No. When you drop your rock, it goes down. Uncontained gas, which direction does it go?
Well,
it goes in all a tire. Your girlfriend's got pissed off with you and slashed your tires. Which way does the gas go? The gas moves freely and randomly in all directions. So you can say gravity all you want. I'll tell you what, I'll give it to you. Gravity exists. But observably, it's not affecting gas. Gravity's just a vector down. You drop a rock, gas disperses in all directions. Gravity is not the thing you think it is, mate. In actual fact, there's no scientific experiment that proves it. But it's not affecting gas either way.
Damn, Erastatines.
Oh, why do you get to say that and then I get to say something and then I'm wrong and you're right?
Because you're a dumb fuck.
Because I am right.
And you're wrong.
Because the things that
Dang,
are being said here,
Erasmus.
no matter how harsh they seem, these things are backed up by actual science.
Hold on a second.
You are just saying things.
Yeah, he's just saying things. Can you provide scientific evidence for gravity?
I don't know. It took like people. I like kind of do. I just came here just to learn.
Do you know what fucking scientific evidence even is? And can you define gravity for everyone in the room, please?
The force going down, right? That's like
Things going down. What about helium going up?
because like when the force of like helium. I don't know why.
force.
I need to like look that up or something.
Why do planes fly?
The force. Why do planes fly? What the fuck? Can you shut her up?
Yeah,
This is too
please,
stupid
sweetheart.
for the rest of us.
That's a him.
Is it?
Oh,
What's
no.
your
How come the
what's
plane
your
doesn't go
boyfriend's
down
name?
if it flies? You're saying
If
gravity
it
does.
go down if it flies. What about a helium balloon go? Listen, let's get back to gravity. Define gravity. What is gravity?
How do birds like fly? Like
Not how do birds fucking these idiot fucking morons always go to birds. Define gravity, dumb fuck.
Hello?
Define it.
I'll join in.
Oh, my roommate wants to join in. No.
Oh, I'll tell you what. I hope he has a physics degree. Let's get his CV. What is he?
How many numbers can define?
Wait, I'm chemical engineering.
Oh yeah, you're a chemical. I'm gonna hand you your fucking dumb ass.
I'm a data scientist.
Yeah, I'm your fucking Huckleberry. So
We're all roommates at
define
college.
gravity right now.
Force is going down. Like I don't know. We kind of like, we define it.
The fucking going down. I don't think so. Define gravity. Citation, please.
Okay.
Do you even know what a citation is? What's a citation? Let's start there.
At the end.
I know. Let's just fucking start at the beginning. What are your ABCs?
A
B
C
D
E.
You know this one?
Can they hear us right now?
Yeah.
Yo, try.
Well, you couldn't finish it. You fucking retards.
Wait, why are we talking about ABCs?
Well, we have to start at the beginning because you can't define gravity. You're like, what's fucking gravity, Crayon Muncher?
The park.
What's gravity?
Let's define gravity. Go.
Gravity is a constant downward force applied by everything due to the Earth.
A constant downward force applied by everything is the dumbest fucking thing I ever heard. So the objects that have this downward force, by the way, a downward force of gravity was debunked 108 years ago. You haven't been keeping up on your continuing education credits. So a downward force applied by so it is the object that's applying the force. You fucking retards.
Wait, can we talk?
Can you unmute?
No. Oh yeah.
Yeah, can we talk? No, we can't. Because you just exposed your Mae West is over in the fucking corner. Her and baby Huey and Mr. Magoo are belly laughing over in the corner over your horse shit. That's why.
Do you want to like? Can I talk, or do you want to like?
Can I talk? The dumbest motherfucker in the room. Can I talk? Yeah, go ahead and talk. What you gonna say next?
Oh, I'm just gonna say hi. Like, how was your day?
Fuck off.
Oh God, that's not going to help you. Okay, let's try and help this along.
Hey,
My friend,
this guy's smart.
Would you mind if I asked you 3 questions, my friend?
I didn't know. Oh yeah,
God.
sure.
Okay, cool. Would you know at any point in history how the Earth was measured to have drop over distance or curvature? Do you know when, how, who that was done by?
Hey,
how the Earth was measured
Jedi.
to have curvature?
Hey, Jedi, hold up.
Yeah.
Hold up before those 3 questions because he appealed to gravity.
Okay, buddy.
And I'll give you the 3 questions. Hold on a second. So you appealed to gravity. Can you explain just briefly,
your questions because you're
Marku,
I'll answer if Jedi asks.
Dumb fuck, the water cycle for us, please? Just briefly.
Evaporation.
Okay, you got it.
Condensation.
Aberration. What's an aberration? For fuck.
Evaporation, you dumb fuck.
Evaporation. Oh, let's see how much of a dumb fuck I am. So, evaporation, what happens?
Water goes up into the atmosphere.
Water goes, what direction does it go?
Upwards.
Up. What does your fuckwit gravity say?
Because energy, bro.
What does your fuckwit gravity say? The direction or the vector? You don't know what a vector is, so I'll just say direction. The direction is which way?
It's than air. It's less dense than air.
That's not gravity. We're talking about density, not your fucking gravity. So, water goes which way?
Okay, so like when you go up into...
So water goes which way?
Because there's less fucking...
So water goes which way? From the surface of the earth? Where your fuckwit gravity, that you can't define, pulls things down to the center of mass? Pulls everything down to the center of mass. Which way does water go when it evaporates?
Okay, so like when you're in a plane...
So when water evaporates, which direction does it go?
I'm not going to answer until you like...
No. Meanwhile, your fuckwit gravity that you can't define says that everything goes down. Down. The antithesis of what it's fucking doing in reality.
Okay, so when you go up...
Fuck you. You're a dumb fuck. You don't know what gravity is. You don't know what gas pressure is. You don't know what the second law of thermodynamics is. Why the fuck should we talk to you?
Because he needs educating. Because he thinks he's living on a spinning ball, and he isn't.
Go ahead. I just
I'm
want
sorry.
to make
I think you've beaten the mission well enough.
Mark, are you still there?
Yeah. Wait, Jedi. Can I ask you a question and then can you answer it?
Yeah, of course. Go on.
Shut the fuck up.
Apparently not.
You have your little power trip? I think he's like, okay, pick.
Shut your fucking pie hole.
I mean, I want to speak to him, but that's just funny. That's funny.
What the fuck are we entertaining these retards for?
Because we like to hear the penny drop, and after I've been bashed around the
Jedi. All right,
I
fair
know.
enough.
Wait, can I ask or?
Go on. Here's your question, mate.
Okay,
Go on,
so
what's
the
your-
guy was like, so like, it's like known that like when you go up a mountain, you have to have like something like to help you breathe because there's less air at the top. So like, why
Yeah.
is it?
That's a
it's
gas
not going up.
pressure. Yeah, that's a gas pressure gradient. So up there's less gas pressure. Down here, where the gas is produced on the surface of the Earth with the chemical and biological cycles, where all the fucking gas is, it's more gas pressure down here. But the thing is, you can only have a gas pressure gradient within a container because you must achieve gas pressure in the first place. What you're talking about with a gas pressure gradient is delta X. You must achieve delta in the first instance. To achieve gas pressure, you must have a container, something physical for the gas to press upon.
There's an atmosphere, but there's no vacuum in space, so it doesn't pull that.
Atmosphere? What the fuck? That's a contradiction in terms. Atmo means air. Air is a gas. Sphere is a shape. Gases have no inherent shape. And appealing to a fucking delta X, that is gas pressure gradients, when the question is, how do you have gas pressure? X. So where do you get X first? And then we'll discuss delta X. Do you understand that X comes before delta X, crayon munchers?
Oh wait, hello.
Hi.
Fuck you.
We're watching Malcolm in the Middle. Do you guys want to watch this?
Fuck off.
There was somebody in the background who said that vacuums don't suck. Yeah, no shit, they fucking don't. The gas disperses into space.
Fucking clown fuck. I'm gonna stop. I'll tell you what. I already ripped your damn head off intellectually and shit down your neck. So you just think you're gonna whistle past the graveyard here? Do you think you have something in the hopper, you dumb fuck baltards, that's gonna prove you're sphere tard? Yeah. How do you have X, not delta X? Define gas pressure with citation, please.
He's deafened himself.
He should. If you deafened yourself, you're fucking gone. And I don't usually ban people, but you're fucking out. I didn't ban you. I just kicked your ass out.
There you go. You can come back.
Deafen that, motherfucker.
Oh dear.
Oh, your dumbass is back. So which comes first, X or delta X?
Wait, can I try to?
Oh, my friend wants to talk. Noah?
Your friend.
Yeah.
Okay. Hi, friends. How are you?
Hopefully
Hi,
he's
friend.
smarter than you are.
Yo, hello.
Hello, friend. How are you?
I'm good, friend. Is that Jedi? Is that the civilized chap in here?
That's what I pretend to be. Yeah, that's what I pretend to be. Go on. What do you want to jump in for, mate?
You're a pussy too, aren't you?
He's British, man.
Yeah. That answers the question.
What?
He just came here.
Sorry, friend. What?
Go ahead,
what do you
Jedi.
want?
Sorry.
What do you want, friend?
Debate flat Earth.
Debate
Awesome stuff.
flat Earth. Let's debate your sphere tard.
Hey, wait. Let me talk to the guy talking right now.
Thread of scientific evidence for your heliocentric ball tard spinning space monkey religion.
Oh, so
now it's
okay. So quantum eraser. Can you let me go through my whole thing without muting me?
Shut the fuck up.
You want a whole spiel? Like, what is your thing? Like, what does that mean? Like, are you gonna address points, or do you want to present like some bullshit?
Shit, you clown fuck. Like your idiot retard brethren there. Listen closely. Please provide one shred of scientific evidence for your heliocentric, ball-tard, spinning space monkey religion. Go.
You seem like a redneck. So.
Well, your sister didn't seem to mind. So, again, please provide one shred of scientific evidence for your globe-tard, ball-tard.
I'm the redneck, by the way.
I didn't see who said that.
Yeah, no, she doesn't even wear shoes. I swear to God.
So, again, for the third time, please provide one shred of scientific evidence. Did you hear that? Scientific evidence? Because this is your ass. You don't know it, but this is your ass from the next words that come out of your mouth. So, please provide one shred of scientific evidence for your heliocentric, ball-tard, spinning space monkey religion. Go.
Okay, do first-person accounts count as scientific evidence?
First-person account? You don't know what scientific evidence is, like I fucking told you. What's natural science, Crayon Muncher? Yeah, fucking crickets, because you're a pretender clown, just like Marku and his boyfriend. Right? So, you delayed long enough. What is natural science?
What is natural science?
That's right.
What the fuck are you even talking about, man?
That's what we're fucking talking about here, you dipshit Crayon Muncher. What's natural science?
Wait.
Wait, what? Wait, what? What? What?
The Navy sniper has to.
Fucking Navy sniper. You're a fucking dipshit.
Do you know what science is?
Natural science.
Jedi, can I talk to you?
Yeah, do you know what the scientific method is? Do you know what the scientific method is?
Don't go there, Lou. What's natural science? And don't appeal to Jedi. He isn't going to save your dumb ass.
Love Jedi.
Yeah, you bet, because he puts up with your horse shit.
Kiwi, we got to be able to help them a little bit against you.
No,
you're
we can't.
Unrelenting. Like
No. What is natural science?
Oh, Jedi or Lou, you guys want to?
Yeah, that's right.
No, look, man. I'll throw Q's in there, and I'll get shushed by QE. But that's like I'm just trying to help you. You got to take your cues. You know what I mean?
Yes, they don't even realize it that they're showing their Do 7 offsuit. They still think they're at the fucking table. You fucking retarded clowns.
You let me finish?
I'll let you finish. Go ahead. What's natural science?
The reason that Keely is not letting you finish is because every time you start to speak, what we hear is a how to debate flat earth manual, and it's silly.
No, when you said
that's where we're at. He's asking you.
Let's go.
We don't have a flat earth manual.
Can you explain?
Can I explain? No, you're gonna fucking be explaining. What is natural science?
Shut the fuck up, white trash.
Shut white trash. Your sister said she didn't seem to mind. What is natural science, Crayon Muncher?
You tried to make a joke.
Yeah.
Yeah, like literally, just answer this question. Do you know what science is?
Natural science. What is it?
I've never heard of the term natural science.
Holy fucking shit. That doesn't surprise
How's he a chem student? Why'd you lie?
I'm not the chem student, and can you explain what natural science is?
Why would I? Why would I explain? How much cash you got?
Well, you could explain to him. If he's already conceded, why not?
Why should I? He's the one providing scientific evidence for his spinning Baltard. Why should I provide what he's fucking claiming?
The study of the natural world, cause and effect relationships.
Holy shit.
experiment.
They ain't going to get that. That's a little disjointed there, brother. What is natural science? It's a simple question. You've had enough time to Google this shit. I mean, come on now. What is natural science? Let's go.
You don't know.
So say the answer. You don't know either. You're just making up some random
Oh, shit, you know.
I'm just making up.
No.
Jedi, do you want these idiots? I got to take a break.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Go and take your break now. We appreciate it.
Ready? Are you ready for the retardedness?
Yeah, of course I am, yeah. Always.
Okay.
24/7.
There you go. There's
Quantum
Jedi.
Eraser. Say it. I don't think you know the definition.
This is what happens when you
I
let
don't think you
Xanax
know the
start
definition,
tonight.
even though I couldn't say the definition for the past fucking 10 minutes. But quantum eraser, you don't know the definition. Yeah, that's a real great argument. You fucking window licking knuckle dragging mouth breather.
Yeah, no, he'll give you the definition when the time is right. I tried to cut the chase.
Shut the fuck up. So, train wreck yourselves again. I'm going to give you to the terrorist sympathizer.
Join discord.gg/flatearth and enter a check-in room. Someone will come along and verify you to get involved in the conversation about our Earth.
Wait, do you Sneeko?
This isn't Sneeko, but we Indio and I went over to a Sneeko server a couple.
No, I'm Sneeko. Yes, I'm Sneeko.
Oh, I like if it's the same one that you know, Nick Fuentes like did something with the other week or whatever.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Tell him to say what up.
Who was it? Ash Cookham?
Ash Cookham.
I see Ash Cookham lighting up. Is that who you're speaking to?
Yeah, he was just in the server. Yeah, bro, welcome back, dude. What did you want to share with us?
Bro, I just think I found a video that because listen, I'm about truth, right? And I just think I found a video that proves that the Earth is round.
Oh shit.
Oh shit. Yeah. Okay. Well, send it to any one of us.
Drop that bad boy.
In order to give us globe evidence, you do have to understand what you would expect on a globe, right? Does that make sense?
I mean, what?
You don't know what you're looking for unless you know what you're looking for, right? Otherwise, somebody can say they have a Ferrari and you say, "What's that?" and they can show you an orange if you've never seen one before, and you're like, oh, "Okay, cool."
Yeah, that's why I wanted to screen share so we can talk about it. You know,
We can talk about it, but if you don't know anything about what you're looking at, then it'll be fruitless. But go ahead, post it.
Yeah, I sent you a DM. So
he's got to send a DM.
Check your
I'll
DM.
I'll send it to Creation. Yeah.
Alrighty. Creation
Hey,
better.
who wants to take point on Ash though? Because I don't want to jump. I don't want to step on someone's flow.
Shut up.
I got a prediction that it's dude perfect. That's my prediction.
Yeah, I'll take point if anybody doesn't have any objections, or if you guys, Eli, if you want point, I'll back up.
Who's taking 5 on that? Dude perfect.
Well, I've got seen it now, so it's not DP.
Yeah, bro, the guy has 30 subscribers.
I'm too hyped right now. You guys go ahead.
I mean, shit. Indio's here. Indio, you want a pound of flesh? It's up to you, bro.
I wasn't paying attention. What?
Indio, you're gonna be perfect for this. It's the IS. It's the your friend Ash, you're going to need to know the size of the Earth. So this looks like it's claimed to be in the cupola, which you're gonna want to know how far off the ground that is, and if that's even close to being high enough to see curvature.
Yeah, well, newsflash, it's not. It's nowhere even close.
It's
all right. So we're gonna. Yeah, that's great. You got a nice video, Ash. Yeah, go ahead, Indio.
Yeah. So let me show you something. It's better to just show it. Hold on. Give me 2 seconds.
I don't want to get in
Listen,
my
I'm
spiel.
all for. I want to be convinced. Otherwise,
Just let me show you something.
Yeah, hold on a second, Ash.
Why are you like backpedaling before I even do anything?
Just relax, bro.
Yeah.
Promise, this ain't gonna hurt you.
So this is what the Chinese show from their space station, which is 23 kilometers lower than the ISS.
what am I looking at? Where?
This is the China live and live stream voices. Yeah.
This is
You
what
see
the
the image?
Chinese show.
This is what the Chinese show. This is from a spacewalk. Chinese spacewalk from the Chinese space station. You can. This is a YouTube screenshot, right? So you can read at the bottom what video it is. You can just type that and search. Dude, I'm not bullshitting. I didn't do anything to this video. So who do we believe? As a Chinese lying or as NASA lying? Or is the math lying? Because if you just do the math, you shouldn't see Kerp from that altitude. It's nowhere near high enough, and it's easy to tell you why. From that altitude, you only see like 3%.
Let me look at the video for this.
Oh, okay, so from that altitude, you would only see from the altitude they claim the ISS is at. They claim you would only see 3% of the Earth's surface. Got to remember, the ball is supposed to be 8,000 miles in diameter. 250 miles is 1/16th of that.
Yeah, but like this video looks fake,
Oh, okay.
right?
Does it?
Well, another issue that I see.
No. My
Another
video.
issue that
Me,
I
my-
another
looks
another
real.
issue with your video.
Hold on a second.
Another. Wait. One issue with your video is that you know how fast the ISS is supposed to be circling the Earth. I don't see any movement there.
Wait.
So let me ask. Yeah, that's cool. Let me ask him a question. Ash, you said this doesn't look fake. What is the basis for that? What are you comparing it to?
My video?
Yeah, so you said this does not look fake.
Yeah, I'm comparing it to my.
Comparing it to what? Like home
To my
video
s-
you've
to my
taken, a movie you've taken, like other video you've seen. Like, what are you comparing it to? Have you seen this viewpoint in real life?
To my sanity.
Sanity.
Yeah, it's actually not an argument. Yeah, you actually
Hey,
don't
man.
have an argument.
All right,
So
so
you
check
actually
this out,
have
man.
no. Hold on. I just want to, pin the tail on this donkey. You don't have a frame of reference on whether to on how to evaluate the authenticity of this video because you've never seen the Earth from this position, right?
Mhm.
So it's like comparing one photo of Santa to another photo of Santa and saying that photo's fake because this other photo of Santa I believe is real.
Have you heard the background noise and stuff?
Yeah. Try to focus. Go ahead, Miggy.
All right, so you brought in a video, right, as evidence that the Earth is a globe. Is this the hardest evidence you have against the case for the flat Earth? Like, is this the best that you have for globe Earth proof? And I'm only going to say that so that I can lead into the next thing I'm going to tell you. So I'm just giving you an opportunity.
Yeah, because
Okay. All right. So if I was to give you these 3 questions that are fundamental to the globe's existence, would you be able to tell me your intellectual honesty in these questions?
Mhm.
If I'm going to ask you.
I mean, are you asking if I have knowledge about it or?
No. I'm going to ask you some questions. And basically what it is a baseline knowledge for your understanding of the Earth being a globe.
Okay,
And you just tell me, just tell me
Yeah.
if you know, just go into detail. And if you don't know, just say, I don't know.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm going to give you 3 questions. The first one is simple, right? So who has measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history, has directly measured it with drop over distance? Do you know?
No.
Okay. Second question. They're telling us that the Earth is spinning on its axis, right? So at about 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, the Earth is spinning on its axis. So who has directly measured this axial rotation to be what they say? Okay, that's fine. All right, so we'll go to the third question, which is it's the vacuum of space adjacent to the pressure air that you and I breathe. So they're telling us that we are breathing this air pressure here on the surface at 14 psi, but the surface is also adjacent to the vacuum of space. So the furthest you go up into the atmosphere, you're going to reach like the exosphere, and beyond that, you'll reach into low Earth orbit, which are telling you it's super low pressure, but it's adjacent to the pressure that we breathe here. So how is it possible to have this gas pressure in an open system like they say we have the globe, right? So the question is, how do we have gas pressure without a container? Do you know?
That makes no sense.
Why, right. But would you have a rebuttal to why we have this gas pressure here?
No.
Okay.
I mean,
All right,
maybe
so-
gravity, but like, I don't know.
Well, no, that's fine. If you don't know, you can say, well, I don't really know. And
Yeah, I don't
we'll
know.
kind of, okay, so 3 questions that I asked you. Let me summarize. So basically, the Earth being a globe, spinning in the vacuum of space is just a belief that you have right now. It's a blind belief, let's say, because you don't know that it's a globe. You just blindly believe that it is. And with that comes all the information like these images, videos, and
Mayhem,
whatever else.
I don't blindly believe, right? I just want to know the
Yes, you do.
truth. Is all. No.
No.
true.
So I'm talking about the information. Ash, listen to me. The information that's been given to you, like, hang on a second, bro. The information that's been. Let me finish telling you real quick. I'm trying to clarify the point. I know what you're going to say.
No, you made a claim. You made a claim about me, bro.
Ash,
You made a claim.
Relax.
But you made a claim about me. No.
Well, you're not taking it easy, bro, and that's the hard part. All right, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna just talk about what that means.
And I'm going to correct it.
It's fine, but wait till I'm done, and then you can correct it, right? So the implications of the information that's been given to everybody, not just you, is that the Earth is a globe by way of videos and articles, whatever it is,
Yes.
people talking about it. It's in the vernacular, right? Well,
In school, yes.
yeah, it doesn't matter. So everybody's got this information. So it isn't just you that I'm targeting. I'm targeting everybody who's heard this. So even the video that you have, it wasn't directly given to you. It was to the public, right? So the information is for public consumption. So when it's put out there, it's meant for everybody to understand that we live on an Earth that's a globe, right? The video of the guy in the cupola. So that video is showing people that it's a globe, right? But that's why I'm saying to you that that's all we have. And as far as like this Earth is, like from presentation from those guys, they're telling us that this is where we live due to this video. So it's a blind belief in the sense of saying like they're giving it to you without any information how to verify it. So you can't verify. You can just say, okay, there's a video of some guy looking out a window and now he sees the Earth as a globe. And that's all I have. That's a blind belief. Without any verification, it becomes a blind belief. So I'm not saying that you right now believe that. I'm saying it's a blind belief to say that this video is evidence for the Earth being a globe. Okay, now that I made my statement, you can see if there's any way I'm saying that you yourself are blind believing the globe.
I mean, do you think that?
I can't say it. You can only tell me. If I tell you that, I'm projecting something on you that you are not telling me. But what I'm saying though, right. So what I'm saying though, this is what they're good at. They're good at this information that they give us, and they elaborate with like other things, right? With people saying these anecdotal testimonies that they've been to a place that you can't go to, right? They've been to low Earth orbit and on, right? Rocket rides to space and whatever. So we have this people saying things, and all we are doing as the people who receive the information is believing them blindly. That's it. So that's all we have from that side. On this side, however, we have empirical evidence to state the fact that what we know the Earth to be is indeed flat and stationary. Okay, so I'm just separating the fact that we're not going to give you things just like they have, which is a blind belief in things and videos and such. Okay.
Can I tell you how I got to this video? I was like, I was about to go off PC, right? But then a thought came in my head, like, well, what would it like? Why is there no picture, like videos or pictures of? Why is there no pictures or videos of someone like being in space, right, without a fisheye lens, right? So I Google like picture in space without fisheye lens, and that's how I got to this video, right? And I get to this video, and it looks real to me, right? It doesn't look like it's fisheye lens, and I can see the curvature in here, right? But then I also think about, what if this curvature is not really the curvature of, like, what if this doesn't prove that the Earth is round, but it's just like, because it's so far, it's like because it's like a disc, you know. Like if you would look at a plate, it would also from above, we would also see some curvature, right?
Yeah, Ash. What we do here though is we want to give the people who are listening to us the ability to verify things for themselves. So when we go to things logistically that are impossible for you to actually, like, let's say everybody in this Discord right now, if we're to tell them that there's a guy who went up, 180,000 feet and looked down and he saw a pretty flat Earth, right? So how many people are going to be able to replicate what I just told you that guy did? Not very many, right? Few, if that. So what we do here is we do things that are things that can verify things, like the ability to do things that are within everybody's immediate reach. So if I tell you something, I'm not going to say you need to get on a rocket ride to go really far in elevation and then look down and see the flat Earth. Like that's something logistically that's not going to be something reasonable, right? So I got to target something that's possible for you to do. That's something logistically could be even more feasible for you, right? It's like go to a beach, let's say, and do a line of sight test. That's more along the lines of something that's reasonable for anybody to test the Earth to see what it is. And that's where we're at today. We're showing people that you don't have to go on a rocket ride and look down and see the Earth flat. That's not what we're saying. And that's a whole wrong approach anyway, right? Because the Earth that we're testing is on the ground. If there's any curvature, the surface curvature, it would demonstrate itself on the ground and we could then measure drop over distance, which was the first question I asked you. Mm-hmm. So that's important because if we don't have a baseline for our fundamental understanding of the Earth that we're on right now, then we become lost or we don't know, or, anybody that presents information like videos and any kind of rhetoric, magazines or whatever, then we can be taken in by that information because we don't have a baseline of knowledge of how to discern. We don't know how even to think about to measure this Earth, or if there's any way that we can find out, right? So anyway, I'll stop there. But now that you understand that anything that comes from those guys is just really a blind belief because they don't have evidence. They can't show you, Ash, go to the Earth and measure the Earth for the curvature because they don't have that. And so that's where we're at. If they're telling you the Earth is a globe, then the next thing you have to do is tell them, how did you verify this? Because I want to verify this information myself. And if you can't do it, then you're blindly believing that information, whatever it is.
But how would you explain this video? What do you think about this video that I sent? Do you see it?
It's a video. That's all I can say. It's a video of a guy looking out of a window and seeing the Earth looking like it's curved. Is it objective reality? How is it possible? If we don't measure, if he sees curvature in that window of that cupola, let's take a look at it like this. Let's translate that curvature to the ground. If he's seeing curvature from that cupola in that video, then let's measure to see if we can find curvature on the ground. If we can't measure any curvature as drop over distance, then that video is not telling you the reality that you see out in the world. Does that make sense?
Look at that screenshot, man. Just take a good look at this screenshot.
What screenshot?
The screenshot I took from the video you posted.
9 past the hour.
Do you see it?
Yeah.
Say this was a ball that's 1 meter in diameter. How far away do you think you'd be from that ball? From this viewpoint? Pretty far, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. They're not far. That you don't understand. They're not far.
What? Why do you say they're not far?
Because they claim the altitude is 250 miles. Look in the VC again. This is to scale of how far. This other image. This is a scale model. This is to scale. That white circle, that's their view. That's their entire view. That's the entire horizon. Where the white meets the blue, that's the horizon. Now, go look back at the image from the video. Do you think that this is an accurate representation of the geometry that they claim exists 250 miles above a ball, 8,000 miles in diameter?
So you think it will be he would see a lot less?
a lot less. This is like the Sea of Oman, and up top, and that's the Nile Canal, right?
Yeah.
And up top, that's like the Mediterranean. This circle, like these features that you can see, that can't even be like 600 miles. It's supposed to be 25,000 mile diameter or circumference.
Oh.
This is not representative of what they claim exists. It's not even close.
Do you see how that doesn't translate, Ash?
Mm-hmm.
And you're just going, oh, I see curvature. They must be very far away in space. This would be probably like 4,000 miles away. But they're 1/8 that, according to them.
Correct.
They're not even 1/8, 1/16 of that. And 1/32 the diameter that they claim it is, right?
It's not even mentioning the radius. So I mean, think about it. Like all the metrics to the Earth being a globe, diameter, radius, circumference. It's not proportional. When you actually look at it from the image from that, that video, it's not proportional to the Earth that should be the size that they say it is. And that's where you start to find out, well, something's not adding up. The math doesn't fit the size of the globe that you're seeing.
I agree. That's exactly what my artist eye was like offended by, and that's kind of what kind of made it more solid for me to get comfortable with the flat Earth truth. So thank you for that. I didn't know if I was like on the money with the radius thing or not. I was like, that sounds right. Feels right.
It's on the geometry, yeah.
Yeah.
This video looks so real, though, no?
Well, so do movies. You go to the theater, you see movies that look so real, but you don't think they're real, right? Because they're
wait. How does it look real? I'm confused.
Like it looks real, right? Even the noise and shit, like everything looks real, no? Like even the station.
Right, but fair, but that would represent an Earth that's about 1/8 of the size of the Earth they claim. That's primarily taken up with the land mass of a specific geographic region, which is only a tiny portion of the entire Earth. So it can't look real because you've seen a map before and you know that the scale of that territory is off.
What is I don't know the word in English, but like if you let's say, right, the Earth is a globe, let's say the Earth is globe, how many miles is there if you wanted to go around the Earth?
What the circumference?
I guess, yeah.
24,901 miles.
Hey, watch the Morgan Freeman, not Morgan Freeman video. It just proves how easy it is to make something look real, but it's not really him.
Yeah, so if that carries, right, roughly, you're looking at an Earth that's 1/6 the size of the Earth they claim. So that curvature can't possibly be the curvature of the Earth. It's obviously the curvature of the lens.
I think you said earlier, too, you thought the China picture or video looked fake, and that's exactly our point. It's like you take the time to actually examine these things, and it's extremely fake.
Yeah.
Like, which one is real to you, the China or the NASA? Well, why is China less credible?
China looks fake to me instantly, right? But this looks real instantly to me.
Well, then why is China faking space?
Hold on. I have
What do you mean?
I have an expert friend help you. I have an expert witness on the line, Elon Musk. Oh yeah, that's right, Elon. Yep. Okay, what Elon said is you can tell it's real because it looks so fake.
You can tell it's real because it looks so fake.
Thanks, Elon.
Well, I think it looks so ridiculous and impossible.
Yeah, but what I'm saying
we'd have way
is
better CGI if it was
you
fake.
can tell it's real because it looks real, you know?
No, Ash, check it out, man. Ever since you were a child, you've been shown these images and videos and all that. So you're going based on that, where people are saying, oh, that space, it looks so real. And so you're basing your whole worldview on that. When you see things like, listen, Ash, you can say not true all you want, bro, but the whole world has been land-based ever since we were kids, children even, right? To think that the Earth is a globe via this propaganda, which is videos, in your textbooks, people use the word in the vernacular, globalist. So all this information culminates to a point when you have the critical thinking age, like you're at right now. You should be able to have good discernment, but you cannot get away from it because when they show you things that makes it look like it's real, in your mind, you perceive it like that's reality, even though you have geometry that doesn't comport over to what it should be when you look at it, right? because even on the
Dude,
video,
forget geometry, brother. Think about your own.
in Flat Earth 10 minutes ago before I saw this video, right? No, I'm not sure. I believe in Flat Earth 10 minutes ago. my friend.
no, that's not.
we told you.
I'm not close-minded, bro. Like,
Stop
I'm not
the
close-minded.
cat. I believe you are.
Right, friend.
When I was 15,
friend, I'm gonna explain to you. I'm gonna explain to you
when I
how
was
close-minded you are.
when I was 15, I said, "How do you
Hold
know
on, friend.
that the Earth is round?" I asked my friends, "How do you know it? How do you know?" When I was 15, my friend, and that is true. I always questioned everything. I asked them, "Have you been up? Have you seen it?" No, you haven't. I'm not close-minded, bro.
I believe you are, Ash.
Well, then why did you not?
Why would you think that going up and looking at something from outside of the Earth is the way to tell what Earth is? Why do you need to astral project your soul into some other place outside of the Earth?
I mean, because if you want to know what shape, if you let's say you're a tiny, like let's say you were the size of an ant, right? You can see what
You're actually trying to reason with us.
You're trying to make up something in your head, right? You're trying to,
That's why you're closed-minded.
So what if it was a table, right?
No. Yes. No. Can I finish? Let's say.
You already did. You said we're an ant on a beach ball or a ball. Like, who cares? It's an ant.
No, I didn't finish. You know what shape a plate is, right? You know it.
Depends
let's
on
say,
look at it.
let's say you were a size of a bacteria.
Before you go on, do you think we think the Earth is a plate in space, a disc?
No.
We're not the size of a bacteria, Ash.
Can I finish? Can I finish?
No.
Let me finish.
Hold on.
No, I don't want to hear about bacteria.
You'll finish in a second, but you never. Your premise, right? You know what a plate is by looking at it. It depends on the perspective you're looking at the plate from, right?
He keeps changing
So it changes based upon where you are relative to that object, right? What it looks like.
He went from ant to bacteria.
Yeah, we're not a fucking bacteria. Okay, stop talking about that. You don't even know what you're saying. So first of all,
what? No,
stop. I'm not going to stop, bro. No, you don't realize the implications of what you're saying. You haven't even tested the Earth to be a globe yet. You haven't tested it.
I know that the shape of a plate doesn't change. It doesn't matter.
Oh my God! Nobody says it's a plate.
The shape. I'm not comparing.
Visually changes. It visually changes. Dude, Ash, you're just making up nonsense.
What do you mean it visually changes?
It visually changes. Oh, it doesn't. So if I look at a plate from the side versus right up above it, it doesn't change. It looks exactly the same.
No, it's about what the plate is shaped, not what it looks like, right? We want to figure out
You just said look at it. What you just said, look at it.
Bro, no. We want to figure out how the Earth is, right?
By looking
That's
at
the goal.
it. By looking at
not the shape. No,
you just said not looking at it. Make up your mind. Take a struggle. Look at it or not look at it. Is looking at it the way or not the way?
Of course, looking at it is the way. Yes.
Okay, so if I told you to build a house, I said no tape measure. Look at the pieces. All you can do is look at the pieces and guess how long they are.
They're screwed.
I didn't understand.
You'd have a fucked up looking house.
You need to measure. You need to. Yeah, he's giving you an analogy of the idea here. If you want to find how to look at what we're saying, you need to measure the Earth. That means you need to test the Earth if it has this curvature that you think it has. It's not looking at something is not going to determine whether or not that convexity is there or not. You have to measure across the surface of the Earth and find out if there's any drop over distance, which a sphere should have. Therefore, you don't.
No,
what do you mean you don't? You're just going to guess?
Listen.
You're going to guess.
No, if you can look at the Earth
why can't we measure it? Why can't we measure it, Ash? Why can't we measure it?
I don't know. Listen.
Why can't we measure it?
I don't know. I just answered you.
Why don't you know? Why don't you know?
What do you mean? Why? I know. Like what?
Yeah. Well, because you need to measure it if you want to find out if it's curving or not. Right? Yes or no? Okay, so why aren't you measuring it?
Because I don't know how to, bro.
All right. Really? So wouldn't that be the first step? Knowing how to? Wouldn't that be the first?
To measure the floor, you measure the floor, right? Not the ceiling.
Hey, looking at it doesn't tell you anything, so you got to look at it.
It doesn't tell you. How do you know? How do you know that the plate is shaped how it is?
Well, we're not looking at the shape. No one's trying to determine a shape here. Only you. You're in a category error. This is the wrong server if you're looking for a shape.
I was kind of thinking the same thing, Ash. It's about the surface. So it's either rounded or it's not. We're not really dealing with the shape. We're here as flat earthers, we're not trying to tell you what shape the earth is. In my view, there's no such thing as seeing the whole earth anyway. Even if it was a globe, you don't see the whole thing. So there's no ability to like go up and see the whole earth. So we're talking about the surface of the earth can only be curved or it's not curved. So that's why we're trying to get you to come down to the ground instead of flying away from the thing that you need to measure.
Yeah, because think about it logically. You wouldn't go. Hold on now.
You think the Earth is infinite?
Hold on.
No, I said it. I said there's no way to see the whole thing. Earlier, you said that you could go up and see the edge of the plate. We don't think the Earth is a plate or a disc.
I never said that. I never thought that, bro. I didn't.
You did. I mean, you did say it.
No, the problem. I didn't. I tried to make a point, and you didn't let me finish. Right? That's that's why you think that.
But listen, you did.
I didn't finish.
But the point is that there's no going up and seeing the whole Earth. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So
you're
flying up is helping you anyway. Because you can't go out of reality and look back and take selfies, bro. Like for the same way you can't leave outer space and then look back and say, okay, all of outer space is shaped like a blob or whatever you might think outer space is shaped like. You can't leave and turn around and take selfies with the Earth.
And you can't measure your floor space by going up to the ceiling lamp or the ceiling itself. You actually go to the floor to measure the floor space, the area, right?
Okay.
Yeah, thanks, honey. So we're drilling down. We're drilling down on the point, Ash. Drilling down on the point is you have to be on the surface if you want to find out if there's any surface curvature, and that's what we're interested in. And if you can actually come to that point where you say, "I don't know how to measure it, guys. Can you help me?" Sure, we can. We can tell you how to do it. Is that what you want to find out?
No. But so because you said.
What do you mean you don't know? No, what we talking about? You don't know?
Because there was many points here, right? And I want to address other points. I want to address other points.
Ash, the only thing you should be concerned with right now is measuring the floor for convexity. Which, if it's supposedly a globe, then it should measure like a globe with drop over distance. Ash, do you understand this point?
But I can't do that right now.
Well, you can't do that. Well, I mean, so what, yeah, the thing is, though, you don't have the knowledge to understand how to. So can we talk about that?
Yeah, but we can. But first, like you said, someone said that like you can't look at Earth, right? Because you can't escape reality, right?
Oh my God, you're really hung up on that point, aren't you? What?
We can get to that in a moment, Ash. Just let's focus because the key point is what we're trying to hold you to right now. I want you to just take 30 seconds and just look around your room at all the surfaces, tables, ceiling, your phone, everything has a surface, right?
Yeah.
I'm telling you, there's only two options here, unless you can point out a third option. The surfaces can either be rounded in some way or it's not. There's no third option here. So what we're saying is the surface of the Earth, the water is a good place to start, can only be doing one of those two things. So what we need to do is find out which of those two things it's doing at the surface. That's step one.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So now that we got it all down, Ash, can we start with there?
Yes.
All right. But if you want, yes,
because I gotta go to sleep soon, right? I work in.
Oh, we got that. What's that fallacy, my friends?
4.5 hours.
Oh, look at the time.
All right,
look
chill,
at the time.
everyone. Since he has to leave, it's important
I have to wake up at 4 and 4.5 hours.
Bro, who gives a crap, dude? Someone else is speaking now. Thank you. So, before you go, we need to point out the fact that you showed us an image, and we demonstrated to you how that image doesn't represent the Earth. And you then said you need to look at it to be able to see it. The ISS people aren't high enough to see any Earth curvature. And they represent to you a false image, which we demonstrated to you it's false. You immediately ran away from the implications and refused to acknowledge any of the points that were made, and went on a red herring and distracted everybody from the fact that you have no answer to the information you were given, and you refuse to even think about it or even talk about it.
My friend, the thing is, I'm not here to debate you guys on the Earth being round. I just want to know the truth. I just
No,
want to
you
know
don't,
what's true,
friend.
bro.
You
Yes,
don't.
yes.
You don't.
I'm not. Do you think
You're
I'm lying to you
lying.
right now? Okay.
No, you are lying. You demonstrated yourself to lie because we gave you information and you completely ignored it.
Okay. So
Yeah,
do you
it's
think
called your actions speak louder than your words, friend.
Okay, bro. Okay.
Look, don't. I'm not blaming you. Most people that come in here have the same reaction. There's a trigger inside their mind that prevents them from going down certain tracks. It's a self-defense mechanism.
Okay.
So next time you come back, you need to have an answer for why the critique of that video demonstrates that that's not the curve of the earth that you're looking at. If you can't talk about that when you come back, then you are lying. You're lying to yourself, not us. Because we know you're lying, so you're not actually lying to us.
What am I lying about?
Your sincerity.
If you wanted the truth, then you want to just see if we can measure curvature or not.
Yeah,
Like the whole but it looks real. Like that doesn't seem like someone who's after the truth. You know what I mean?
But are we not getting to that? We were just getting to that, right?
I don't know. You kind of wanted to fly away from reality, my friend. So, like,
what do you mean?
And
we're trying to keep it down to the
at the same
ground.
time. Oh my! Look at the time. It's getting late.
Video falsifies the radius. You understand that?
The time is midnight 30 at where I'm at, and I need to work at 6.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is more important than sleep.
Press the leave button, bro. Come on, just press it. The red button. Press it right now. Go.
Yeah. That video falsifies the radius that you presented as evidence of curvature. Oh, I got to go to sleep.
Like what?
But you expect us to believe you're sincere. Get real, bro.
But this was not sincere because that's not what happened, right?
Bro, right now's the time when you say I have to go, but you made a good point and we'll talk about it when I return. That's the honest thing to do.
Oh, yeah, my bad. I should be like you. I'm sorry, bro.
Well, otherwise you're going to not want to talk about it, right? So, I mean...
You're going to tell me how to respond now? Like what?
Yeah, look, dude, it's not impossible for one person to recognize another person's problems and point that out to them. Usually a wise man, when he's described his faults, takes it into account, thinks about it, and then makes a reasoned response, rather than just accuse the other person.
Let me ask a question. We'll just figure out if you're honest or not right off the bat.
Okay.
Does that video match the globe claims based upon the ISS is 250 miles above the Earth, and the Earth has a diameter of 8,000 miles? Does that image match that?
No, based on the thing that you sent me previous, it doesn't. No, of course not.
Okay. All right. Baby steps, man. Thank you for your honesty. It's hard for people to... Because what are they saying? They're saying, just look at it. Like, that's not,
Yeah, exactly.
Right. Well, now you're holding in two things. You got two things separately. You've got the video, and then you've got the claim of the globe Earth. So you have to drop one. You can't put them together. They don't go together. So sounds like you got to drop that video and get back to the claim.
Then you can take it one step farther, right? You can ask, why are they showing that video as a representative of the globe Earth when there's no possible way it can match it?
Yeah, we're gonna do a line of sight. We're gonna do a line of sight test. If he's gonna stay in here, we're gonna do the line of sight test. Unless you interject and say, "Look, oh my, look at the time," because I'm telling you right now, we can go through it. But if you don't have much time, I don't want to waste my time and go through it.
How long does it take?
Well, it's gonna take as long as it does. I don't know. Depends on you.
Usually, give me an estimate.
I don't know. Maybe 10 minutes.
If it's 10 minutes, I can do it, yes.
Okay. So, well, shit. All right. So if you're going to do a line of sight test, then I would say, do you have a body of water that's near your location, Ash?
A body of water?
Yes. A lake, an ocean.
No.
You don't live near a body of water at all. You can't even drive with the one.
Where I need to go outside?
A body of water like a lake or an ocean or...
For this test, yes. Do I need to physically
not
go
a
outside?
pond, but a lake. What do you mean physically go? How else can you test the reality or the physical natural world if you don't go outside, bro?
I can't do it. I can't do it, bro.
What?
What? If you have to go outside, you
What
can't
is-
do it?
Yes.
What?
Yes.
How would you test
Yeah,
Earth
no,
from inside your house?
the reason that
know, bro.
the reason that I
right
kick
now.
people like the reason that I mute or kick people like him out is because there are people coming in and coming out and coming in and coming out that actually deserve to have this conversation.
You
I
are too
would have kicked
prejudiced.
him
You
a
are all
long
too
time
We're not
ago.
asking you right now, brother. We're not saying go out or leave your house at this very moment.
Are you calling my
No,
man a
why,
bigot?
why are y'all? Hold on. Why are y'all talking to him like he's reasonable? We're talking about the world, and he's like, "You mean I have to go outside, bro?" He doesn't deserve anything other than a listening pass. You guys got it. I mean, come on.
He's in
man.
Just take
Discord
care of
from
it.
prison, Elijah. Maybe he's in prison.
Yeah, could be.
What is your profession?
The old friend. I brought more soldiers.
I'm kind of just tuning in. I'm at work, but in case y'all need some flat expertise or anything.
What's that? I didn't hear you that well.
I said I'm just here in case y'all need some flat expertise or anything explained real good. You know, I'm at work, so we'll keep it on mute. But
Oh,
I'm
yeah?
here.
Is you a flat earther?
I'm a real earther. I'm a real boy.
You don't think we live on a spinning ball?
That's a cartoon, isn't it? That NASA draw for us to see.
I've only ever seen it in cartoons. Yeah, that's fair. I'm gonna put a clip on. Do you have any requests or any specific topics you want to listen to relating to this?
Yeah, bro. I'm sorry, man. I'm at work. Yeah, we can listen to something about the firmament. Thanks.
I'll throw another clip on from the Discord with the Glober in it and a good panel. All right.
Cool.
What's up, India?
What's up, man?
I had a quick question for you. I've been waiting to kind of ask it, waiting for you to get in here.
Okay, here I am.
So thank you. Yeah, you know how these people claim that they're pinging, I guess, radar off of the sun or celestial objects.
Yes. Yeah.
How does that make sense if it's supposedly going through a vacuum? Would the absence of the Atmos there like have any effect on the signal getting through to it? Like, does that even technically make sense? Or
They're not picking up. They're picking up echoes. Echoes off of the environment. It's not going into space and bouncing off of something. It's not like they're like it's not like they're sending a message that says hello world, and then they're getting it back and listening on the radio and it says hello world. It's not like that.
Got it. Yeah, I know it's not going into space. I'm wondering what's confusing them into thinking that it's actually doing that. It must be picking up something. So
Well,
it's
the
just
idiot.
getting.
Well, think about how idiotic it is to say you're bouncing radio signals off the sun, right? You'd have to look at the sun, right? You'd have to point your dish. You have to point your dish at the sun, bounce it, well, where the sun would be in like 8 minutes or something, and then receive the signal, and then, but you have to receive the signal pointing your dish at the sun. Well, the sun emits every frequency. How are you going to pick that out of the noise of the sun? Your little feeble fucking signal that just traveled 93 times 2 million miles. It's idiotic. Like, why they even believe it is fucking beyond me.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I get confused sometimes when I hear this, because they believe this stuff with such conviction. When you hear it and think about it, you think, all right, there must be something that I'm misunderstanding, because it sounds so idiotic. But they believe it, like I said, with such conviction.
I mean, think about it like this, right? You have a little pen flashlight, and out in the distance is like a giant fog light, like kind of battleship. You know, the giant fucking lights they have? And you're thinking that you're going to bounce your light and see the reflection of your little pen light off that freaking while looking at the fog light, dude. It's stupid. It's so dumb to me. It makes me, even when you just said it to me, I roll my eyes, because it's stupidity to even think it.
Yeah.
Even in the scientific community, they question it. So the first alleged radar ping off of Venus, right, was in 1961 by Jet Propulsion Laboratories. So, within 10 years, there's people at NASA are like, that was a bunch of bullshit. And then someone actually looked at the data. Coincidentally, this guy has done other shit, which is kind of important. Basically, shown that. I don't want to get into that, because that's a whole another rabbit hole of stuff. It's this guy named R.R. Newton. So he was like, well, if it took this long for the signal to get back, then the radar traveled at a faster than light. He did the calculation, right? And it was like too short by like a second. So you're like, well, you sent the superluminal signal to fucking Venus, and it's because they're picking up. So what they're trying to do is the best way to put it is they're sending a signal, right, in radio waves, and they're putting they're making it look different than noise by putting like a chirp in it or something like that, right? Or putting a pattern in it, like 3 chirps, right? Though a 3 pattern of 3 pulses, pulse, 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 pulse. Then they get something back. So what they get back is there's a bunch of noise, right? There's always background noise in any antenna. There's the grounding noise. There's all sorts of. There's thermal noise. There's inductive noise. There's magnetostriction noise. There's all sorts of noise in the signal. So how do you get this weak signal out of this background noise? Well, you apply mathemagics, and then with the mathemagics, you pretend that you scrub the noise out, and then you look for 3 pulses in a row that are spaced almost as evenly apart as you sent them, and time-wise, and and if you see that, you declare victory. This is they do this all the time. It's the same way with the same crap they do with LIGO. They do this all the time, because this is a problem. Is that when you're looking at any particular signal, when I say signal, I mean radio signal. You could think of the light from a star as a signal. There's noise. There's background noise from everywhere else. And you have to pick your signal out of the noise. And if the signal to noise ratio is beyond some limit, you can't pick the signal out of the noise, because it's too much, right? You don't know if it's just what you think is a signal is part of the random noise. You can't tell. You can't tell the difference. And they claim to be able to do 10 to 1, 100 to 1, and you can't do more than if you know what the source is, like if you know everything about like the other side, yeah, you can do it, but you can't unless you have prior knowledge of what's on the other side. You know what I mean?
Right, not when you're going into a completely unknown medium. That just
Yeah, exactly,
basically.
exactly.
Yeah. I guess
You have
that's
to
the
know
beauty
what's
of
out
chapter
there.
one.
Say
You
again?
have to know it's right. You have to know what's in and beyond the medium that you're shooting through. Yeah, well, thank you. That it's all so confusing. And then right, you have the long distance microwave transmissions that supposedly bounce off the ionosphere.
Yeah,
But they don't
that's
bounce.
a
So right, so it's kind of like the I don't know. It doesn't make sense in all cases. They have like these special cases where there's an exception that the ionosphere affects these radio waves when trying to shoot it 10,000 miles, but then when you're shooting it straight up, it goes right through and pings the sun or something.
yeah. I mean, the ionosphere thing. That's a whole nother fucking can of worms of stupidity.
Yeah, no, I remember you
Because
broke it down more fully.
because because it doesn't work the same way all the time. So what they say is when it's nighttime, the ionosphere changes. That what they've had to actually say is there's multiple ionospheres. There's multiple layers, A, B, C, D, and E, right? And when it becomes nighttime, the radio signal penetrates to a higher layer and bounces farther. But during the daytime, you only can penetrate to like layer A or B, and it bounces not as far. Right? This is their reasoning. But there's another explanation for this. There's something called radiation resistance. So if you have an antenna, right? Say I have an antenna and I emit I have a 5-watt antenna, and I am going to emit a signal at 37 megahertz. Now, say someone else has a bigger antenna that's 1500 watts, and they're going to emit at 37 megahertz. That antenna, my smaller power antenna, will encounter what's called a radiation resistance. That means the antenna will be inhibited from radiating that frequency because electromagnetic radiation actually has a momentum, right? And this momentum will actually impinge on the antenna and stop the weaker antenna from radiating.
That makes sense.
So if the sun is out, right? If the sun is out and it's emitting, they say the sun is the only true emitter of absolute random fucking noise. So it emits at all frequencies, and all frequencies are absolute fucking noise. When I say all frequencies, I mean like every frequency and every increment in between every frequency, and it's totally random. So when the sun's out, you're going to have a higher radiation resistance. And this is in the older literature too. They noticed like at the beginning of radio, they wrote about this. It's not like it's Indio making the shit up. They wrote about this in the 20s before they came up with the ionosphere idea. Right, because they were sending the signals too far, and they were like, "Why is it going farther during the day or during the night during the day?" And their theory was that it's the radiation resistance associated with the sun being out versus the sun not being out. But in the ionosphere model, they say that it's a plasma and it bounces off the plasma if it's a certain frequency, and that the reason it can go so far is that there's negative refraction, and then it goes into a duct, and like they have all these convoluted ideas, right? Theories, hypotheses, whatever. But there's actually no evidence for them, right? It's not like you can actually engineer a radio signal based upon that. You can't go like, oh, here's I have this textbook on radar propagation in the ionosphere. I'm gonna do a test, and I should be able to pick up this airplane at 1,000 miles away. No, it's not how it works at all. They can't actually engineer using any of these formulas. It's kind of like terrestrial refraction, whereas it's a post hoc hypothesis, right? It's ad hoc after the fact. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. I was kind of thinking that. That's kind of most of their.
It's dealing with the same thing too, right? The air.
Yep. They're always coming to save the day for them. It's weird. What I love, and this is why I love listening to you so much. I've just been digging into every combo you have. They do actual research and put out literature on all this stuff, but like these derivative topics that don't necessarily have anything to do with flat Earth until someone like you reads them, and ties it into how it doesn't make any sense, on the globe. That's why you have people like what was I listening to last night? Oh, Globey, that guy with your perspective and
Globey McGlover face.
Dude, I was dying. I mean, you were so patient with him, but he's like, his brain wouldn't allow him to like understand, how our vision works. Remember, he kept saying, well, the top of the mountain is further away from the bottom of the mountain. I think in any other forum, he wouldn't have such a hard time understanding this, but because he thinks it means that the earth is flat when he concedes this, he has to, go into this just nonsense. It seems like that pretty much every time I listen to a conversation.
Well, I mean, he's an anti-flat earther. He's been around for a long time, and that argument goes back like 4 years to a guy named Negator, who's also an anti-flat earther, and it like spread in Gen Panda server that this is somehow a refutation. So they all use it, but it's actually not a refutation. Okay. It's just like muddying the waters. Yeah, the angles are smaller, but you don't see like that, right? So how your vision actually works, right, is like you have your eye level, right, the center of your vision, and everything appears to like converge. You know how it is in perspective. Everything converges to that center, that vanishing point. Well, the way a lens works is anything that's below your eye hits the top of your lens and is refracted down onto the bottom of your retina. And everything that is above your eye crosses the center, hits the bottom of your lens, and is refracted to the top of your retina, and the image is inverted. It's upside down, and your brain right sides it up, right? So the thing is that midpoint, that crossing point, you can't think of it as like, here's this whole object. I'm looking at a tree. Here's this whole tree. You have to think of it as half a tree. The tree that's part above the horizon and the tree that's below the horizon, those are like separate things. They're not the same.
Right,
and it's like,
right.
Yeah. Go ahead.
No, that's exactly that's what I was thinking last night. He couldn't let go of the idea that he could either see all of the object or none of the object, because it's behind Earth curve or whatever. But that's right. You see in angles, and I'm very new to this. I mean, the last couple of weeks I've been trying to really read up on perspective and how vision works. It's confusing to someone like me who just kind of got introduced to it, but it basically explains why the further away you get, your eyes can't resolve the bottom of things, correct?
Yeah.
It's not an all or nothing thing, which he kept thinking.
I think I don't know if I made the graphic that day, because it's really weird that what ends up happening is, it's like the Globers have a clubhouse somewhere, and I encounter, like for a period of 3 days, I'll encounter the same argument on Twitter, on Facebook, on fucking Discord, in this one, in my DMs, like it'll be the same thing. They all start making the same argument simultaneously. That Empire State Building, when I came in here and I was talking to Globey McGlobeface, I had just used that on Twitter earlier in the day. debating someone on Twitter. So it's like, what the fuck is going on, man? And this happens all the time. So like today, I think the new one that's going to come around is the ring laser gyro thing is going to come around again because Roger posted something on Twitter, and then all of a sudden there's some other Twitter post about it, and the Twitter post that frickin' Roger posted was like from fucking May, and all of a sudden it just rears its ugly head, and here it comes again, and all the Globers on Twitter are fucking talking about it again. So I guarantee someone will come in the next 3 days, some anti-flat earther talking about the fucking ring laser gyros.
Yeah, it happens like that in patterns. That's probably exactly what goes on in their little clubhouse. But in politics, I think it was probably about a week ago now. But Dogs brought up the ring laser gyroscope, and what do they say that proves?
He just throws shit against the wall.
Yeah, Dogs. Yeah, he could overwhelm somebody that doesn't have the technical details down pat. Like, I forgot what he was trying. He was trying to basically say. I don't even think it's not about rotation. Rotation, is it? Because he was trying to use it to prove curvature. I think I'm almost positive.
I wouldn't doubt it. He probably Dogs Are Gods doesn't know what he's talking about half the time. He just he comes up with an idea of his like a ring laser gyro. He probably made up some freaking idea in his head about how it works, not how it actually works, and then he'll make an argument based upon his misunderstanding of what it actually does. And then if you don't know anything yourself, right? If you're just like a normal person that doesn't know the technical details of a ring laser gyro or a fiber optic gyro or the Sagnac effect, you're going to take him at his word. I'm like, damn, really, I can't explain that. But everything he just told you was bullshit and you don't realize it.
I think, yeah, and that's a tactic he uses. I mean, we didn't go down the road because the conversation started off with just trying to get him to admit our axiom, right? The Earth appears flat and motionless, and he couldn't do that. He's like, I'm not going to lie. I'm like, all right, we've established that you can't be honest. Then he went off into this. So, but yeah, you're right. If somebody doesn't know the technical details of those things, I mean, it could be, it's confusing. But then again, you got to know who you're dealing with, right? Like, I've listened to him
I
enough.
mean, listen, I don't know if you heard it before, my debate advice against Globers is never assume what they're saying is true, ever. Even if you don't know what they're talking about, don't assume what they're saying is actually true. That will just end up biting you in the ass, because a lot of times they don't know what they're talking about, or they're misinterpreting something, or it's just a claim and the data doesn't even support the claim, and they don't understand it. Like sunrise times, sunrise and sunset times. All the Globers think that there's some like globe model out there. They have a 3D program or something where they're modeling sunset and sunrise times. It's not how it's done at all. It's just a fucking graph, a 2D graph, right? It's called the equation of time. It's been around since like the 1800s. It's just, that's how they predict sunrise times. There's no globe involved in it at all. There's no geometry. There's nothing like that. Unless the sine wave is geometry, right? So, but a Glober will say, explain our model is perfect. It predicts sunrise and sunset times. And like, the average person will just believe that. And like, yeah, that is weird. How does it do that? Well, it don't do that. But the Glober believes it does that because that's what they've been told, kind of. They've never been explicitly told that. It's just like you're given enough information to think that that's how it's done, right? Right? So you're told it's a globe. And then they'll show you a chart. Oh, here's all the sunrise times for the next year. And you're like, damn, man, that globe model's pretty powerful. It can predict all the times the sun rises.
Right.
But that's not how they're doing it. There's no fucking globe even involved in it. So what they basically did was, right, you plot sunrise times, you make your sunrise observations for, a couple of years, right? And you go, here's the pattern, right? And then you plot that on a graph. And then you freaking, you deduce a function, right? And they're like, okay, now here, if I go to this location, Here's how this graph changes. Here how this graph. If I go to this other location, here's how the graph changes again. Okay, now I know. Okay, that I can add location to the formula and change the function. Right. So now I have a function. I have two functions to spit out a sunrise time. But those functions have nothing to do with a globe or anything like that.
Right. There's nothing to do with geometry. It's just they're predicting.
Yeah, it's data. It's technically it's called data fitting, right? So you take a bunch of data and you try to take a mathematical function that fits the data, so you can make predictions, right? Like, because that's all you really care about in a pragmatic way, right? I want to know when the sun's going to rise, so. It's actually been empirically tested, and like it's not actually that accurate. I mean, it's accurate enough for practical purposes because it doesn't really matter if the sun rises 5 minutes early or 5 minutes late. No one's gonna die, right?
Yeah, just like the flight times that they give, right? Like I think you were asking how far off or how long over or under the projected flight time would it have to be for you as a passenger to even think about, or even driving, right? Distances.
Yeah.
How far off would it have to be from the projection for you to even think about it?
And then what would you do?
Right, exactly. You're gonna call, right? You're gonna
call the National fucking Guard. Fucking call the president. Like,
yeah.
The Earth is a lot smaller than the Google Earth says. I'm reporting you. I'm calling the authorities. They don't even think like that. Like, they can't even, like, it's, like, inconceivable to them. And the only reason I ever thought of it, because, like, I took a plane flight, and, like, I went one way, and the flight was, like, 6 hours longer than what it was supposed to take. And the pilot said we were, like, flying into a 1,000-mile headwind or something. So that was the reason. I mean, they told us to take off and shit. That was the thing. So I have no reason to doubt them. But I'm just saying, if he didn't say that, right, and I landed in Dallas, and he was like, and I looked at the clock, and I'm like, fuck, dude, like, Dallas is a lot farther away than what I thought, right? The map is wrong. I'm calling the governor. Like,
yeah,
you know what I mean?
Like that. Yep. Yeah, it's wild. I've been getting that a lot. I'm in like Instagram and just I can't help but when I see the comment sections, these people just, I mean, they're on like flat earth pages and they just live in these comment sections. So I get like three DMs a day asking me, explain how you can get a distance from LA to New York on a flat earth map. It's like the same argument on Instagram. So I guess they got some sort of clubhouse going on there. But then, I mean, QE did a Google Maps, Google Earth presentation where he did he called it the flat Earth model. I don't know if you remember it. Where he
yeah, this was the other day, right? This was in the last week or something. I didn't watch it, but I saw it popped up or something in my feed.
Yeah, I posted it the other day. Yeah, I posted it the other day.
Yeah, maybe that's where I saw it. Yeah.
Because they kept asking, where's your flat Earth model? And so they kind of like as a gag went on to Google Earth Pro, I think it was, and they were taking two distances over water and measuring the vertical drop. Their model, flat Earth model, predicts vertical drop, and it successfully predicted 0 feet across the sea level.
Oh yeah, I think I saw that. Is that when he was using the Google Earth profile?
Yes, the elevation profile.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
it's pretty funny. That's actually pretty
but
funny.
I got a kick out of it. More as like here's our model type thing, right? Model something that makes accurate predictions. Where our prediction is that we'll find no vertical drop over 100 feet. Model checks out. Not like proof of anything, but just kind of like
yeah, just fun. Like look, explain Google Earth, man.
Right.
Where's your elevation profile on Google Earth? That's pretty funny, man. Turnabout's fair play, So the refraction thing, man, dude, I want to put that shit to bed so bad, man. I'm so sick of arguing about it. I can't take it anymore. I can't take it. Like I just can't take it. It's just such
I
a
really
stupid
can't believe
excuse.
yeah, I can't believe they even want to go near there anymore. I mean, they abandon one thing after the next, right? First they abandon their geometric horizon, then Snell's law, right? They can't do Snell's law. They can't use Snell's law because it's not too well defined boundaries. Then they have to make up a horizontal density gradient. I don't understand how they could argue it. It just it's like mind control. That like to argue from that position seems.
It took a long time to get rid of ships over the horizon. I mean, we still deal with it, but no anti-flat earther will even come close to making that argument anymore because they know it's a dead end. Because as soon as they say horizon is the fucking ball edge, that's it.
Well, now they'll just say that we have a They'll basically claim two horizons, right? We have a geometric
Yeah,
horizon,
they'll try
but we're
that.
seeing the apparent, which it's just nonsense. Like
That's the apparent geometric horizon. Not
right. Oh my god. And if I'm not mistaken, Al Biruni is the person who got the radius value that everything is based off of, right? It's like that value gets
pretty
falsified,
much.
the whole non-model collapses, right? From everything up in the sky to everything. But
There
he
was
shot the
another.
horizon, right?
Dude, there is a paper out there. I gotta find it, man. Ah, dude, it was on the old server that I had it. That's why I can't like recover it. Might be on an old laptop. So it was a paper. So some college kids from MIT, they went on top. There's a building in Boston that's on top of a hill. I know exactly what building it is. And they went and they used Al Biruni's method. It was off by 800%. Like their radius was something like fucking some ridiculous number. I have to find that paper.
So they went on to a building and they
Did the horizon dip
viewed
method, right? They
the
looked
horizon,
east
right.
into Boston Harbor and used the horizon dip method. Used the official elevation and height of the building and all that. So used what's the dip of the horizon? Then it came out. It was something like the radius was something like 800 times too small or something, or too
Right, so
big. I can't remember exactly what.
They published this. I mean, this information got out that you would think as soon as they did the observation, they would have just trashed it. Right? You're saying
It's not like published. It's not like published in a journal. It was like
right.
There's people have like grad students sometimes will publish shit and it'll be floating around on the internet and it won't it's not in like an official journal or it'll be published like in the school newspaper or the university's newspaper or something like that, right? They'll start their own little journal club, but it's not like a paid scientific journal. I'm just saying is that this was done and they have all the data and everything. And there's another one in Australia where they tried to measure the radius of the Earth by timing how fast the shadow climbs a building, which is basically the same thing, right? Use the side of a building, right? And you know that the height of the building, and then you time how fast the shadow goes up the building, assuming that the horizon is blocking, right? The horizon is blocking it. And that's the shadow. The shadow is like the projection of the horizon onto the building. And that turned out to be a train wreck too, because contrary to Globers, and they're like, oh, it's fucking, why is there sunlight on the bottom of shadows? I used to use this to refute that. That the shadow eventually just blends in. There'll be a hard line at first, but then it all just ends up blurring together, and the brightness just fades away. And they even use highly sensitive cameras and stuff so that they could because you have to time the line where the light is versus where the shadow is. and it eventually ended up being where it got dark on the bottom and like it was light on the top, but eventually it kind of just blended together into the same brightness, right? Not as bright as direct
Right.
sunlight, but not completely black. And then like just like twilight, right? It basically went into twilight and kind of like faded away and got darker. There was no like well-defined shadow. So, you know, there's another problem. So if the horizon is a ball edge, why doesn't it have a well-defined shadow? Right? Think about that. If the horizon's a ball edge, why ain't there a well-defined shadow, especially on the ocean? Right? Why ain't the horizon projected onto the sides of buildings like a straight edge? And they'll say probably diffraction or something, which is a legitimate, rationale, but stop making stupid claims that like this type of stuff proves the globe when you can't even measure this shit. But when I say refraction, I want to put that. I never thought Ships of the Horizon would go to bed. It's still not to bed completely because it hasn't been updated in the mass consciousness. But terrestrial refraction as an idea to me, and like, so when I already researched refraction way before I became a flat earther. But then, when I became a flat earther, I researched terrestrial refraction. Terrestrial refraction. Like, it's not just refraction. I knew about refraction. I didn't know about terrestrial refraction. Terrestrial refraction is a little bit different. So, because, it's a gradient. It's not Snell's law. So it's this temperature gradient, blah, blah, blah. This is years ago. So I've looked at pretty much everything that's been published on it. No fucking Glober has. Why not? That's what irritates me, is that they're lazy. Because if you go through all the literature and you look at, okay, here's the tests, here's some experiments, here's some measurements we tried to do to quantify it, we want to make a model, yada, yada, yada. All you find is them failing. That's all you find in all the literature, going back 100 years. Them saying, basically it don't work, or it only works in certain situations, or there's like systemic errors. So if you're doing it like in surveying, they'll say, well, during these 2 times a day or these 3 times a day, we have a lot of refraction, so you should be doing your observations during these other times. Or they'll say, well, there's no refraction at these times, or it depends on like the air and the air and the surface of the ground have to kind of like be at like equilibrium. The air has to be still. But if you look at the data, it just doesn't match what they say is happening. What they say is happening is that all the time, not some of the time, all the time, that light is bending around a curve, down. All the time. This is what they're saying. But when you look for the evidence that light bends at all, right, in the way they say, there's literally nothing there. The closest you can get is compression at the horizon, which we all know happens, right? So the sun flattens. I'm sure you've seen the flattening of the sun.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you could say, if you think of it one way, right, you could say, well, refraction is picking up part of the bottom part of the sun and pushing it into the top, so it's getting compressed. Well, you can equally say refraction is pushing the top down into the bottom and making it look compressed. Right? So that's not really dispositive on it being picked up. All you can do is take like rigorously performed attempts to quantify what the refraction is, and when you look at that data, it doesn't match what they need. It's not even close to what they need. But they don't want to. They want to use refraction like a buzzword. They don't want to get into any details about it.
I was going to say, it seems like you're the only one that's interested in the data. I hear this. I'm listening all the time, and it's just they should know the things that you're explaining to them. They should be at least familiar with the documents that you're dropping, and they'd rather just plug their ears and just.
Well, I mentioned this before. MC Toon has all the documents, so he's done that document search. He has all the documents on his website, documents that I cite. He has up. Now, why does he have up documents that I cite up? I'm not going to cite a document that doesn't support what I'm saying, right? So why does he have it up? Because it says refraction in the title, and it says terrestrial refraction, and he thinks that whatever's inside that document supports the globe claim, and never read it.
Exactly.
He has one. This one. So they did in Greenland. So they did a bunch of like surveying type observations on an ice sheet, and like they like kind of like quantified the slope or whatever, and then they have the prediction and then what was measured, and not a single fucking value matches, right? The prediction of because they actually took the vertical temperature, right? They took a vertical temperature gradient along the line of sight, right? Stuck it into the model, spat out a prediction, went make a measurement, and the measurement don't match the prediction. And every freaking value at every distance, none of them match the prediction. Why is that on your site, MC Toon? Like, seriously, why is that on your site? It's not supportive of your claim, right? Supportive of your claim would be, yes, terrestrial refraction, we know it exists. We have a model. The model makes pretty accurate predictions, so we can rely on that. The physics model that says things are getting picked up around a curve is accurate because the empirical testing shows that's typically what occurs. Like, no, what the empirical data shows is that that's not what occurs. Like, this is what I don't get, because I'm going on fucking 5 or 6 years of this, asking these guys, okay, what's the data support your claims about terrestrial refraction? And they got nothing. They go, Walter Bislin's calculator, and that's it. That's what we get, Walter Bislin's calculator, which is basically a graphics program as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I go on it from time to time and play with it. And usually, in order to get something to appear in front of the horizon, you have to put it at 99%.
Yeah,
from what
it's got sliders and and if you use the other tabs, right? It's got other tabs, right? So you can manually put in different temperatures, right? And then they did, like, Mick West has his refraction thing. You could just keep playing with it to get it to match anything your heart desires. And that's supposed to be like some form of science, according to them. That they'll say it matches frickin' Walter Bislin's calculator perfectly. Yeah, how long did you have to play with it for that to happen?
They're basically admitting that the max refraction is our kind of what we experience on a daily. Like it's not the exception; it's the rule, right? Because we always see objects further than they should be. They're basically claiming that the Atmos conditions with high refraction and all these extreme conditions that's the norm, it seems. Because I got to slide those sliders up pretty close to 100% to get most of the to match most of the observations that flat earthers put out.
So if you look through the literature on surveying, right, in Europe, they've tried different methods to try and quantify it because they have some unique surveying conditions. So like in Switzerland, there's a lot of tunnels, right? So they have to deal with like horizontal refraction because the walls will be warmer than the center of the tunnel. So there'll be a horizontal gradient. Anyway, so they've tried to come up with different methods, and one method is called a dispersometer. So what you do, you basically make and it's like an idea for a specialized theodolite that measures refraction by using the dispersion of different wavelengths of light. So hold on. Give me 1 second. Anyway, so what you do is, so if I have light of say 550 nanometers and 500 nanometers, right? And it travels through a path, right? They'll each wavelength will take a different path to the to whatever sensor is picking it up. Now I can measure the angle of arrival, the difference of the angle of arrival, and from that angle, I can calculate how much refraction was in the path. It was in the optical path. Well, none of these devices work. They've been trying for a long time.
Wait,
There's
so
another
it's
way to do
supposed
it
to be
with
on a
using something. There's another way to do it too, using what's called a scintillometer. Scintillometer. They don't fucking work for shit either, because they're using when they're designing this idea, right? They're thinking of the air as like just a simple temperature gradient, but that's not how the air is. The air is full of I can't say this fucking word for shit. Homogeneities. Inhomogeneities. Yes, inhomogeneities. So because the light doesn't just like take a curved path, right? It bounces around, bounces up, bounces down, bounces whatever. And if you're depending on the pockets, the size of the pockets, how they're freaking like interspaced, that's what you'll get. You'll get like a bouncing around where that like any particular. Let's put it this way: every light path is unique. Every fucking pixel on a camera, when you take a photograph, that pixel took a unique path to the fucking camera. It's not the same as the path of the pixel before it. It isn't like this, you projected this frickin' plane, and this plane projected right onto the fucking camera with all the rays in their geometric location. They're going to be displaced a little bit. Now your camera might not be powerful or sensitive enough to pick up any differences, and it probably isn't. But the fact that this stuff doesn't work demonstrates that their models are wrong. So they have models, right? So this terrestrial refraction model, it doesn't work in practice. That's the greatest argument against it, is that it don't fucking work. You can't predict anything with it. You can't say, oh, physics and science say terrestrial refraction bends light around the curve, when it can't make any predictions. That means it's a crap physics freaking theory, crap science, crap whatever. I can make up a formula that can't predict shit. I'll do it right now. 2 plus 2 equals the fucking terrestrial refraction. That predicts nothing. Great. I'm just as good as freaking more complex models. Fantastic. What do we achieve?
Ain't the light coming off the moon supposedly what they? Is that what y'all are talking about? With terrestrial, like what is
No,
terrestrial
terrestrial refraction was
refraction?
their excuse to why we see too far, right? Because things are being
So,
lifted up around the
because
curve.
they're saying we're seeing a mirror, basically, right? We're looking at the.
No, they're saying the
We're
light
seeing a mirror.
no, what they're saying is something is physically over the curve, but the light is being bent around the ball to make it look flat.
That's some stupid shit. I'm gonna go back on mute.
Yeah, that is some stupid shit. And they claim that's physics because light always bends down towards the frickin' denser medium. Like they're all a bunch of parrots. They all say this shit, but there isn't a uniform a vertical gradient for one. There's inhomogeneities all over the place, and for two, wouldn't look like that because it has to take an arc path. 3, it doesn't always bend down towards the denser medium. That depends on the angle. It depends on the angle that the light is propagating through the medium because there's something called a critical angle. And if the light is beyond that critical angle, so say I have a vertical gradient, but the light is passing through like where the gradient changes from one value to another, right? The refractive index. If the light hits at an angle that is greater than the critical angle, it doesn't bend down. It reflects. Yeah, it's called total internal reflection. Light will bounce off the denser medium. It also bounce off a less dense medium. Depends on the angle that it strikes it. You can actually
Would you say
say go ahead.
No, I was asking you. You said what is it called? Total internal reflection.
Yeah, it's called total internal reflection. And so check this out. If you type in if you actually do the math, right? Which heaven forbid anybody ever does. So say okay, so there's something called the EM Toolbox. It's on NIST's website. You can go on it. You can punch in temperature, pressure, all the values, right? And it'll spit out the index of refraction for error for whatever you punch in. Okay, so if you do that, right, and you go, okay, now I'm going to change the temperature. I'm going to change the pressure, 1/100th, and then I'm going to change the temperature 1/10th, right, to mimic this vertical gradient, right? And I'm going to look at these two different indexes of refractions, and that'll spit out a value, right? So it's usually 0.00024, and then the other 2489, and the other one will be 0.0002490 or something, right? So I can take these values and I can go into it's an optic simulator that's online, right? And you can make one medium with that index of refraction, the other medium with the other index of refraction, right? And you can take a light beam and and you can fucking get the right angle and it will reflect off the denser medium. And you know what? The angle that it reflects at is by some fucking strange coincidence what the horizon distance would be for a 6-foot person. That angle, that drop, right?
Wow.
Which is 0.02 degrees, which is also the angle resolution of the eye. This 0.02 number just comes up over and over and over and over again.
I'm gonna say that sounds familiar. 0.02. Right?
Yeah. So if you have a flat surface, right, and you go, okay, so I'm 6 feet. Say my eye's 6 feet tall, and I look at a spot 6 feet away from me on the ground. That angle that my line of sight intersects the ground is 45 degrees, right? That right triangle. right? From my head. Think of my head as the vertical. The 6 feet on the ground is the base, and that angle from my eye to the ground, 6 feet away, is 45 degrees. So this is what you call a look angle or angle of attack or something like that. So you can ask yourself, when does that angle become 0.02 degrees? The angle that I'm looking at the ground. How far away does the base of that triangle have to be? Well, that's 3.24 miles. Oh, let's look it up 6 feet in the curve calculator. How far away is the horizon? Oh, 3.25 miles. What a coincidence, huh?
That's all from Cincinnati.
Dude, it's a crazy coincidence, right? And then,
Wow.
so here it gets even weirder, right? So at that distance, that's 3.24 miles. Okay, what's the drop from curve? Well, it's 6 feet. Well, if I had two lights, right? One on the ground and one in the air, what distance apart, how high would the second light have to be above the light on the ground until I couldn't resolve the difference between them before they would appear to be one light? Well, it's 6 feet. What another fucking coincidence. So the drop from curvature matches the angular resolution of the eye at the horizon, which is the same distance on a flat Earth as it is on a globe. What a fucking coincidence.
Dude, you got to give it to them. That's pretty impressive. Right?
I've known about this for years, dude. Like years. It's
No,
in my
I know you
video,
have.
dude. It's in my video. I mean, the video I made, it was like one of the video I made, the optics on a flat Earth video. It's before I didn't like talking on the internet. I mean, I'm very like private. I mean, not so much now, but then I was, right? Because I've been on the internet for a long time, and I'm very like keen on my anonymity because I know what what this shit can do. This is, I do this shit for a living, right? So I do network security for a living. So there's no pictures of me on the internet. Nothing like that. Not a single picture of me exists on the internet. Except for, there's one, but I was like 5 years old, and it's on my brother's website. And no one knows who my brother is. And, I don't look like a 5-year-old anymore, so I very much doubt you could fucking kick me out of anywhere. But the point is, like, that video I made, I wish maybe I should remake it and narrate it. But that video, because it's like kind of like text, it's kind of have to figure it out yourself. It makes sense to me, but like that doesn't mean it makes sense to other people. But I go through some of the things, like one of the slides shows like that 0.02 angle. It shows that intersection on the ground. Like but that's just like a sample. That's not like, that wasn't to scale. It's impossible the thing is, it's impossible to draw to scale. You know why it's impossible to draw to scale? Because you'll never be able to see the differentiation between the frickin' line of sight in the ground because the angle's too fucking small, right? If it's a 0.02 angle, you can't see the separation of the lines. It just looks like two parallel lines. I mean, you can zoom in on it like crazy and kind of like make it out, but like you can't see it. So as a visualization, it's very difficult. Think about this, Russ. How do you make a visualization about how you can't see shit?
Right. I'm with you.
Right? It's like making I'm going to make a visualization about the Invisible Man. Like, you can't do it.
That makes sense because I notice all your old videos, they're so well put together and very informative. I found myself asking, I'm like, why isn't he narrating these things? Not to say go do it, but that clears it up,
Yeah.
Yeah, most of them.
I just didn't want my voice on the internet. But then, like, I got sucked into a big debate on the old fucking server, and then, then like the rest is history.
Were you on like forums and things like that before, or?
Oh yeah, I've been on like Well, I mean, for flat Earth, that was like in YouTube comments and shit, but that was about it. I don't know even know
Yeah.
if I did any Twitter stuff back then. I'm not really a big Facebook fan, even though we have a Facebook. It's the flat Earth thing, but that's not like my account. It's like a 24/7 flat Earth Facebook account. It's not my account, so I don't mind that. I'm not gonna go on Facebook for me. Facebook's the devil, man. So yeah, but I've been on internet forums, dude. You can search my name and find all sorts of shit that I posted
Well,
over the
I
years.
just found. Yeah, I've been doing this. Actually, I think I found one, and I was your Reddit or something the other day.
Oh yeah,
What are
my
you
Reddit.
kidding?
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
fucking.
you did something. You, did you ever come out with that?
What do you mean?
I saw you leave a comment in Wall Street Bets, right, about something that you were working on, a peer-to-peer platform. I don't know how long ago that was. Maybe it wasn't you. Maybe the Reddit
I mean,
comments.
I've had lots of ideas, and like I usually have a good idea, and I'll be like, yeah, man, this shit'll work. But then when I think about it, like, fuck, dude, that won't work. You know what I mean? It has to stew in my brain for a while. You get the initial idea, and you're like, fuck, dude, this has all these fucking potential and all this stuff, and you're thinking, like, yeah, and there's a lot of upside. But then, like, eventually my brain gets to the flaws, and I'm like, damn, nah, ain't even worth it.
Yeah.
And usually the flaws are trivial. It's like, but if I can think of them, I always assume someone else can think of them. So I'm like, fuck, I like it. Now you're gonna bother with that shit. So I posted a lot on like a lot of these forums that I posted on don't even exist anymore. I used to post on legal forums what a Glober or a fucking normie would consider a sovereign citizen, which is actually a stupid fucking term because it's an oxymoron. But like what mortgages, law, legal system, money, fucking Bitcoin. I'm all over Bitcoin.org because I mined Bitcoin way back in the beginning and shit. So they fucking let me down big time. Bitcoin let me down. I'm very depressed about that.
I never got into Bitcoin. Sovereign citizen. That's a good point. That's never thought of that. I gotta leave my office. I'm gonna be on later. You're gonna be in VC. I like to pop in when you're in it. Last few times has been awesome when it's been you and AI for like a couple hours, and QE comes in, and it's like a little different dynamic, but very enjoyable. I gotta run, India. Thanks for the chat. Well, we got the toe tank argument going on in politics right now.